Hey gang, welcome to Ozone Late Night. I am joined once again by Dr. Douglas Bielmeyer, and we are doing a Tarkovsky double feature as we talk about 1972 Solaris and 1979 Stalker. All right, everybody, we are doing another movie review special, or set of movie review specials, I guess I should call it, where I am being joined again by Dr. Doug Bielmeyer. Now, okay, is it associate teaching professor or teaching professor?
Well, it's changed. So I was an associate, and now I'm a full teaching professor. So.
Okay, I was going to say, because I had an old notes associate, but I didn't see that on your page, so that has changed. Well,
yeah,
that would be a promotion, correct?
Teaching. Yeah, it's just a promotion. It's teaching professor. Now I'm a billionaire.
Congratulations.
Good work. So no, it's just I don't even know. I think it's just like a name thing, and then it's it doesn't even apply to sometimes when you go from assistant to associate, you become like tenured, and then you're like unfireable, and you can just wear Hawaiian shirts every day to the office, and
good.
just sit around in your underwear and grade papers.
Sure.
But I'm still not allowed to do that, so I think I got to get the next promotion, whatever that is.
Man,
whatever,
no.
yeah.
Well, keep working at it, buddy. You'll get there eventually. You'll
be
72 and you'll hit it right there.
So. 70, yeah.
I should also remind people that your newest album, Music for Billionaires, is out. So I spent a lot of our previous shows saying, coming out. It is out.
Right.
It is available for purchase. Mm-hmm. And you've been doing several shows on your podcast about it, which I've been enjoying, where you are the guest on your own show.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's a good way to talk about stuff. Be the guest on your own show. Here, ask me about this, and just shove pieces of paper at them. It's a good way to do it.
Yeah, it would be like Johnny Carson promoting his own vehicle on the Carson show while Ed McMahon interviewed him. Yeah,
I always thought he missed the trick by not just putting a mic on a mirror and talking to it. You're like, all right,
that's essentially what I did. Yeah, I essentially did that, but just roped another person into it as well.
Yeah.
So
it's good to call in favors on people. That's a lesson for everybody who doesn't know this. Get favors on people and then call them in when you need it. That's life lessons from an Italian. There you go.
From Italian.
So we're going to be discussing a pair of films, both by the same director. And which we did the John Carpenter series, so that was similar. Although these are probably the polar opposite in terms of the way they're structured and what they're about for John Carpenter in many ways. At least in terms of, I would say that Andrei Tarkovsky is probably one of my favorite directors because he is very comfortable letting takes sit there for 20 minutes and not cutting, which I genuinely absolutely adore. Not much action in either of these films. They're more about philosophy and humanity and other themes. But we're going to be covering two of them. And we're going to start off with 1972's Solaris, not the Soderbergh version. I believe it was Soderbergh who remade that.
Right.
Which is an okay film, but it's not this. So if you're going to mix those up, there's no George Clooney, and it's about an hour longer. So it's a different film, but that was a remake of this. So this is the Russian film, and the George Clooney one was a remake. Like I said, perfectly fine, but not necessarily my favorite version of it. It's an okay movie.
I think it's different. It's like a totally different movie. It's like the same plot, but just completely different take.
Yes, that's why I when I used to say I preferred this one, people took that to mean I didn't like the other one. And it's not really that. I think it's a perfectly fine movie.
Yeah.
This is just the more, I don't know. I like being in what do you call it? Enmeshed in this one. And that one, the Clooney one, is more focused. It's definitely more of it's got its point and it's making its point and it doesn't waste a lot of time. This one's happy to meander and I'm happy to meander with it.
I don't even think they're the same movie. Like the way I look at it, like I appreciate what you said, but I don't even see them as being like, I stopped trying to compare them. Like I was doing a lot of that, being like, oh, well, by now George Clooney had done this or that. And I was like, these are not the same movie. Like they're not even, they have the same name and they have the same plot, but they're completely different. And so at some point I just stopped comparing the two and just saying, hey, you know what? I like the George Clooney one. It does this. It's definitely of that era when it came out. Was it like late 90s, early 2000s or whatever?
2002. Yeah, 2002.
Yeah, it's such a like movie of that time that George Clooney would put out. And this is clearly not a movie George Clooney would be in, the 1972 version. And yeah, I don't think even a film like this could get funded in 2002.
Oh,
I don't know.
No.
It would be harder to fund it, but yeah. But so
well, you wouldn't get George Clooney. You wouldn't have the money for him. If you're saying I want to do a 3-hour slow philosophical science fiction exploration of humanity and life, they're going to be like, okay, who can you get for $20? Because that's what we're giving you, and that's what you're going to get. So they are definitely different.
And so I guess what I'm saying, I was like, I kind of made a promise to myself. I'm like, don't bring up the Clooney like, don't compare it to the Clooney version, even though we've just for the first 5 minutes talked about
because
the
if
Clooney
people
version.
just search for Solaris, they're likely going to get that version, and
and they're going to be very confused. They're going to be very confused.
Well, it's not going to line up with what we're saying, certainly. Yes. Although I will say, I think that actually the leads, and I can never pronounce the female lead's name correctly for the 2002 one. It's Natasha McElhone.
She's Irish, right?
Or is it Irish? That's it. Yeah,
she's
Natasha
an Irish actress.
McElhone. I know her from Ronin, which she's fantastic in. That's a
she's
great
fantastic
movie.
in Ronin, and and she was also in The Devil's Own, which was a Brad Pitt, Harrison Ford kind of great sort of IRA type movie.
Well, I will say Clooney and her are perfect analog casting for the leads. They remind me immediately of the leads in this movie. So I think in terms of that, that's if they were to remake it the full way, this is the two people I would pick because they are very physically similar. So that part I thought was fantastic. But yes, you're right. You really shouldn't even compare them. But again, if you just search for Solaris and you don't put the year, your first probably 20 results are going to be the Clooney version. So if you're looking for this, put 1972, and then you'll get the correct film, the Tarkovsky movie.
Yeah, I guess the real reason I don't want to compare them is because then immediately it turns into like a value judgment of like one is good or one is bad or one's deficient and one's not. And I think they're just like really different. So it's like hard. There's like no common metric to kind of compare them. I mean, besides the fact that they share the same plot.
They're equally good movies. They are very. It just depends what you're in the mood for. That's really the big difference. Absolutely. But you're right. The plots are very much, pretty much the same, but they are. And in some ways, I do like when movies are like this. This is why I like both versions of Suspiria. I like the fact that they're very different. Yeah. Because if you just remake it, then it's Van Sant's Psycho, and what's the point? I'd rather see somebody try to do something different. That doesn't diminish either the original or the remake. It's okay. I want to make my version of this. Well, good. That's what a remake should be. It should be your interpretation. It shouldn't be I'm just going to repeat all the shots and try to mimic it 90% of the way so that I guess I can cash in on a cheap creative nothing. That doesn't interest me. So I'm glad it's different. That's what I mean about it. I don't want to make it sound like I didn't like the other one. It's just this one is more up my alley because I'm a pretentious asshole.
Well, okay, so 2001, right? And I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point here in our discussion. 2001, it would be like if somebody remade 2001 A Space Odyssey, which they did. And the remake is problematic. It's probably so like I feel like both movies, I'll just leave it at that, is that I think they're very different films. I really enjoyed the Clooney film. I thought when I first watched it in 2002 at whatever age I was then, I thought it was very clever about, the way it ends and sort of the idea of, what that movie was trying to talk about. That resonated with me actually when I was in my 20s watching it, and now even in my 40s, like it was like really sort of like, ooh, like that's a real thing. Like what is, what makes life worth living? Like, and I didn't get that from the movie that we are going to talk about today, Solaris, the 1972 version. I didn't have that same I had very strong connections to some of the things that were going on, but not the same sort of lived in, sort of experiences that I shared with the Clooney film. I felt like that one felt like that's similar to a life I've experienced, where this one, it was very, I thought there were some very universal themes that were more about like the human condition than, being a man in your 40s and having relationships, losing relationships, being part of, society. So definitely the 1972 film, I thought a lot of the themes were just universal, great things that everyone sort of struggles with.
Yeah, the 72 one is definitely a broader philosophical film, and that's what I meant about the 2002 one. It's very focused. It has a very specific kind of angle, and I agree. I don't think if I had watched this when I was much younger, I really would have responded the same way, so I'm kind of glad I saw them in the order I did, because I probably would have been bored at this when I was 20.
Yeah, you're saying the 72 version. So you saw it in
Correct,
the same order I did. So you saw the George Clooney first, and then you saw this. So that's the exact same order in which I saw it in.
Yeah, so I was post From Dusk Till Dawn. I was a Clooney fan, where I was like, "Oh, I'm going to watch everything this guy's in because that's such a great performance." And that was that had its rewards and its disappointments. I'll put it like that. But
no, I think Dusk Till Dawn is is one of my favorite Tarantino films, quote unquote Tarantino films, and also I think one of the best George Clooney performances. But that's my opinion, and of course, we kind of like some of the same. We're Carpenter fans.
No, that's the correct opinion. So that is the correct opinion.
I mean, George Clooney has done a lot of great films, though. So I think that's a hot take.
Yes. No, I and that's what I mean is I generally always enjoy him, even if I don't necessarily like the movie. He's one of those people where I'm like, well, I like him. He's doing the right work. Maybe the movie just doesn't quite pay off the way I want it to, but I don't ever look at him and go, oh, phoning that one in, are we? No, that generally, not in the ones I've seen. So you mentioned 2001, and this movie was partially a response to 2001 because Tarkovsky famously wasn't the biggest fan of the 2001 A Space Odyssey film. He used many descriptions for it, among them phony.
Phony.
He said that, I'm trying to find the exact
one of the greatest science fiction films of all times. It was phony, right?
Yes. And he said it was something like it was empty and sterile, and it didn't have any it was too focused on the technology as opposed to the humanity of it, which is very clear when you see this, because it is interesting it gets compared to that, because
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know that I would really make that comparison outside of the fact that they're both on space stations. I really don't feel like those two movies have any connection, because they are about very different things. I mean, we could do a whole series on God, what's the director's name?
Kubrick.
Kubrick.
We should watch a bunch of his films and talk about them.
Kubrick seems like the most anti-humanist person just in general that I think I've ever run across in terms of how he approached things. Oh boy, I like him too. But whereas this Tarkovsky, it very clearly is all about humanity and the human connection and what makes us human and how we react to things. So it is. Yeah. I don't know what comparison you would make between these movies. It's always fascinating to me that they get connected.
You know what? There was 3 films. So when I finished watching Solaris, I thought about 2001, A Space Odyssey, 1968 film, and then I also thought about Terrence Malick's Tree of Life.
I can see that.
I thought about all 3 of these films, and they all have this similar way of like being very, very tight and very concise, and then also just drifting. And I feel like where 2001 starts is this like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are we? I'm like, I thought this was a space movie. Why are there like apes on the screen? Like, what's going on? To Solaris, which actually starts very sort of. I know it's kind of starts sort of dreamy, but very quickly we get this very clear plot point of like, this is what's going on. This is what's happening, and here's the plot for the rest of the movie. Basically, we know our protagonist is going to go to a space station that is, it's a classic. At the time, it wasn't, but it's a classic, space movie trope where the space station, the dormant or fallow space station, needs to be restarted, or the crew has been lost, and our protagonist needs to go and figure out what happened. I mean, it's probably compared to like classical literature like Moby Dick, right, where it's like what happened to Captain Nemo and his crew.
Right, and we should mention this was based on a book from 1961 of the same name by the very famous Polish science fiction writer Stanislaw Lem. It is largely the same plot, although having read the book, it is definitely more hard sci-fi. It does not have the same concerns over, what constitutes life and pain and what its role is. It is definitely not as concerned with the individual human beings as the movie is. And the author famously hated the movie, very similar to Stephen King's reaction to Kubrick's The Shining, where Lem said, I didn't write an erotic novel in space. I think that was the quote or something along those lines, where apparently, which I think that's a little bit overboard. I wouldn't call this an erotic novel in space.
No.
That is clearly an overreaction.
I remember there was a time in film where the actors and actresses couldn't kiss. Like, you couldn't film people kissing. So this was like 1972. So, like, I mean, you could obviously have that then. But there was a period of time in film where it was indecent to have, kissing even. So, like, the fact that you had these intimate scenes within it was probably still kind of like a little bit edgy for the time.
Yeah, for somebody who had grown up in an earlier generation, that's probably true. And the other thing is, there was a lot of, because this film was produced during the communist period of the USSR, there were cuts that were made. Now, I'm assuming you watched the almost 3-hour uncut version. That's the one I watched, because I have the Criterion version of it.
Yeah, that's the one I watched. That's the one that's actually available on Max, the HBO platform, or I don't know what the hell it is. Good. And it was great because you're able to watch it in, the definition, and it was the Criterion Collection one.
And now, had you ever seen this movie before, or was this your first viewing of this?
So I have
72 one, I mean.
So I've seen the Clooney one 2 or 3 times, and the first time I watched this was about, I don't know, maybe 5 days ago. So it is very fresh in my mind. And I knew going into it, I watched it with my sister because we like to watch films together. And so we like had everything set up. We had it on the TV, the nice TV and the sound and all that. And we wanted to, really kind of take it in. And we don't like do anything else. We just like sit there and watch it. That's like kind of how I wanted to watch it. And I didn't take notes or anything, but it's definitely like very actively like, sort of watching each scene. And I knew it was going to be long. And I knew, like, 2001's a very long movie, too. I feel like movies of this era were just longer. So we were kind of like, it was good. We were in a good space to be like, let's hunker down, sit and watch something that I know is just going to be, it's just going to be longer. And especially the pacing of, the 60s and 70s, a lot of those movies, the pacing is like, so slow, and that's part of the charm of it for me, and I actually really enjoy that. But especially, like even the Clooney version, I felt like there were so many parts in the Clooney version where I was like, dude, you could have just like hung out. You spent all that money making that space station, like you could have hung out a little longer and like shown me the wonderful set design and kind of bring me into that world, just like the original did.
Yeah, I really, the way the sets are done in this movie, I love the 70s science fiction design. I think that some of the corridors, I mean, they're clearly reusing a lot of them. That's what they had to do. But they're so well designed. They have such a personality. And they have what a lot of people later thought, oh, Star Wars did this, and we haven't seen this before, and which was the dirty science fiction where things look used and broken and not clean, to go back to 2001, the clean, perfectly pristine science fiction. This is, there's muck and dirt and grime, and things are broken and shorting out, and everything looks like it has actually been around for a while and is being used. And I like that look of this.
Yeah, and there's the one set piece. So the set piece that has the rocket that comes off of it, or that felt very like prop set on a Star Trek series, or like a
I thought of the Thunderbirds puppets. I'm like, oh, this is like a puppet rocket.
Yeah. Where there was the other hallway that had there's the red hallway that is kind of, which is really well done. But then there's also one where there's just like maybe 6 or 4 on each side. So it's like 8 metal boxes that, like you said, it's a very narrow hallway, and it just looks like they're kind of dirty. There's a little bit of, grime on them. And immediately when I saw that hallway shot, I said to myself, I'm like, oh, Ridley Scott saw this film. Like he knew this film in and out. And, you think about, Alien and sets like that, where you talk about like the lived in sort of science fiction, sort of space station, derelict space station. Obviously, it's a whole other level with the lighting and all the, the things that Ridley Scott does in Alien. But I'm like, wow, this movie clearly, watching it, I was like, this movie clearly made a visual impact on movies since.
Yeah, there's been numerous films that are cited as being influenced by it. Event Horizon is one. You can see that right away in some of the way the metal is used. Yeah, it has a very, this is one of the things I like about Tarkovsky. He has this very, very wonderful eye for things in terms of framing shots, how he moves the camera, some of the way he uses different tints and tones, where it's black and white, then it's blue, then it's a different color. The opening shot, this has one of the best opening shots. It's just this watery, you're seeing a river with this, I don't know, whatever it is underneath the surface of it. And water is one of these things I've written down, different repeating motif things. Water is one of them, the ocean. Horses are constantly throughout the movie. Dogs are constantly throughout the movie. There's a number of statue heads, which of course could get into the psychology, where you see like broken heads and busts and that type of thing.
Right.
And I can't even read what I wrote. What did I write there? I can't even. Jeez, I can't. Oh, there's even a rug. There's a rug at one point at the very beginning. And we're going to be jumping around a little bit here because this isn't a movie that necessarily requires a linear retelling.
It's not very linear.
No, especially once you hit part 2. It's interesting the way this movie is broken into 2 parts. It's a very specific break point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a rug that's actually on, because the movie starts out and we're on Earth and we're following the main character, whose name is Chris Kelvin, and he is a psychologist. And we are made to understand through the visit of a pilot that there was the discovery of a planet, an ocean planet with some kind of intelligence or some kind of something's going on. They can't understand it. And this pilot experienced something very bizarre, and he comes to Kelvin, who is going to be sent to the space station, and he's trying to convince him that, it is worth continuing exploration, because it's the way it's framed is Kelvin's visit and report will decide whether the station is shuttered or whether the research continues. They basically stagnated. They haven't made any headway with this thing. They're trying to figure out what it is. And now they've lost contact with the 3 remaining individuals on the space station. And in the background, Kelvin is at his father's house. There's a set of rugs on the house. And one of those rugs is later in the space station, which is one of these little things that as the movie goes on, I'd have to go back and check, but it sure looked the same because the coloring is very specific. There's all this stuff where as the movie goes on, this is a movie that rewards repeat viewings because you start noticing, because this is probably the 8th or 9th time I've seen this movie. So
really, okay.
This and Stalker are like repeat annual viewings for me often, because I like to just sit there and burn 3 hours going, wow, not much is happening, but so much is happening. And so this is when you go back and watch it. Once you know what's going on, you start seeing all these little things. Like I never noticed the horses before, but then when I started seeing it, I'm like, wow, it's everywhere. But the basic premise of it is that you get a lot of background in the opening where this pilot shows up and basically shows a film of his testimony of when he was flying to search for some other individuals who had gotten lost. And he sees something very bizarre and is clearly completely wrecked by it. I mean, he is depressed and withdrawn and just looks very ill at ease the whole time he's there.
So one of the first things I noticed, so like you mentioned, the film starts and we're in this idyllic sort of country home, right? And we assume it's maybe, Kelvin's childhood home. We don't know, but it's clearly like, his elderly parents are there, his family's there, his father's there. And it clearly is a place that had a lot of great memories. And it is absolutely quiet. It is like almost like I was like, did I forget to set the amplifier to TV or whatever? Like I was like, oh man, I messed up the audio settings here on the TV, and there was sound there, and even the wonderful shots of the blades of grass that are in the water, kind of floating, absolutely beautiful, very very quiet. However, if we're going to talk about music, in the intro, there's the classic, like any movie from like what, pre-1990, maybe 80s, they started getting rid of it. But definitely the films of like the 50s, 60s, and 70s have the long, like anybody who was involved in the film, let's indicate that at the start of the film, right? I think they've since kind of sort of done away with that, right? Like they've sort of tried to like, let's get right into the movie. So that's happening. And all the while that's happening, there's very soft organ music playing. And with that organ music playing, excuse me, we hear that. And then there's very, very little sort of actual music happening in that opening scene. And it really is sort of just like long shots of Kelvin at the water's edge and, kind of here at this house. And but it's like you said, then very quickly, or at with some urgency, we start to get all the exposition of like why he's here, what we're doing, and where this is all headed. And still very little quote unquote what we would call music or really sound beyond dialogue is happening in any of that real first part of the movie.
I read a little bit about the way the music was done, and some of this was because Tarkovsky's original idea was that there would be no music. He wanted everything to just be sounds, natural sounds, background sounds, everything else.
Right.
And he was convinced by the composer Edward Ardiemev, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, who did the amazing Stalker soundtrack for the next one we're going to be reviewing. Right. Convinced him, okay, we should put something in there. Something. It can be subtle, but we should have little accentuation pieces. And it's very, as you said, very clear that there's a specific use of the soundscape. There is when Burton, who is the pilot, leaves the house, there is a long sequence where he is in a car. And the sounds keep building and building and building till it's basically a cacophony of noise and all different sounds, and I think that's supposed to be his mental kind of state where he is getting like stressed and he can't shake what's gone on. And then it hard cuts back to the countryside, the house, and it's dead silence.
It's almost even more quiet. Like I feel like if it was at -10 at the start, after that loud traffic scene, they went down to like -20. Like they even went further down. So you're like, wow, it's so quiet there.
Well, I remembered this, and so I actually had my phone. I had one of those decibel meters going.
Oh yeah.
So you could see it getting higher and higher and higher, and then because of the extreme change, and it's instant. I mean, it's a hard cut. There's no prep to it. Nothing goes down. You don't get a fade out. It just dies, and so that does make it as if somebody just hit mute. And if not for the scene changing, you would think that that's what happened. And you have like a little bit of birds in the background, but barely anything. And there's multiple times where sound is very strategically employed. But as you said, most of the movie is just the sounds, the ambient sounds, somebody walking around or a door opening or closing. But it has a shockingly small amount of actual score to it, which I think actually, because I think about Stalker, where I adore the soundtrack, and I don't know that movie could work without its soundtrack. It is so beautiful and specific. This movie, I think, benefits from not having it because you really are focused on the characters and what's going on and what their reactions are. Where the soundtrack, I'm sure it would have been good, but there is something that's very, and maybe this sounds like it was Tarkovsky's intention, is the silence, the loneliness, the utter barren nature of the station that is almost devoid of life at this point. And that's all you hear is really just the sounds of the station and certain accentuation points. Mostly when you see Solaris itself, then kind of the score comes up a little bit and you get this kind of thrumming, tense kind of noise that comes in the background. But it's very, very ambient. It's very subtle. and it is unusual for if you're used to modern films.
So if you look at so you can get the the soundtrack or whatever, and it's a 38-minute soundtrack. So if you listen to the album, and the way I experienced, so I just had it on. I was doing some work and I was listening to it, and sure enough, that the quote unquote music or the organ piece sort of comes in at the start, and you hear that it's very soft. And then what we were often experiencing is sort of like maybe diegetic sounds or, establishing sounds of the space station. Those are actually those are included like in the score or like in the, the album version of the soundtrack. So it's interesting because Artemiev, he was definitely an electronic music composer. So definitely, especially even the scene with the cars, that felt like a very like sort of musique concrète type of piece, which is a type of like what they would call sound collage, where you take a bunch of different sounds. Back then they were recording it on like magnetic tape and sort of cutting and splicing it together to sort of create these collages of sound. And that's very different than how like most of people experience music, where there's like melodies and pitches and harmonies, right? Like the juxtaposition of the organ piece, which we can talk a little bit about more in a second, but it was this like sound collage type style. So if you actually listen to the whole soundtrack, there's a lot of this sort of what you might even refer to as sort of like sound effects, or we might think as sort of sound effects, are actually these sort of small sound collage pieces that keep sort of interspersed. Sometimes they're overlaid. Like, so sometimes even those bird sounds and like the nature sounds that we're hearing as sort of, establishing sounds, Artemiev is considering that like part of the soundtrack. And sometimes he'll even have the organ piece over top of that.
It really is. Again, and I knew I was very curious what your take on the car scene was, because that felt like a very that seemed like something that for the type of music you do and being a musician that you would probably be picking apart in your mind as, how would you create something like, because even to me, who has no musical ability whatsoever really, and no idea of structure of composition or anything like that, I was like, wow, this is so interesting, because I always know that scene's there, but I always forget how loud and how crowded that is. Along with what is, if you were to strip the music out, it is an utterly boring scene. It's just a guy in a car with a kid being driven somewhere. That's it. There's nothing. But by the end, even the traffic has multiplied. At first he's starting and there's a couple of cars. He's driving through tunnels, stuff like that. Then you get to the end and it's just dense, traffic inducing, like stress inducing nightmare, LA 101 type traffic. And the music just is up. And then you cut, like I said, you hard cut to this tranquil, peaceful countryside. And it's so intentional. And it because the movie, as you said, 38 minutes of score. Yeah. In a 166-minute film, when you think about how little that is to be spread across that, it really does reinforce that it was very specifically deployed to maximize wherever it's being used. And that makes, when the music happens, you're really paying attention to, okay, wait, why is music here? What is this emphasizing? And it also complements the fact that there's really beautiful practical effects, especially in the way that they render the Solaris surface, the water, which is apparently, not surprisingly, different chemicals and dyes that they just kind of were mixing up in vats. It's beautiful. I mean, it's just got this. At one point, Burton describes it as viscous, this fog, this liquid, and that whatever they did to make that is exactly that. There's this density to it, this physicality that, because you hear ocean, you think water, but the ocean of Solaris is not water. It is this living surface. Eventually you find out it's a living surface, and so. All of the ways that the alien and the soundscape effects were done, all are so deliberate and wonderful. And again, not typical, at least for most films now, is even movies that don't use a lot of soundtrack don't usually do soundtracks for what they do like this. It feels unique. It feels special. It feels different.
So here's the thing. So normally with movies that I really like, there's a very clear vision of the director, of the writing, of the script, where even if I disagree with what's going on, I'm like, there's a very clear vision of what's happening. And often, not all the time, But often the soundtrack can be pretty reactive to that, meaning it can just be like, oh, this is an exciting scene. We're going to have exciting music. This is a sad scene. Bring out the strings. Like, let's do the sad stuff. Right. Or, like in Star Wars, I mean, you have John Williams composes these sort of motives for each character and all that, but it's still very much like music. Right. And it's happening in response to what we're seeing on the screen. In this movie, the music had its own script. There was a sub story, in my opinion, going on in the music that was part of the film, which was part of the plot of the script, but it was doing its own thing. It was a composition in its own right. And, so obviously, I loved this movie. I loved the things that were going on that I was seeing visually. And like you said, kind of all these great effects that, I had to keep reminding myself, I'm like, this is 1972. A lot of this stuff was really groundbreaking. A lot of it was really interesting. But I was just taken aback by this really quiet organ music that started the movie and then continued so you mentioned now too, there's only like 38 minutes of music for a 166-minute film, right? But how many times did you hear that organ piece? Did it at what point were you like, oh, here's that organ piece again? Like, did you ever say that to yourself in the movie? Like, as you're watching it, at what point were you like, oh, there's that organ music again? Like, was it an hour in? Was it 20 minutes in? At what point? Did you have that same experience? Yeah,
it definitely repeats. And the thing is that the movie gets into this idea of repetition in terms of a character that shows up. And so there's all this, you're right. It exists. The music exists as almost its own character, but it is not aimless. It is specific and almost alien like the planet itself. So it's almost, I mean, I don't know the thought process or anything that was going on, but it feels as if it is trying to do music differently or trying to employ a score differently than maybe, because again, to go back to 2001, which has these big booming classical tracks and feels like a reaction, like we're not doing that. We'll repeat music, but we are not doing this thing where everything is accentuated or reacted to by the music. We're going to deploy it differently. We're going to do this. We're either going to use the music as a antagonist, such as in the driving scene, which feels like the soundtrack is trying to piss you off. Or it's trying to make you unsettled, probably a better way to say it.
Yeah.
And then there's the other parts where it's almost like a nudge to, okay, there's going to be this element of things happening again and again with subtle differences, but there's going to be a consistency to it.
So here's my question. So what do you think that car scene meant? Like musically, visually, what do you think it was really about? Was it, and I have two theories, and I'd like to hear your opinion, but my two theories are, like you said, either A, it was to stress us out or to get us to kind of have some anxiety, whether that's what Burton was having, like the anxiety he was feeling, anxiety with society, and just like progress or technology, or was it really just to set up the quietness of the country home?
I think that there's two things that I took out of it, because right before he leaves the country house, and this is an important point, he has this argument with Kelvin over the morality of scientific exploration. Kelvin's idea is progress at any cost, and Burton says, no, you have science without morality is monstrous. And so
he called him just an accountant. He said, you're just an accountant or something like that.
Yes, he said, he says it to his father. He says, you're right. He's an accountant, not a scientist. But there's this specific part where he's talking about morality. And you get this idea for a large portion of the movie until a certain event, which is really part two, that Kelvin has basically cauterized or never had a lot of the fundamental emotional responses that normal people have. In fact, one of the foundations of what happened with his wife, he attributes to the fact that he never really loved her. At least not when she was actually alive. And this is jumping a little bit around. So that argument happens and Burton storms off, and then immediately we get into the car scene. And to me, it was the stress of what he feels like was a waste of his time.
Right.
That, that he basically exposed because he jumps through the movie he shows is of his testimony. And he warps ahead of times because he says, oh, this isn't important, and it seems to be points where he's almost breaking down, and so he's skipping over those.
Can I stop you? Yeah, can I stop you right there? So why, that was something that we'll get back to the car scene, but why did Burton, I thought that was going to be important later, but Burton kept like skipping parts. And I was like, oh, we're getting a flawed narrator thing where the parts he's going to leave out are actually super important later. Like, I think in a different type of movie, it would have been like the part of the clip you didn't see. Like, I almost thought of, what was that? Lost, the show where they were showing videos of the Dharma Initiative, and it was like you didn't get to see the whole film, and like the last part was really important, whatever. And that was kind of more of a serial type show, right? And that's not what this movie was. But I wondered, was that, like you said, was that just to show he was embarrassed of how he broke down in those scenes? I wondered why he was skipping parts of the movie.
The thing that I took from that was there were the parts where he was being questioned. They were bringing up whether he was able to continue. So I think that was supposed to be, because a lot of the movie focuses on perception and how we see things and what reality is. And so I think that what he was trying to stress was what he was seeing on the planet. And he didn't want to put the rest of it in where they were questioning him, because they basically, all but throw out his testimony as hallucinations caused by stress and the alien environment. And I think what he was trying to do was bypass long parts where they were saying, okay, we think maybe you're just cracking up. And he was trying to focus on the things he saw and why it made the planet special, because he was clearly pro keep going, keep researching, keep trying to find out. Yeah. And because after he leaves, he actually calls the father and says, oh, I forgot to point out, because I left in such a huff, that the giant child I saw was the child of the person who was lost. Yeah. Now that's not in the footage, because he describes it and they're like, okay, you've clearly huffed a little too much paint, so this is not actually happening. And then he points that out.
And, it's interesting. So, you talked about going back to the car scene now, you talking about how, it was sort of this, his sort of worldview of Burton now, of being, you can't take the morality out of, the science, or you can't look at this as a non-ethical issue. You can't just look at it as it's a space station that either needs to be shut down or continue to remain open. You need to think about sort of the humanity of it. And it's funny because as crazy as that scene is with the car and all the noise and like you've explained, it's just like it's louder and louder. There's still these like really tender moments between Burton, who's like not driving the car but in the driver's seat kind of, and the boy. They have this relationship. You can tell they're not like touching or there's not hugging, but they're sitting very close, and they're sort of together. And so there is this kind of tenderness between them while they're also, going through, like you said, the 101 or whatever, whatever it is in LA.
And here's a really vital part of that scene. And I cannot find anything that confirms or denies any of this. But the child in the car, I take to be the orphan child of the person who was lost, because we never know who that child is. We never get a reference, but he doesn't say it's my son. The way they refer to him is not, they say, oh, is the boy going to stay here with you? Not, is your son going to stay here with you? And so that car ride, I agree. There's the parts where the child is kind of resting his head on him, but the soundtrack never goes down when that happens. So I almost took that as not the child can provide comfort, but after, because he says he hasn't watched the film in a while, so this is obviously PTSD stuff coming back. So as the tunnel, that to me is his flight. The flight is the tunnel. When he's driving, it is a recreation of the flight, and that's why everything's building up. And so the child is not only a soothing mechanism, but in light of the film is also a reminder of this horrible thing that happened to him. And that's why the music keeps building, is because it's crushing him. And so he is recreating that entire flight with what I believe is the child that was orphaned, who was this giant, monstrous, slimy, he's describing this child as a monster. And so there is this duality to that child being there. And that's how I looked at it, as a recreation of that flight with one of the physical remainders of it right there with him, which is both can be comforting. But in this situation, I actually took the child as being more stressful because it was reminding him of what he saw. But that's just how I looked at it.
and yeah, and I agree with that. I think that's spot on. I think there's like a lot of this movie, there's this like duality of things going on, right? And so I have a quick question though. So is that boy, and so there's by the way, you can always tell it's great art when it asks a lot of questions, or it doesn't answer any questions, but it provokes a lot of questions. you know what I mean? Where I feel like, talking about the Clooney version of this movie, I promised we wouldn't do this, but it answers a question. It poses a question and answers it for us, right? Where this movie, at least for me, it provoked many, many questions, not only about, what was happening in the plot, but also just about a lot of kind of larger, kind of really heady issues. So my direct question is, though, is that child, is that actually his, and what I'm going to call these sort of illusions or these hallucinations that people have, I call them their figments. So these figments, or the things that the planet is projecting, was that child actually a figment that Burton was having? Or was that the actual Earth child, or does it not matter?
Well, the main answer is it doesn't matter. That's one of the reasons movies like this are great. But in my view, that child is the real orphan child, because we get no indication that these beings can survive away from the planet.
Right.
And so I took that, and the fact that other people see the child and don't react oddly or anything to it, and that they make the point of the orphan child. And to me, my interpretation of that particular element is that child is real. And he felt that after this, that he got back, that he had to become the parent to this child because of what he saw and the fact that the kid is now orphaned. So that was my interpretation of it. But there is an interesting counterpoint to that, where the child doesn't appear to know what a horse is. Right. And that scene is odd. Although
he's afraid of the horse.
Yeah. Although maybe to a child, a horse could be frightening. I don't know. I don't remember the first time I saw a horse and what my reaction was. So, but it definitely introduces the element of, maybe not.
Full disclosure. I'm terrified of horses.
Oh, really? Wow.
Which I know is like a complete left field here, but yeah, not terrified. Like I wouldn't, if I saw a horse in a field, I wouldn't run the other way. But I'm a little nervous around horses because they're big. And is it the Christopher Reeve thing that he got thrown off a horse? I don't know what it is, but maybe I've watched too many like episodes of Bonanza where people get like run over by horses or whatever. But yeah, for me, I was like, I don't think it's so uncommon for a child, maybe for an adult, but for a child to be afraid of horses. But two things about that. The counter to that is why is the child afraid of horses? Because kids are, or they don't know what it is. Because remember, even Hari, there were certain things that were confusing to her. The figment,
yes.
Kelvin's figment, Hari, figment version of his wife. There were things that frightened her too that she didn't understand. So, I wondered if that was the actual figment. And by the way, as far as why weren't people responding oddly to the child if he was a figment? People were responding to Hari on the ship throughout the movie. And even at one point where they were getting kind of like lusty for her as well, like being like, wow, this is an attractive woman on a space station. So I think they did later on establish that not only, does the person imagining or the person's consciousness, not only is it a figment of their imagination, but that other people can see that figment as well.
Oh, no. They definitely can see them. Again, I don't think it's a 100% answer. I don't think I can say for sure because the fact that the horse imagery is shown on the station so much is almost like a Blade Runner origami unicorn thing where you're like, okay, they're showing this a lot. But the fact that the father who had known Burton for a long time did not have any odd reaction to the child, as if the child had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And the fact that there was the story about the orphan, I just took that. But again, you could take it any way you want as far as there is no definitive answer. The movie is very specifically never saying anything, which to me is okay. That is the idea is that you're meant to, and they never explain who the girl is either. The little girl is never explained either. So there's any number of things. Yeah.
Well, do we assume that was his daughter? And Kelvin's daughter. Did we assume that?
I don't think Kelvin had a daughter, so I don't know who that girl was. Yeah, there was never an indication that he had children. No, so I mean, we never see photos of anyone, but the only women we see in his life, for sure, are the aunt, the mother, and the wife. That's it.
Yeah.
And no other photos showing children, no indication of it. The wife's been dead for 10 years, and I don't know if that child was even 10 years old. So it would be nothing indicates that. However, there's nothing that I can tell you for sure. I mean, he was awful blasé about leaving the planet for good. He kept talking as if he was going to die in a fiery explosion just trying to leave. And I would think if you had a daughter and cared at all, you might be like, well, I got to kiss my daughter goodbye because this might be the last time. He says goodbye to everybody else. So there are not very firm answers in the movie to a lot of things, which I think is part of its strength. So I don't know.
But I think that was the expectation, like kind of wrapping up sort of the last plot point of part one. I think that was the expectation, is that whether he was going or not, if he was going to shut it down or not shut it down, there was like a strong possibility, if not a foregone conclusion, that he was not going to return. And, one of the things my sister and I mentioned when we were watching it is we really didn't mind the subtitles at all. And I know that's like the most American thing you can say about a movie. Like, I had to read, I did not enjoy that. But like, the acting was so good, especially in the scenes between Kelvin and his father, that I knew exactly what was going on in that scene. You have like two men, one, like you said, Kelvin, who is, an accountant, and his father, who is like, you can tell he's kind of a man's man and doesn't want to cry, doesn't want to be upset. But you could tell they just like wanted to hug each other. Like you could tell like, I'm never going to see you again. I want to tell you that I love you and I want to hug you, because that's what all their body language was saying, right? Is that they wanted to have this sort of true goodbye, and that kept getting interrupted, right? Whether it was Burton talking about why you shouldn't go, and the father, kind of yelling at him, telling him, he's too, rigid.
Well, there's a specific line too, where the father says, "Why are you so angry? Are you jealous that he'll be the one to bury me and not you?" Right. It's a very specific line, which does feel like okay, you won't be here when I die type of thing. Mm-hmm. And so there does seem to be that antipathy, not antipathy, but this longing for more of a father-son connection in their life. Because he also says, why did you bring him here today? This is my last day here. Why did you bring Burton here today? So, which is also never explained. There's never an explanation on what the timing or anything. And that's all left to me. I think it was Burton insisted. That was always my read of it. Burton just said, no, I have to see him before he leaves. I've got to show him this film. But
and it was just like the whole point, like the movie could have ended if, like the movie almost in a way could have ended at the start if the father and son had just embraced, right? Like that, I felt like that was like a really important thing, that like that relationship. And, it just seemed like, it's like one of those things where it's like, you keep putting it off. You know how like, in the living years, right? Like telling people that you love them, appreciating them. And I felt like it was one of those where like both men were very sort of like, I don't like to really talk about my feelings. So they were both putting it off. They were both putting off being like, hey Dad, I love you. And the father was putting it off. So, and then I think what happened is then, like, okay, well, we'll do it on the last day. Well, then Burton shows up, right? And then they have an argument. And you can tell, like, after they have the argument too, both Kelvin and his father are kind of like, yeah, but we still need to kind of, we still need to have that conversation, and it doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't. And that we'll get back to that particular element later, because the ending, depending on how, speaking of how you interpret things, the ending is one of the interesting bits of it. But I did not look, I should have, at how long part one is, but part one is 98% on Earth. It is almost all exposition set up. There's very little, there's film that shows the planet at times, although it's not what Burton thinks it's going to be, which is interesting. So again, this leads into was he hallucinating? Now we find out, sort of, maybe later that he wasn't, but we really don't know how we're supposed to take what happens on the space station. But part one is, I'm assuming it's got to be around an hour long. That's what it seemed like, but I didn't look. And then what happens is, so we get all this exposition, we meet Burton. Burton tells his story or shows the film of his story. And then Kelvin is, we get the idea, even though I don't think he says it till he goes to the space station, that he's lost somebody that we think he's close to, although we find out that that's a little bit murky as well. And you immediately get the idea that Kelvin is very cold and does, at least outwardly, does not display much emotion, as you said, with the father or anybody else. In fact, the only person we see who does is the aunt. The aunt is crying when he's getting ready to say goodbye. The father is trying not to and seems to be struggling with it, but there is no great farewell sequence. There's nothing big and grandiose, no hugs, no nothing else. And the next thing we see,
even though on each actor's body, like the way their body was, they were like, I'm like, these guys need to hug. these guys need to hug and tell each other they love each other, and it just didn't happen.
It never happens. No, they never. You never get any really big goodbye scene, at least not that we ever see. And then the next thing, what concludes part one, basically, is that he takes off, gets to the space station, and after he arrives there, finds that the one scientist who he knew very well is dead, has committed suicide, and left him a video of why he did it. He meets the other two, and when he meets the other two, even though he's told there's only 3 people on the station, well, 3 including him now, in both the other scientists, when he meets them, are very clearly other people of some type that are present. Snout has what appears to be a young child. Now, in the book, it's a radically different thing. In the book, it is implied that his guest, is what they end up calling them, was a woman he beat to death. And so she's almost haunting him. And I remember that. That is a drastic change. In this, it appears to be a young child or something, or a very young girl, which could also imply that he was a bit of a scumbag. It's tough to say. I don't know. I hope not, but that could, because he comes off, I felt like he was the most kind of level of them for a while. So I'm hoping it was meant to be a child that maybe he lost. And then Sartorius, who is very, very much like Kelvin, scientific, dismissive, no interest in people. He has a little person in his room that he attributes, at least my read, was to Kelvin's like wild imagination. He says something like, you're too impressionable, when the little person runs out and he puts him back in his room after he's banging on the door behind him. Because with Snouts, you sort of, for 1 second, see an ear. You get a glimpse of something. But up to that point, it's kind of inferred. You just see that there's a hammock that something is in, but it could have been bags. It could have been something else. But then you just see the little person run out, and Sartorius just grabs him and puts him back in the room and says, all right, get lost. You know, you haven't learned your way around here yet. You're too impressionable, which to me means that he somehow had some influence on that being existing. Yeah. And very shortly after that, Kelvin goes to sleep, wakes up, and gee whiz, there's his wife. And I think that's right about where part 1 ends. I don't remember if he sends her off in the rocket before the end of part 1 or not. I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure, but, you know, and so they're guests. I like that term instead of figments. They're guests. We clearly see that everyone else on board has a guest. And even the, like you were saying, Dr. I'm forgetting his name now, his, you know, the real reason we think he's going to the space station, because sort of his former mentor, Dr.
Kabarian. Kabarian has a little girl, I think, with him.
Right. So and there's a wonderful sound design thing where even before Kabarian's guest, even before we see her on the screen, we start to hear she's wearing this sort of trinket on her wrist, and we're sort of hearing that. Now, once again, the soundtrack is very void, right? So there's you were hearing a little bit of sort of diegetic sounds that we're seeing in the scene, but otherwise there's no music. So we're just hearing this sort of ringing sound of that little trinket. And so before we even see Jabarian's guest, we hear the sort of rustling of her bracelet, which, by the way, at the time, we're like, that is a very young woman. And Dr. Jabarian looks like a very old man. So what's going on there, right? And I think later on in the movie, there's a scene I'd like to talk a little bit about. I think the movie sort of explores that a little bit more. And I don't think it's as nefarious as it appears to be. But it definitely seems like all of the guests are unwanted. There's a level of guilt about them, that this is things from the people's past, sort of skeletons in their closet that they maybe are not so proud about. Definitely like some trauma is involved in some of these. We don't really know, like you said, it was somebody, Snouts was obviously, a woman he had hurt or murdered. So that would fall into that category. But yeah, it definitely seemed like no one wanted to show, they were trying to hide their guests.
Yeah, that was the interesting part of it is in Snout's case, the two of them have very different reasons, it seems like, for covering things up. Snout seems to want Kelvin to discover what's going on by himself, because at one point Kelvin says, right, why'd you just tell me? Why'd you say what was going on? He said, because you never would have believed me. You had to find this out yourself. Right. You had to see what it was. You would have thought we were nuts.
And that makes sense, but that's also convenient, isn't it? It makes sense. Like, yes. Oh, well, we wouldn't have, you had to experience it for yourself, right? Which you're kind of like, okay, yeah, but dude, you could have told me. Like,
well, and I think specifically that the reasoning for Snout anyway was, okay, if I explain that this was whatever, a child that I lost. But you said there is a guilt element heavily into this thing, because at one point I think I don't remember which doctor says, well, it has to do with conscience. It might have been Gabarian says something that it has to do with conscience, which, taking it for what that word means and how it's applied, you would think, okay, this isn't a happy reunion. This is a haunting or something you can't let go of because it's too traumatizing. So had Snout said, oh, here's this little girl that I either raped, killed, beat, whatever, then you would hate that character immediately because you would think he was monstrous. Now, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. And then with Sartorius, he's the one who wants to annihilate the planet. So that while we don't really know what his guest was representing and whether the one we saw was even really his guest or some kind of amalgamation of him and Kelvin's presence, it's unclear.
Right.
Because we never see him again with anything.
Right. And he was doing a lot of experiments, right, where he was trying to either block the sort of feed from the planet or somehow interrupt their ability to create these guests.
Yeah, so you could read that, and I kind of do that individual was trying to escape from whatever he was doing to it. That was kind of
an experiment. It was an experiment.
And that Kelvin distracted him long enough for this guest to try to run out, and he grabs it immediately and puts it back. But again, there's a lot that is not defined. A lot of it is just the idea of setting up that, okay, these things are manifested by the presence of human beings. And they specifically say that they started after they started bombarding the ocean with radiation, X-rays at first, and I think they say a different type. But and I think Snout is the one who says, well, I think maybe it thinks we're trying to communicate, and this is its version, almost like what Sphere, the movie Sphere and the book Sphere are doing. Right. Where this is the planet trying to figure out what they're all about and doing a very bad job or not understanding what it's doing. Right. And so there's a long period of the middle of the movie, which is Kelvin. And this is also fascinating. Kelvin's first reaction to his wife returning from the dead is to trick her into getting into a rocket and blasting her out into space, where we are told later, as far as the implication to me was, she's stuck out there and she's never going to get out, because Snout says, well, you could always get the original out of space. And so that is horrific. They don't really go far with it, but the idea is she's stuck. That version, Harry 1.0, is out on a rocket forever, just out there undying in some kind of purgatory, which, again, take what you want out of that.
But at that point, you didn't know about the resurrections. Like, you didn't know that these people could be resurrected. We didn't know they were immortal, right? So we didn't know that. And also, I feel like that was a really honest reaction. And I liked even in the remake, that was something that was explored too, about like that you would just be so terrified of seeing somebody who is dead or clearly should not be there that you would try to get rid of them, because you would just assume it's malfeasance, right? You wouldn't assume a miracle had happened, that like somebody who was dead or should not be there could be there. You couldn't imagine that. you would be afraid.
Well, I would say, just to
mm-hmm.
briefly jump in,
I
would say that the reaction indicates the way the person views the world, because somebody, a person who, let's say, was very believing in an afterlife and believed that, that there was a or reincarnation or anything, might say, oh no, it's a miracle. But clearly Kelvin is not one of those people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why I think they chose him to go there. I got the feeling, especially like you said early on when they were saying he was more of, an accountant, I think that's the type of person they wanted to go, because Burton seemed to be sort of emotional, like human, like, because obviously if you saw a giant slimy child in a fog cloud on this ethereal plane in space, you might be a little emotional about it. So I think that's probably why Kelvin was chosen, because he was already predetermined to kind of be a very sort of pragmatic, sort of exacting type of personality that would be like, clearly this is some type of attack, clearly there's not miracles, there's not there's not reincarnation, there's not this somehow has to be a threat. So it's funny because you said, like, I also wondered too if it was some indication of the guilt and the sort of the way things were left, right, with his wife and the way his wife passed away, right? So like he kind of was even trying to just bury that, like she being alive was then evidence of how the relationship or how her life had ended.
Well, it's interesting because what we find out is that she had died because they had a huge argument. They were basically probably about to split up, and they were arguing all the time, and there was some kind of poison, which we see very specifically when the recreated version is shown. She has a puncture wound on her arm. Yeah. And that it sounded like she was threatening to kill herself. He did not believe it or was ignoring it, left, thought better of it, went back, and by the time he went back, she had poisoned herself. And so the original death was inaction. It was the failure to take somebody's, emotional state seriously, but it was not something he did proactively. Whereas shoving her in a rocket and shooting her off into space, I mean,
because it's the guilt. It's the guilt. It's the guilt, Joe.
So
it's like he had so much guilt about killing her. He didn't kill her, but he had so much guilt about leaving and not believing her, right? That he thought she killed herself. But I really think that character felt absolute responsibility for that death. And so I think, like, when you see something like that, I think that was his initial reaction. He's like, oh my God, here's this thing. And instead of him like being like, oh my God, thank you, my wife is back, right, in my life, this woman who I loved, right? Like, instead of like embracing her or, try to have sex with her or whatever. I mean, that happens later. But his initial reaction is, holy shit, this is the crime I committed. I need to cover it up.
Well, okay. So I have a different endpoint, but I agree with you at the beginning, which is I read it as he could not face the reminder of it. That's part of the reason he became so cold and emotionless. And her reappearance in whatever form, he had to get rid of it. Not that he wanted to kill her necessarily again or whatever, but that he could not face this apparition. And you clearly see him struggling with the fact that she is physically there, because I think at first he might think he's asleep or something, and then she's talking to him and he can touch her and all the rest of it. And so, and there's this very interesting scene where, because there's little things that change as she keeps manifesting. When she first shows up, she cannot take her dress off, and she asks him for help, and he has to help her. The second time she comes back, she's able to do it. So it almost implies that she's slightly learning, because then later she's talking about she's becoming more human. The longer she's around, she is actually becoming a human being, even though Sartorius says, no, they're made of completely different stuff than us. In fact, I know how to kill them. We couldn't figure out how to kill them. I know the way to do it. We have to annihilate their neutrino systems or whatever he says. And so there's another interesting part is, would she have eventually, and this goes back to your point about the boy with Burton, had they been there long enough, would she have, because again, we don't ever see the other people's guests again. We only see them briefly. And then we never see them again. Whereas Kelvin constantly is walking around with them. So is it the fact that he, among all of them, was able to kind of get past the guilt and think, well, I've got a second chance and I won't screw it up this time? And that's why she keeps coming back and he's fine walking around with her, because she will not let him leave. She actually destroys her body, breaking the door down.
Right.
I mean, that scene is a horror scene when he leaves and shuts the door and the door starts waving and you hear this noise. Again, soundtrack stuff, score stuff.
Yeah.
And she comes burst. I mean, it's obviously paper thin metal. It's not the metal they want you to think it is.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like high grade metal, and the fact that she went through it shears her body. And, like space metal.
Yeah,
and
space metal.
And it looks like it's just south or just north of aluminum foil. But she comes through it. She's all bloody. And then within the space of a few minutes, she heals as that's a really good, the way they do that special effect. It doesn't cut. So you just go back to him and they're obviously wiping it off her arm. It's very well done. Like many of the special effects, very well done. There's a couple of flimsy set elements, clearly. But, but that's the thing that distinguishes Kelvin is, for somebody who started off as very emotionless, very, as you said, accountant-like, he immediately starts to embrace her once he gets over the fact of what she is and realizes what's going on. He is then reacting to her, because he says to her at one point, when he tells the recreation what happened, he says, she did it because I didn't love her. I didn't love her before, but I love her now. And whether that's because of the apparition or the grief or whatever, he clearly has changed. And this being is, at least for a time, seems to be a way that he will be able to just have what he lost back in a different way. Doesn't work out that way, really, but that's the idea for a little while.
I agree with all that. And then I think, eventually she, tries to kill herself again. And so I think, there's part of, like we were talking about, sort of cycles and sort of repetition, is that a lot of the things that happened previously in the past are sort of re-happening again. Definitely accelerated, right? But even just the fact that she gets to a point where she feels suicidal again and takes her life, and then he's there holding her again, and he watches her then get resurrected. So definitely, absolutely, like the comment you made earlier about like things repeating and kind of, sort of the soundtrack, and then a lot of the way that the film was shot, there's a lot of this sort of repetition. But let me do this real quick while we're at this point here. So I think we're getting into the part where this sort of organ tune that we've been hearing, or organ piece that we've been hearing, we heard it at the start during the credits, and we've heard it now many times probably at this point. It starts to evolve at this point, as we're getting to this part of the movie. And I did want to just back up for a second and talk about this piece of music, or the organ piece that we're hearing, right? The very soft piece. So when I first heard it, I said, oh, that's interesting. I'm like, it kind of sounds like a Bach piece or something like that. I'm like, but it doesn't seem... when I'm just listening to it, I was like kind of commenting to my sister as we're watching. I'm like, yeah, it kind of sounds like Bach, but it seems a little bit too dissonant, or there's some like voice leading in it that I'm like, it sounds like if somebody in the 70s was trying to write a Bach piece, that's what they would write. Like, like if they were trying to make it a Bach-like piece. Well, it turns out that organ piece is actually a piece by J.S. Bach. It is, what is it? It's a BWV 639. So that's for Bach. He has all these like sort of, there's a filing system for all the works that he did, because he was so prolific, because he had to basically write a mass every weekend for the church, the Lutheran church that he worked at. So he, that's at least 52 works a year, over his life. Anyways, I'm not going to slaughter the German here, but it is one of the, I think he made 67 of these throughout his life and career, or no, 47. They're called choral preludes, or chorale preludes. And basically what a chorale prelude is, it's a choral setting. So it's in music, a choral prelude is a choral setting in a short liturgical composition for organ using a chorale tune as its basis. So if you think about it, a chorale prelude is a like reduction of a choral piece. So normally if like a choir would sing, like a famous church song from the Lutheran Church in the 1600s, all those classics,
Oh, we listen to all the time. All the time.
You were bumping one in the car earlier.
That's my
right?
that's my most played playlist of 2023, according to
not the chill zone or not the drone zone.
No.
It's
choral preambles.
Yeah. Lutheran Church choral preludes. So anyways, if you think about it, a choral prelude is basically a piano, or in this case, organ reduction of a larger choral work. And it's actually, it was, Bach had to write a bunch of these. The actual function of these, like in sort of Lutheran churches in the 1600s and throughout, that period called the Baroque period, it's really uncertain why they were used, but there's like two ideas. Basically, it was either so that you could introduce like a choral piece that then the congregation would sing. So if it was going to be like a popular, hymn or whatever, by the way, they're liturgical, right? So they're based off Psalms from the Bible, right? So that's the words. And this particular one is, "I call to you, Lord Jesus Christ," is the German translation of this, and it comes from a similar psalm. I don't know the exact psalm. I'm not a Bible expert, but reading the lyrics to that psalm, I wasn't like, aha, that's what this movie is about or anything like that. But it should be known this is actually one of Bach's most popular choral preludes out of all the 46 he wrote. And it's often described as a supplication in time of despair. So often these choral preludes were either played during some other type of ceremony in the church, or like I said, before the congregation was going to sing. But this particular one was kind of like the funeral, sort of the Ave Maria, if you will, of the Lutheran Church. Or what's the classic one that they play at funerals? I'm forgetting its name right now.
Not taps. Taps?
Not yeah. No, but similar.
Classic
Yeah, actually,
biblical hymn taps?
No, yeah, they
Clearly my Bible knowledge is a bit lacking as well.
Amazing Grace. I'm sorry.
Right,
Amazing Grace. Sure. So when you hear like Amazing Grace on organ, you're like, somebody died, right? You're like, that's not good. This
this dumbass goes to taps. Jesus.
No, that was great. No, taps was actually good. They play that at the end of if
military,
somebody dies, they play half mass. No, you were right on, man. You were right on. So that's not dumbass at all. So anyways, this kind of became if you're struggling, if there was like a death in the church or the community, or there's some type of disaster, you would play this piece. And the thing about this piece is it's like really chromatic. And by that, I mean, for just like the average, non-musician who's maybe listening, what that means is it uses a lot of notes that aren't sort of part of the key, meaning they sound kind of dissonant, or sort of maybe you have a little anxiety when you listen to it because it doesn't quite feel like it quite fits. And that's why when I was originally listening to this, I was like, it kind of sounds like Bach, but it's like a little bit too chromatic. It's a little bit too dissonant to be a Bach piece. Well, sure enough, it was Bach's sort of edgy, piece. We talked about, what's the great song about asthma by Aphex Twin? We talked about that.
Oh, Ventolin.
Yeah, Ventolin. Like, we talked about how that's sort of like a tough piece, to listen to. And, when we listen to this beautiful chorale prelude, we're like, what a beautiful piece from, long ago, right? But at the time, the way that people would experience that is like, oh, this is a tough piece. This is like a really sad song. So I think in a way, I think the music is actually really appropriate. So by the way, you said, Artemiev and the director were like arguing about no music. And just having it be like sort of the kind of sound design or like sound collage type music we were talking about. But apparently Artemiev was like, we need to have this in here. And part of this song is that this song, we hear it over and over and over again, this reduction of a choral piece, right? Like a figment or a a guest, a reduction of the real thing, right? An illusion of the real thing, right? We hear it over and over again, but we're getting to about the part in the movie where it actually changes a little bit. It gets a little bit different. And so I think we're kind of like right now maybe at the point where sort of all three of our main characters, or four if you count Hari, are all sitting together in the sort of, I don't know, the club room in space, or the rumpus room, or the den,
the cigar smoking
station.
lounge at the space station, I guess.
Yeah. And so they're having sort of this argument. What else is happening then at that point?
The premise of the meeting is for Snout's birthday. So it's his birthday, and they're all supposed to get together. But there has also been this proposal of one of two things to do. Because at this point, as we said early on, the station and everything and the research is all stagnated. There's nothing happening. And so Snout and Sartorius basically have two different views on what the next thing to do is. Now, Sartorius has come up with a way to kill the beings through what he calls an annihilator, which will dispel all their atoms. Whereas there is also the idea of taking the, what do they call it? Is it the encephalogram? The brain waves of somebody and beaming them to the planet. And Snout has suggested that they use Kelvin's brainwaves to send it. I don't think he really points out why. Maybe because he's the least damaged of the three of them. That might be it. But he says, I've convinced Sartorius to try that first. And so, and then he basically, I think after that says, okay, and we'll see you tomorrow at the birthday party because, it's my birthday. So we're going to celebrate that. And they get together, and Snout is an hour and a half late or something like that. Looks drunk or stoned or something. Doesn't look like he's in very good shape. Shows up, and then the birthday party devolves into this long labored back and forth on the nature of humanity and whether Hari is human or not. Sartorius is extraordinarily dismissive and just, you are not a human being. You are just a manifestation. Whereas she is responding by saying, I feel as deeply as you do. I'm becoming more human. And Snout's just trying to keep them from arguing because he's apparently just desperately grasping on this birthday party idea. And Kelvin is interestingly, I mean, he doesn't jump to Hari's defense that strongly. He's just kind of there and is close to her, but does not get as, I mean, he's going back and forth, but not the way you might expect, where at this point they are clearly together. I mean, he has an emotional investment in her. And so you might have expected a stronger response out of him. And it really doesn't, much like with the father, this maybe is an indicator of the limits of his emotional connection, that he just cannot, as much as he feels like maybe he is more connected to this version of Hari than he was the previous one, there still may be this limit to where he can emotionally go, whether it's intentional or not, because he never seems to really lash out. He never seems to really lose his cool the way you would expect. To degrees he does, but not with a giant, I mean, Hari gets very emotional and is yelling and is like knocking stuff over, and Kelvin never really gets to that point, which maybe is supposed to be as much as he can do. I don't know that. What's your opinion?
And it's beyond, and it's beyond, like a lot of times movies from the 60s and 70s and even 80s and 90s, it's like women are chaos, right? And they're like emotional. And you have all these scenes where you have like male actors shaking female actresses because they're just like so worked up or whatever.
Yes, amazingly, no one slaps her in the face. I was waiting for that at one point.
It's not like an airplane scene where like all the people are slapping the hysterical woman, right? Yeah. So it wasn't that, and it wasn't about that, where it's just like, Hari was emotional because women are emotional. She clearly was very frightened and confused because she was this kind of like in-between being sort of thing. And I think it was important that he didn't actually react. And like you said, even when he basically saw his wife for the first time, who had been dead for maybe 10 years. He very coldly and calculating tricked her into getting into a rocket and then propelled her from the space station. So, and he did that in a very calculated way. And afterwards, he seemed a little sort of distraught by it, but you couldn't just tell if it's because he got burnt a little bit. Like you couldn't tell if he was distraught from, sending his, dead wife into space, or if it's
that's
just
what I thought it was just because he got burned a little bit.
Yeah,
Not
he got
so
a
much
little
he
jet
missed
fuel
her.
on him. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. And okay, so I think this is as good as time as any to talk about what these guests actually are. And for me, I mean, this is a science fiction movie, but it's kind of not. And it is and it isn't. It's a science fiction movie, but to me, the guests are literally people's pasts. These guests or these figments are, and my sister actually made this point, so I will credit her from this. She's saying, none of those people at the space station were engaged in the present. They were interacting with each other and they were having conversations, but none of them were really engaged in the moment or in the present. They were all preoccupied with their guest or their figment or their past. And all of those figments, all of those guests represented their past, right? Those weren't current people in those people's lives. Clearly they weren't at the space station, but for most of them, those weren't even people that were still alive in the current time period on Earth or whatever. So here you have a bunch of people who are not engaged in the present, are sort of struggling with the past. And, we talked about the den scene or the smokers club scene where they're all the birthday party scene. Let's call it that. You're right. Actually, Harry starts to sort of speak up for herself, right? She starts to become independent. But like you said, in that scene, Calvin's not really responding. And he's also he seems sort of detached. And I thought it was sort of the metaphor of where they were having this argument about all types of things, right? About existence, what's real, this and that, and even ways to proceed. But it was like Calvin wasn't having the argument. It was his past that was having the argument. And, have you ever been angry with somebody? This is from personal experience. You're having an argument with somebody and you can't even remember why it is you're at opposition with this person. Because
sure.
it's literally just your past or your past experience with them that you're arguing. That's arguing for you almost.
Yeah,
and you're almost kind of
pre-argued something that hasn't even happened. You're just like, oh yeah, you. I know I don't like talking to you about something. So
yeah. And so then you're not really when you're doing that, obviously when you're arguing with somebody ahead of time, right, you're not engaged in the present, right? Because you're having a preemptive fight with them. And then if in the moment you're letting that fight you've already had with them influence how you're communicating with them in the present, you're also not engaged in the present. So I think, that was the metaphor to me. And I think, like I said, I don't have any proof of this. I don't have any way to prove this, but I think that's what part of the movie was about, is that all these people, regardless of how severe it was, like you said, whether it was a child they lost, whether it was a wife who died that they felt guilty about, whether it was just experiments that they were doing that they weren't proud of, everyone besides Kelvin was trying to hide that past and was trying to hide that thing. However, they were thinking about it all the time and they were engaged in that all the time, either covering it up or getting rid of it. And I think to me, that was one of the strongest metaphors in the movie where, it was also a scientific, a science fiction trope where it's like this alien being is sort of, creating these hallucinations to sort of communicate with them. But I think there was probably a strong idea of how often are we sort of, trying to hide or cover up a past where to the point where we're just not even engaged in what's happening right in front of us.
Well, there's two things that I feel like the movie kept bringing up, two aspects. Now, specifically to the birthday party, when Harry, because you were talking about how the fact that many women in movies like this are depicted as over-emotional,
right.
highly emotional.
Yeah.
And that's the case here. However, I think in this movie, it is presented as the thing the rest of them are missing, that they are not feeling, that they are trying to shut themselves off from either their past or their emotions. And so her exuberance of her emotion is actually a positive. It makes her more human than them because she is able to engage with what's going on, and her emotions are not buried or cut off or being hidden. Because she talks very specifically about feeling as deeply or more deeply than you are, or something like that. And that's a very specific line. As you know, every movie is made up of specific lines said for specific reasons. And there's also a number of different points, both within that birthday party argument discussion thing and outside of it, where, and I think it's mostly Snout, who Sartorius seems to be trying to annihilate his past and cut himself off from it.
Right.
Kelvin seems to have just as shooting at a rocket and being emotionless, also sealing himself off from pain. Snout doesn't seem to be that way. Snout just seems to be unable to escape it, and so is trapped by his pain. And he's the one who says at different points, the stupidity of what we're doing here with all these experiments is we need to be able to connect to each other first. Forget alien life. Forget the cosmos. We can't. He says something about, and there's a lot of reflections used in the second half of the movie. There's a lot of reflective surfaces, mirrors, weird distortions. There's one part where when Hari kills herself the second time, the camera is panning up, and you see these multiple reflections which end on her eyes staring, which is very specific. Yeah. And Snout says something about mirrors, that what we need is more of mirrors to be able to talk to each other and see each other. And so that's the two primary things is the planet responding this way because the biggest deficit of these men is their inability to deal with their pain and their guilt and their pasts. And is that what they need to do before talking to a planet?
Absolutely, Joe, because I feel like that's what was happening at the start of the movie with the father and the son. They couldn't face each other, right? They couldn't face each other openly. And so, just like these people can't face their past and be engaged in the moment, because even Snout, like you said, he's like the one person who's like, okay, we got to get all together. We've got to look at the mirror. We've got to look at ourselves. We've got to look at each other and engage. He then even shows up to the party an hour and a half late, and he's drunk. So even he is still having a hard time sort of, coping with this and sort of staying in the moment and staying in reality. So I really I feel like that's what the movie's a lot about. And I think going back to the music now, I think that's what the Bach chorale prelude is kind of about in this movie, in that the chorale prelude is a reduction of the real thing, right? And it's not the real thing. So these people are alive, they're moving around, they're talking, they're walking, they're making decisions and acting, but are they actually really engaged in what's going on? And like you said, different characters at different times were trying to get people to sort of open up, or like you said, maybe in this case it's the aliens or the intelligence on the planet that's trying to open them up so that they can, communicate. So let me go back to the music then. So we hear the organ piece over and over and over again. However, after the fever dream, there's a whole fever dream section where basically Kelvin, that's when the movie really starts to get bizarre. And Kelvin has that really intimate moment with his mother, and she cleanses him of his, of his guilt or whatever, however you want to interpret that scene. That all happens, and we find him. He's all of a sudden back home. He's back home in the country home, and there he is. He's staring at the water where the movie started. And once again, it is dead quiet, right? There is very little sound. Maybe we hear a little bit of the rustling, like you said, a little bit of the birds, but we don't hear much. And then here we go. Here comes the organ music, right? And I'm like, great. I haven't heard this piece 700 times so far in the movie. I'm like, here we go again. But then I started to notice, I'm like, wait a second. There's some other instruments involved. And as that sort of, penultimate, or not final scene, but kind of ending of the movie starts to happen, I started to hear that piece finally grow into something else. And we hear sort of like a vibraphone, which is kind of almost like a bell type sound, which I think he introduces a little bit earlier. Artemiev, the composer, introduces it a little bit earlier. But then all of a sudden we start to hear some strings and we hear voices. We hear the chorus. And to me, there was some significant change that had happened now that we were back at the home, we were back at the farm or at the country home. There was something significant that happened that the music changed. And this is why, going back to I don't know, it was like an hour ago now, but we were talking, I mentioned that the music had its own script. Like it was following its own sort of, role. And so hearing this music over and over again, many times changing very little, to now having this almost final scene where it's sort of the piece comes to life and some change has happened. So I guess I'd be interested in what your perspective is on what do you think's happening in sort of that. It's kind of like towards the end there now. I think we're kind of like sort of up to that. I think after that big sort of birthday party, it sort of devolves into a lot of, there's the suicide scene and then there's the kind of feverish dream. I guess I'd be interested in why do you think that scene, what was that? What do you think maybe the music was trying to portray there, or what change do you think had occurred by that point in the movie?
Well, we're talking about where he looks through the window and there's rain inside the house, right?
Well, yeah, it's a little bit before that because
the music, but that is that is one of the final scenes. So let's just, I'll answer that, but let's just lead up to that because there are a couple of significant things we should mention. So yes, we have the birthday scene, and then we find out that they use the brainwaves from Kelvin on the planet, and that since that happened, no other guests have appeared. And then Kelvin gets very sick and has the fever dream where looks like he might be dying at one point. Yeah. And he wakes up and Hari is missing. And there is a note that's left for him that he gives to Snout, and Snout reads it and basically then tells him that Hari told Sartorius to use the Annihilator on her so she would not come back. So that there was no possibility because he would be trapped there with her. This is my implication, is that she realized that because he says, I think I'll just stay here with you. And she knows what she is, even if she is growing more human, and that he will be trapped there. And she says that she loves him. And so that love, I am reading as her saying, nope, you will be trapped here if I don't kill myself. And so she kills herself again.
Right.
But... and we don't know why she did it the first time. We just know they were arguing. But this is more out of caring for him, where maybe the first time was vindictive or, fine, you don't believe me, I'll show you type of thing. This is clearly done out of, you cannot stay here. You will just die here. And so then the next thing we see is he and Snout are having a discussion, and he's talking about what he'll do now that there's no more apparitions, that, and Snout says, well, how are you feeling? Because he had been so sick. And he says, I feel great. He's like, I guess I'll just go back to Earth. I don't know what's there for me. Maybe I'll just wait around for new miracles, which is, again, very specific wording. And then we cut to the scene that you're talking about. So then we go to this scene where he's walking and everything looks very peaceful and serene. And he walks up to the same house we saw at the beginning. And we notice that there's rain or water leaking inside the house. And inside the house, he looks in, the music's up at this point. And the music to me is sinister. At this point, the music is indicating that something very wrong is going on. There's something very off because it builds and it becomes a thing where, because immediately to me, it's a signal that something is not right. That and the water, because I believe the music changes right before the water appears.
Yeah. And the water is telling us that this is not real. It's but like also, the AI giveaway.
The lake is frozen. The lake is frozen where we've always seen running water in these peaceful scenes up to now. We saw the water moving. Now it's frozen, which there was snow before. So it's not as if there was not running water with cold, but now it's frozen. And yes, the music comes up. I read it as something's off. If not, something's wrong. Although to me, it sounded like, something's wrong. Then we see the water, and the father turns around in the house, and the water is dripping on him, and he has no reaction. And when he comes out of the house, then Kelvin, in a scene that mirrors the birthday party, goes down on his knees in almost the exact same position and hugs his father as the camera zooms out. And what we see is that this is, in fact, because they had said islands are starting to appear on the surface. And when it zooms out, we see that this scene is an island inside of the Solaris Ocean, one of the islands that has appeared. And then the movie ends. Now, that scene alone, I'll give you my interpretation, and I'm curious what yours is.
Yeah.
That scene, people think that that's him trapped on Solaris. Some people. Other people.
That is one interpretation. Okay, so that could be one. One is that it's that the bum, bum, bum. It's the Twilight Zone ending, right? Where you're like, oh, he actually, he stayed there because trapped. He does say, what is there for me on Earth? Mm-hmm. But he never says firmly what he's going to do, so we don't really know. So some people have read that as he decided to just stay on Solaris and possibly try to either remanifest Hari or just get this idyllic version of his parents. However, the scene doesn't play like it's a real reunion of happiness to me. So the way I read it is that what the island and the planet is manifesting is his guilt and his regrets and everything else. He's not there. This is recreations of when they transmitted the encephalogram was prior to Hari's sacrifice. So at that point, I still read him because he sees his mother and he's crying and he's missing her and all this stuff. It's all regret. This is all his psychic wounds now being manifested by the planet. And I assume he's back on Earth. I don't know that, but that's my assumption. And so this is just the planet now living out some strange, depressing version of all of his worst guilts and regrets and past life mistakes, I guess. That's how I look at it. And the music fits that because the music is not happy or upbeat or joyful. It is very melancholy and lonely. And that's how I read the ending. Yeah. And so, but it was clear that the music was indicating some type of change had happened. And because the music changed, you know what I mean? It came to its sort of fullest version. Like if I'm going back to the choral prelude being a reduction of a larger choral work, like just you could play on two hands on an organ. I feel like when it got bigger and the singers actually came in, the choir came in, and the strings and the bigger things, it denoted there was some type of change. Now, I think anything you said makes sense. It could be that it was an idyllic imagination of the piece, right? And that really the truth is that, these characters kept doing all these cyclical things over and over again. Like even you were just saying with Hari, like how she basically like kills herself 3 times in the movie. I mean, one time we don't see, but then 2 other times, each time she's sort of ending her own life. And so it's kind of like, there's like destiny or like fate, or there's just like people are going to stay in the loop that they're in. And so I wonder if that's kind of what it was about. Like, that's why I felt like for some reason the loop had to play out a 3rd time where once again, his wife kills herself. But this time, because of the circumstances and then sort of the shedding of the guilt, like the washing of the dirt off the hand in the mother scene, to me, is that whatever was burdening him, the baggage or the dirt that he had picked up, that his mother was helping him cleanse that off, or at least, in his fever dream, he was seeing that he was being released from that. So like you said, it could be that almost the ocean or the alien ocean basically was just a sponge for all the guilt, that he had, all the bad stuff. And it was just a receptacle for that, And so like you said, now there's this island now, or this pocket of all his regret and resentment. But I think that goes back to sort of my interpretation of the movie, that it was about these people that were straddled or were just crippled by the past and the guilt that they had. And, the one thing about the mother and the mother scene was it wasn't his mother. It was his mother at a very certain age. And it was probably at the age when she was most beautiful. You notice she was wearing a dress very similar to Hari's that Hari was wearing.
Yes.
And you also notice the way he interacted with him. He was still like, whatever, I don't know, was he like 50 when he filmed the movie? I don't know how old the actual
probably around there.
Is.
Yeah, 40s, 50s, yeah.
So he didn't change in appearance at all, but he was remembering his mother from when he was young, and so was she. And so, by the way, this is just a connection going back to Jabrarian, like Dr. Jabrarian, and the young woman that he had as his guest or whatever. And we're like, oh, that guy was a creep. I started to reimagine that now, or I started to reinterpret that being, no, maybe that was his first young girlfriend, and so maybe that was, that he had left, or that was his first love. So he was remembering all the, her from when she was that age. And I often thought about too, like, the way we see our own parents, like, and the way you see people you love, you always remember them from their past, right? So when you're seeing your parent, like, other people will look at, like, my dad or my mom and be like, wow, those people are old, they're ancient, and I sometimes see them that old, and other times I still just see them as being, oh, there's my mom, she used to, do this or that, or my dad used to be a jogger, he used to jog all the time. And the same way our parents probably see us as those 11-year-old kids that, like, set fire to the garage or something, something like that. Like, even when we're paying rent and, like, we have mortgages and families and, like, we're making adult decisions, they still always kind of see us through the lens of our past. So I feel like that's what this movie was about. And especially because, the director talks a lot about how, shallow 2001 was, because it really focused on the technology, right? And it focused on how technology sort of pushed society or pushed humanity all the way from going from, chimpanzees to going in space. I think this was more of a commentary about what are the things that are keeping us from moving forward, and is it our past? Is it the way we interpret it? And so I don't know what to make of the ending. I don't know if it was like I said, like a Twilight Zone thing where it's like he was on the island the whole time. Like, had he been on the island the whole time? So, like, at the stuff at the start, was that not actually on Earth? I don't even know. Like, or like you said, was he able to really go home and all his crappy memories stayed on the sponge, on the poor alien being now that has sucked up all his anxiety and resentment? Or is it somewhere in between that, I don't know. And I love that.
Well, there's another aspect to this, which, because as I've said, I've watched this movie a number of times, and I'm a fan of Tarkovsky's.
I've seen it once, so you're like the expert.
It's not so much that, but I've done a little looking into Tarkovsky, because I noticed something in not this rewatch. Well, I noticed it in this one because I watched it. I noticed it, I think, one or two times before this, which is in that entire end sequence. And there's all this stuff that when Tarkovsky was a very religious individual. In fact, I'm going to read.
That would make sense.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read a quote from him, which I'll tie into the movie in a second. The quote was in his own book about directing. He wrote, quote, "Concern for the interests of the many, nobody thought of his own in the sense preached by Christ. Love your neighbor as yourself. That is, love yourself as much that you respect in yourself the superpersonal, divine principle, which forbids you to pursue your acquisitive, selfish interests and tells you to give yourself, without reasoning or talking about it, to love others." End quote. And the thing I noticed, I think it was before this or the one before that, was that sequence with the mother. I was noticing, okay, there's three people in the station, the Holy Trinity. There's the mother is washing him. There's the thing about Christ having his, I think, feet washed.
Feet washed, absolutely.
Yep. Hari basically dies for him, which is a very Christ-like maneuver.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice. And there's quotes, and Sartorius comes off, because Sartorius is a very kind of sinister name as well, because Sartorius has some root in... I don't know what it is, but I want to say it's the devil, but something like that. But some of his quotes, because I looked him up on IMDb, "Man was created by nature in order to explore it." This is his quote. "As he approaches truth, he is fated to knowledge. All the rest is bullshit." Here's another one. "In the endless search for truth..." "Man is condemned to knowledge. Everything else is a whim." Where's the other one? There was another one that some of the things he says, and he comes off as the most... sinister, like the villain, like the let's kill them all type of person. Yeah. Like a divine thing. And whereas Snout seems like he's caught in the middle, and Kelvin kind of goes back and forth. So you could see it as that purging all of his negativity, because he says, "I feel great. I want to go see new miracles." Like, there's all this specific stuff that I'm not saying it's necessarily Christianity or Catholicism or whatever, but there's guilt, there's shame, there's all this type of thing. Yeah. And so that's why I don't think he's on the planet. I think the planet is basically he's shed his negativity towards it. And the thing is, though, and this is the interesting part about him saying, well, I don't know what there is for me there. I don't know that I can really find anything there, is so much of his life has been defined by his negativity. Can he be a person without it? Do you need that type of thing?
Well, and that goes back to the whole, like, if you're just engaged in the past, if you could be released from your past, right? If you could, the burden would be left from you, what would you do? Then you would have to, like, just live in the moment, right?
Well, so, that goes back to the best of all Trek films, Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, where Kirk says, I need my pain. As bad as that movie is 80% of the time, it has these little bits where I'm like, that's a well-written little part there. And that's the thing is, what is Kelvin now without all the baggage? Because your past does also inform your present and your future. Your past mistakes are what you learn from. If it's all gone, what are you? Are you not just another re-manifested hollow version? Because Hari at first says, I can't remember my own face. And then Kelvin says to his mother, I've forgotten what your face looks like. Almost like he's been purged and is now another form of this guest, but one that started off as human. It's hard to say.
Right. And then, so is it like, is it like a battle for his soul, right, between Snout and Sartorius? You know, what's going on there? I think like the takeaway from the movie is it's clearly just a science fiction movie about this sentient being that can somehow, is reading their minds and thoughts and is somehow manipulating them, right? And I think that really resonates with me, especially like with the fact that he made Hari, or he, I'm saying great. So I gendered the alien species, but I think the alien, like the fact that he made Hari without like a dress that doesn't come off. Like this, by the way, this was like the most AI moment I've had, because I've been working a lot lately with like AI and like images and just other things. And that's like the most AI thing, that it like wouldn't know to like design the dress so that it could be taken off, right? So like both times, even when in her resurrection, her first resurrection, she had to rip the dress off to get, it had to be cut to get it off, right? And so like to me, I'm like, so there was so much like science fiction going on, but I still haven't decided if this really is, if was the science fiction all just smoke and mirrors to talk about past loss, regret, and the baggage that people have, or was it a science fiction movie that just also sort of incorporated these themes?
Well, there's one other little element that I'll throw in here. And the beauty of this film, I think you would agree, is that you can interpret it in so many ways. Almost every half hour of this movie can give you a completely different movie, which is fantastic. But there is a note that they make at I believe in part 1, about the fact that they have discovered that the planet is essentially a giant brain. They use that term very specifically, a giant organized brain. And then you think about Sartorius's comments about how all that matters is knowledge. Forget the rest. The rest is garbage. And there's the idea that the soul, for a lot of people, isn't in your mind. For very spiritual people, they tend to think the soul is somewhere else, some non-intellectual, non-brain-based thing. And of course, other people will say, no, your brain is yourself. That's all of you.
Right.
So the movie's positioning of the planet as a brain, perhaps a soulless being, depending on how you want to interpret things, might explain why it didn't see a problem with what it was manifesting, because it did not understand what grief and regret and shame and guilt are. It simply saw memories of something with no context that were consuming these people and thought, well, I guess that's what they want, so I'll just give that to them. And so it didn't know what it was doing.
Right, kind of like you mentioned Sphere, right? Like that idea, the Crichton novel, where the idea that maybe the artificial, or not the artificial intelligence, but the non-earthly intelligence or whatever is actually a child. Like it's not this all-knowing, fully formed adult. It doesn't quite know or understand things. Like we always assume the aliens are super smart and advanced, but you never assume that, well, maybe the things that they're very advanced in just like doesn't make any sense when you're like, how to construct a dress that opens, or like, why would it be a negative thing if you brought somebody's dead wife back? Because like, it's like, clearly he thinks about her all the time because like it's scanning his brain, right? It's like, what is he thinking about? What is he struggling with? And to this outside brain, it's so clear what's wrong. He's like, oh, he misses his wife. Let's bring her back.
Or, also, to call back to Starman,
yes,
of all things.
Yeah, let's do it.
In Starman, that is based on the alien discovering the golden record and the alien repeats phrases. Right. It acts on what the information is that it was given, which it thinks represents people. In this movie, they say, until we X-rayed it, it didn't do anything. X-rays are a way of seeing inside. So did the alien see, oh, they're penetrating me with these rays that show the inside of me, so I'll look inside them, and here's what I found.
And once again, that goes to the mirror. The reason you don't want to look in the mirror is because if you look into the mirror, you look into yourself.
Right. So,
wow.
Yeah.
What a great movie.
It is. No, that's why I thought that this one and Stalker were a great set of movies to talk about, and Stalker will be able to talk about in our next segment.
Yes.
But
yes. And I've
Solaris is a great one.
I've not yet watched Stalker, so I am extremely excited to watch. I'm going to watch it this week.
I've not watched it yet this year.
Not this year. Okay, well, first time for me, maybe 50th time for you, but definitely after watching this and seeing, like I said, like this is, we talked about Carpenter, and I love Carpenter, and we love those films. We do. But this felt like a piece of art to me, and the reason I say that is because I think the stuff that when I start calling stuff art, it's because it doesn't answer questions. Instead, it sort of just evokes a lot of questions. And I think you and I think we I actually really enjoyed talking to you about it, because I think some of the things you said may actually clarify a lot of things for me, because like I think half the time I was like, I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm having a good time. But I think that's what a great piece of art and a great film will do, is that it'll leave you sort of questioning about what maybe really happened, or what really how to really interpret it.
And I will, as a bit of a teaser for you for Stalker, when we talked about Carpenter's, the first segment we did when we did Assault on Precinct 13 and Escape from New York, Absolutely. One of the things we said that as Assault is basically the setup for what is perfected in Escape from New York.
Yes.
And Solaris,
that's what I'm excited about. Yes, that's what I'm excited about.
Stalker, and Tarkovsky himself said that Stalker was the film that really was what he wanted to do with Solaris, transcend what he was making. And I think this is Solaris is a beautiful film beginning to end.
Absolutely.
But Stalker is all of that twice as good. The music is all there. The cinematography, the use of shots, the use of color, the way that he lingers, and some of the images that he captures are, if you put them on a wall, they would hang in a museum. And it is just I never shut up about Stalker. I have bought Stalker for people who I knew could never watch it. And then when they came back to me and said, I gave up 20 minutes, and I went, I understand, but I wanted to see if it might be a one,
really?
Yeah. Well, look.
This one, by the way, Solaris, I was like, oh, it's going to be this type of movie. I'm down. I'm like, this is going to be fun. Because right off the bat, I was like, this isn't really linear. There's a lot of imagery. There's, I'm like, this is going to be great.
And that's not to say that because I don't talk down to people who don't like these movies. Yeah. Some people, like my wife, could never watch this. She could never watch it because it's just too slow.
It is.
Clooney one, maybe she'd watch that one.
Yeah.
But that's not because she's dumb. She's certainly not. We've had great discussions on different things, but it is too slow moving. For a lot of people, movies have to be a little bit faster paced than this. It would actually be interesting to me to see a 2-hour cut of this film and whether it could still work. I'm always kind of curious because the ideas would still persist. Would it be the same piece of art? Probably not. It would not be as enveloping and as entrancing of an experience, but would the ideas still last? I think they would. I think the questions still matter. I think they could still be done. You could cut a lot out of this film and still retain the soul of it. It just wouldn't be as unique and special as it is. But that doesn't mean it would be worthless. And that's what I mean. I don't blame anybody who can't hang with it. It is a long, slow, often plodding movie because it's very philosophical and there's barely any action at all except for a guy getting burned for 5 minutes. That's it.
I'm drawn to David Lynch, and there's a scene where he's like filming a scene, and it's like clearly one of the producers or somebody else who's on the set is kind of trying to like hurrying him up, or like, okay, let's do that scene, but let's do it faster, right? And he kind of like turns to whoever the person is and just says like, no, we need to like sit in this, and it needs to sit. It's going to be the length it's going to be. And I feel like definitely in this era and these directors of the 60s and 70s, they were just like, no, it's as long as it needs to be. And I mean, there are some scenes that maybe could have been shorter. Like you said, there could have been some things like could there have been a 2-hour, director's cut. It doesn't need to be. Like I had 3 hours, I mean, I had 3 hours to sit there and be like, let me get into this and let me enter this world. And I will say one thing about the Clooney version, and this is the last thing I'll say about this or anything about Solaris. The way, there's a dialogue at the end of the movie of the original Solaris where he talks about why would it even be worth going back, and what would there be there for me. And, in the Clooney version, there's no dialogue. You just are looking into George Clooney's eyes, and it sort of flashes to him going home, getting there safely, going, taking a car back home, being at home, making the same kind of depressing meal he was making at the start of the movie, talking to the same people as, a psychologist as he was, having those same kind of like shallow interpretations. And that's all they really show. And I thought that was like a quick way within, what was that, maybe a 2-minute sort of B-roll kind of cut or scene to just basically sort of bring up all those same thoughts that sort of, it was, I think, maybe like 2 or 3 minutes of dialogue where we're floating through these like ethereal clouds of the planet where, Kelvin is kind of in the original here contemplating whether or not to go back. And so I will say I thought that was a real success of the remake, but I don't know. I don't think that was the importance of movies at this time, is to have them fit into these small, blocks of time. It was clearly before, like, when movies had to be played on Sunday night, TV, so they had to be edited to fit into 145 or 44 minutes to fit with commercials in a 2-hour time slot.
Well, I do agree, and this will also be my last comment on the Clooney Solaris, but I use this as a recommendation. Mm-hmm. I think the remake shows that somebody watched this, appreciated it, but wanted to dial in on one part of it, one specific aspect. And there is nothing bad about that. That's fine. That actually still, to me, shows that somebody understood one of the things this movie was talking about and had an interpretation.
And it's like what makes, and that point was, in both films, one of the points of the first film and of the remake was, what is life really, what makes life worthwhile? Like, why am I struggling to survive or to stay alive, right? Like, why is he going to try to leave this decaying space station? What's really there for him at home? What really makes life worth living? And I think the answer that you get in the Clooney one is this strong love relationship that he had that he lost, and it's still gone.
No, I agree. I think that's what I mean about, I think the remake demonstrates that it doesn't have to. I love movies like this, so I think we both do. I don't mind when a filmmaker, the point of view, and you're right, this is a Lynch thing, says, no, we're going to sit here because in my mind, I want this moment to be twice as long as most other people do, because there's a meaning to it that maybe only I'll know about, but I need it in here. Mm-hmm. But there's also a value in somebody interpreting that and making their version of it. And so that's why, when I said I didn't like Solaris, that's why I think I came off as, it's crap. And it's not really that. It's just that I like marinating in this type of thing for a very long time and really being forced to. I mean, there were times where I was really just paying attention to the movie. I was just really looking around at everything, even when not much was happening. Mm-hmm. But the Clooney one, as you said, has a very specific viewpoint. And I think that's great because it means somebody took this and said, okay, this is an important part. I want to make my version of that particular part because I maybe correctly can't redo it all. I will never match what this director had. So why try to? Instead of trying to recapture that by making it 3.5 hours for no reason, I will make it shorter and make the part that I think is valuable the prominent element. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you like the Clooney version better, great, because you still like Solaris. You just chose to like one part of it.
Either way you win. I feel like either way you're watching a good movie. Obviously one is in the Criterion Collection, the other one's not. But I think though one thing I appreciate is it's not a reboot in the sense that, like you said, it wasn't the like we're going to take the original idea and try to recreate that because A, it's probably impossible, and B, like why do we need to do that? I wish more people would ask that these days. Like, why do we need to remake that?
No, that's the main point is, had it just been, well, it was 3 hours, therefore ours has to be, even if I'm not interested. Oh, great. That's going to be a fun movie for me to experience. One where the director's bored for half of the running time. Do I want that? No, I'd rather somebody, again, I go back to Suspiria, which I know some people really hate the remake. I love it. I think they're both, and I like watching them both pretty close to each other because it's somebody who saw something in the original, wanted to do a lot different, but still saw something and changed it in such a fundamental way without losing the soul of what at least one aspect of Suspiria was about. I mean, you go from the original, which is a color-saturated Technicolor dream, to the remake, which is very dull and very gray and just with little bursts of color. But it's still the same movie, and it's the same movie, even though they are completely different in what they're trying to get across. And that's what I mean about the Solaris remake. Took one aspect and gripped onto it in what I think is an effective way. And it would be interesting for somebody who likes one and had never seen the other to watch them back to back. And the appreciation might swing, it might not. And that would be a worthy... So either way with Solaris, I think you're fine. You're going to get a good movie. It's just that one is very much, as you said, a product of its time when trying to turn over theater seats or trying to fit it onto the Saturday night movie. That was not a concern. It's not what movies were about. And the other one is, I would guess, I have not read anything about the making of the 2002 one, but my hunch would be somebody who really enjoyed the film and wanted to redo one version of it and did it. And did it fairly well for what it is. Again, no, I'm not slagging off the new one. So, and I think that's a great place to probably wind this up, is to say you really can't go wrong with either one.
Yeah. Either way, you're going to have a good time.
You have a great time. And I would, if you've never seen either Solaris or Stalker, and I would recommend them both immensely. I will never shut up about Stalker. Watch them in this order. Watch Solaris first, and then Stalker, because it is a very good, it is Tarkovsky getting out the carving knife and then sharpening it up for what Stalker becomes. And that's really the masterpiece of everything I've seen of his. Stalker is without a doubt the best movie I think he made, and it's magnificent. So,
well, Joe, thank you so much for introducing me to this film, Solaris, and I'm excited now more than ever to go watch Stalker. And I appreciate your taste. So if you liked this movie and you're saying the next one is like even 10 times better, I'm really excited to go ahead and watch that, and then next time talk about all the awesome stuff, including more soundtrack stuff. I don't think there's any. Is there any Bach chorales in?
No. Stalker's soundtrack is so good that it has inspired multiple kind of interpretations, including a 3 CD set by. What is his name? Rich something. He's a well-known ambient artist. Of course, now I'm forgetting his last name. But if you look up Stalker soundtracks, and then I just bought one that's a redo of the soundtrack to the film, and includes a link to the film version with this new score on it, which is very good. I mean, it ain't the original, but it's very good. Right. So, but that one
I'm wondering if this is going to ruin other soundtracks for me. Well, I'll be like, oh, that's just a ripoff of Stalker. I'll probably say that.
It's such a unique. I think nobody's really. It's kind of like the best use of an instrument that I didn't even know existed until I saw Hellraiser 2 is something called the Devil's Horn. And there's this use of it in Hellraiser 2. I don't know if you are familiar with the soundtrack.
The Hellraiser soundtrack is pretty intense.
Oh, it's amazing. Christopher Young is fantastic.
The jangling.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we could do those soundtracks.
You're right.
But that Devil's Horn is used in the second film to emphasize when Leviathan, the Lord of the Labyrinth, is there, and it's this beautifully malevolent sound that if anybody else even tried, I'd be like, yeah, okay, you're ripping off Hellraiser too, because I mean he kind of locked that one in. So so Stalker will be coming up next.
Wait.
But this has been a blast, as I knew it would be, and I didn't intend to have the two movies we review both be 2-part movies, but that's how it worked out. So now we are in the part 2 of our discussion, where we are going to talk about a movie that if you've listened to our show for a while, you know I will never, ever shut up about, and that is the 1979 film Stalker, which is, as I've said many times, there are many people to groaning, rolling eyes looks at time. I've actually sent this movie to people, and one individual sent me a screenshot of 20 minutes in and said, yeah, I'm out. I can't take it. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. You tried. He tried. He tried. I give him credit.
What was the screenshot that they sent?
It was where the wife collapses on the ground when she's yelling at him, which I kind of understand that,
That's not even like 10 minutes in. Is that really 20 minutes in?
Wow. Listen, like I said, this is a person who had zero interest in films of this type, and he was willing to try to watch it. And as long as he was willing, that's why I took the screenshot to prove it. And I went, okay, I'm not going to say a negative word, because there's lots of popular movies that, like, I mentioned Napoleon Dynamite before we started recording. My wife and I got 15 minutes in, and we were like, nope, we have zero interest. Yeah. This is not funny. We're never, and people are like, oh, you got to watch it. Nope, I'm done. Yeah. So, different strokes for different folks. So, Stalker started out, or its source material is actually a fairly famous, I believe they do consider it a novel and not a novella. It's 200 plus pages, which I believe qualifies as a novel. I'm always kind of, I'm never quite sure where the lines are. That Atlanta would be able to tell me, but I can't remember. But I see it referred to as novel.
Count?
It's more than a short story. So the original source material was by the Strugatsky brothers, who were a Russian pair of brothers who wrote many science fiction stories, including probably the most famous one is called The Tale of the Troika, which is often included with Roadside Picnic, and that's the source of this story. Roadside Picnic is the novel. And Roadside Picnic is largely the same basic setup for what the movie is, except in the novel, it is very clear that this was an alien visitation. So it's set on Earth. Aliens come to the planet. And the reason for the title of Roadside Picnic is basically the aliens came safari style to look at the dumb humans, and then they split. And when they left, they dumped their trash in an area that is now called the Zone. And their trash are magical items to us because, of course, they are far more advanced. And so the novel is about an individual who is a stalker, which is an individual. And apparently what is said, apocryphal or not, is that the term stalker or to stalk was popularized by this novel everywhere else. So it kind of started here and then got adopted. I don't know how much truth there is to that or not. I guess maybe before that they only used stalk to refer to a tree or a flower or something, but whatever. In any event, the novel proceeds fairly along the same lines, but with a lot less of the philosophical stuff we're going to get into with the movie. But again, aliens are clearly the reason that this stuff is here. But there is this idea that it's a very dangerous area that you journey into to try to recover some of these magical items if they can be recovered. And that stalkers have a very dangerous and, if not sanctioned by the government, illegal occupation where they bring people in. Or sorry, occupation. I was thinking occupation, alternate use of the word. But where they can bring people in to try to get these, and they also do work with a scientific institute. And in that way, it is pretty much the same story, but it shows how far you can vary off the source material when it comes to the movie. Because, again, the book is fairly straightforward. It's very good. I love it. Yeah. But it is more of a kind of classic, older science fiction golden age type of story where it's really about the journey and these weird artifacts and the danger and all that stuff. And it really doesn't get too far into philosophy. It does to an extent, and it does have a different ending because in the book, the stalker does eventually go into the room, or what they call the sphere, but it's the same thing, and then yells at the very end, happiness for everybody free of charge, and may no one be left behind. And then the book just ends there, assuming that was his actual wish, and that hopefully that resulted in positive benefits for everyone. So
see, that was interesting. One of my expectations for a possible ending was that the stalker would actually go into the room or would go, through the precipice of the thing that's in the room.
Sure.
And because I was like, oh, that could be an interesting way to end it. That could be catastrophic. It could end the cycle. It could start a new one. Especially because there was a lot of talk about how stalkers don't go in, or are not allowed to go in. So I thought that as I was watching, I was like, oh, that might be a possible ending. So it's interesting, the book, which I've not read. It's interesting that the book sort of, that was the decision in the book on how to end it.
Yeah, it is. It does. Watching this movie, if you've never seen it before, because they never show the inside of the room. The room is the ultimate end goal at the center of the zone in the film. And there is a rumored wish granter that is in the middle of it. And so anybody who goes there, and they imply that other people have gone there and wished for something and perhaps gotten it. We just don't know. There's a lot in the movie that it leaves unreally defined, which I think is good. It doesn't say. And the stalker does point out, well, it's not going to come true the minute you wish it. It sometimes takes a long time. And it may not work out the way that you think it will, kind of a monkey's paw situation, which ties into another major adaptation of the original source material from Roadside Picnic, which is a PC game, which I fucking love, called Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl, because it fuses together my favorite things, which I am a Chernobyl hound, I'm a radiation obsessive, and this story and this movie. It's kind of all mixed together. Now, you said, Doug, you've never played the game, right?
No, and is it still only PC only, or is there?
Yes.
Have they done any adaptations for console at all, or?
I think there was an earlier generation, maybe a PS2 or PS3, I want to say, version of it. Now, they are making a sequel, which is coming out, I believe, this year, called Stalker 2. But I don't know. I don't know if it ever got. Check. I'm not sure.
And is that different? Is that different than the game Metro 2, which I heard has sort of some inspiration from Stalker the game?
Yes, Metro is similar, but it is more of a. I don't want to say it's a monster shooter, but it is an adjacent type of game. So there is a you could see these two games existing in the same world. It would not be, they would not kind of cancel each other out. Where Stalker is much more of a atmospheric, almost like it takes some inspiration from the movie, where there's long stretches where you're not really doing anything, but it's the fact that you know that everything is ruined and that there's stuff and you hear noises out of nowhere, and even if they don't lead to anything, and just kind of liminal space type stuff where you're in a familiar environment, but because it's broken down and because it's radiated and it's crumbling, it looks scary, even though there's really nothing going on in there. Yeah. And it's
sounds
far
like a
more
fantastic
based.
game. I wish they would port it for the consoles. That would be great.
Yeah, looking to see here if it was ever. No, actually, it looks like it never was released in console at all that I can see. No, it doesn't. That's really interesting. I thought that it had gotten released somewhere else, but apparently not. Which is a shame. I mean, you'd have to remaster it at this point. It's too
right. Yeah.
One of the things about the game, as a small aside into the game, is it was not the most polished game ever made. There were lots of bugs, there were lots of weird things, but it still has a and there are great videos on it on YouTube. You can find really great analysis of it and kind of people walking through it. But
was it considered a AAA game at the time, or was it?
Yeah,
was it a Russian studio that
I think it was Ukrainian. So it was not an American developer. So, but yeah, it was definitely considered a high profile release. It was an anticipated game. It wasn't something that was released, out of nowhere. It was built up, and I think it had some showings at E3, that type of thing. So it was, and I think largely people do. I think it got positive reviews. It just had a lot of technical bugs, and it was very difficult because it uses very realistic to video game degree, like bullet drop. Like, you can't just fire right at somebody and hit them. You will miss, so will they. But if you get hit, you start bleeding. And if you don't treat it, you're dead inside of 5 minutes. And if you get hit in the head, you're dead instantly. You can get killed out of nowhere because they just happen to hit you in the face. So that made it very difficult for a lot of people who were used to more generous shooters that were kind of let you regenerate health. And there's none of that in there. It actually can become very difficult depending on how you play it.
And like a lot of those, like the Soulsborne games, where there is a crushing level of difficulty. Like, that some people, that's just immediate. Nope. I'm not going to do that. Like, I don't want the game to punish me. And then there's people like me that are sadists and live to be tortured by the games. So
well, as a piece of advice,
sounds very exciting to me.
It's a great game. The only part is I don't think you can get it on a console, but even on a low end machine now, it would probably run all right because of its age. So it would probably be playable on almost any machine. But I will, as a piece of advice, if anybody seeks this game out, it's not really that the difficulty is unfair the way it can be in other games. You just do a little bit of reading about how the game operates. And once you understand where its more punishing aspects lie or what it demands of you, it becomes very easy to you won't be walking around invincibly, but you can figure out that, okay, this is not unfair. This is simply has a set of rules that it operates by. And in fairness, the environment is just as harsh to the NPCs as it is to you. People can get the enemies can get sucked up into an anomaly and get shredded too. So you can actually bait them into getting themselves killed if they're stupid, which is nice. So,
well, it's interesting that in the game you can learn how the system works, where I feel like in Stalker the movie, and we could talk more about this later, I don't feel like we're always let in on how any of this really works, how the zone works or what any of the rules are. And we can talk about more about this later as we go, but I think that was definitely one of the kind of exciting things about the movie is that I never really was quite sure what the rules were and what they weren't.
Yes, the movie does play around with the idea that this area may not be that dangerous at all. We do not see any type of physical remains of a person until almost the end of the movie is before we see anything that would demonstrate the danger that everybody feels about this. Although the fact that the government has walled it off, there are definitely indications that there is something in here. But whether it is as dangerous as the Stalkers have made it out to be, I think the writer questions it at one point saying, okay, you're just making this up so you can make money off us. Right. This is nothing. But let's go back to the beginning. Let's start because I think this is such a fascinating movie. It's just in the way that it flows across the screen. So we start off with immediately a beautiful image, which is this long kind of zooming in shot, this tracking shot with a sepia tone, with the. Now I'm trying to remember if I've got it actually in the background because I believe when it starts out, this stupid thing. Sorry, for whatever reason, the Mac decides to open a movie with my MP3 tag editor. Whatever. Okay, sorry. So the opening shot is not a zooming shot. It's a still image with the sepia tone, and we immediately get what is just a gorgeous and wonderfully rendered theme. And I'm going to play it in its entirety if you don't mind, because I feel like when people ask me what this movie is about, I will just play this and say, okay, whatever you felt like this theme did for you, if you just listen to it, that's what the movie's about. So I'm going to play this, and then we'll talk a bit about the theme, because I know that you looked into how the soundtrack was made, which is great. This is the music is a big part. There's actually a specific thing I want to ask about later, but I want to play the theme just so people can get a sense of just this beautiful theme for this film. So this is the first thing you hear on a static image of what will end up being two people and a bartender, I guess, the way he's made out to be, in a room that are just sitting there waiting for something. So I'm going to play it now. It is hard to describe what that track does for me. There's so much of like I don't know. It's just such an emotional response to something like that. And I know you looked into how the soundtrack was made, so I want to let you talk about that. But I just wanted to say that this is easily one of my favorite themes to any movie, period, that I've ever heard. I just adore it.
Yeah, and we hear it a lot, or we hear it. It's like the music of the movie. And I was using air quotes there. No one could see it, but I was using air quotes, the music. There's a lot of other things that, we'll talk about as far as sound design and sort of this blurring of natural sounds versus music. But this is, what was that about? Is it about 5.5 minutes or like 6 minutes? That is the music, quote unquote, music of the movie. And of course, the composer is Edward Artemiev. He, of course, like we talked about last time, composed not only for Solaris, but also The Mirror. And just some soundtrack basics, some basic information. He recorded 2 different versions of the score. So, which is interesting. I would love to get my hands on the original score, which was apparently done with just an orchestra. But Tarkovsky rejected that, didn't want that. And then the second score that we just heard that was used in the final film was created on a synthesizer. Of course, you can kind of hear that at the start, along with some traditional instruments sort of heard in a non-traditional way. So in other words, they were manipulated using some effects processing. So at first, that the really striking instrument that we hear at first, I had some suspicions about what it was, but I couldn't actually tell you, is that a guitar? Is it a mandolin? What is it? Until actually, looking up some information about it, because it is being obscured by some of the, audio processing that Artemiev did to the track. As far as the track itself, real quickly, I could just talk about Tarkovsky's vision. We know this, and we know this from Solaris too, because I think in Solaris we were talking about how Artemiev talked Tarkovsky out of having no music at all. But it was interesting. I was reading more about Tarkovsky's sort of vision of music, and his big thing is about blurring this boundary between natural sounds, or diegetic sounds, or rain, or gunfire. The kind of blurring that boundary between that and what we just heard, which we might call music. And his big thing was, he's saying, at least musically, this is Tarkovsky, that the music actually distorts and changes the emotional tone of a visual image while not changing the meaning. And I feel like that in itself is like something you need to sit and meditate and think about. Like, how can the music change sort of the emotion of what we're seeing, but not actually changing the meaning? And his goal, like in a lot of his writing and a lot of these diaries that we have of him talking about his art and his life, is that he just, music is replaced by sound. Like he just didn't like this idea of, we talked about it with like John Williams, these beautiful, Korngold scores of orchestras, orchestral pieces that he's written for all the great movies, a lot of the Spielberg films, how that's something Tarkovsky was really trying to move away from, is not having like a music, but have it be more replaced by sounds.
And I think the idea of sound that transforms without changing, I think the opening shot is a perfect example of that, because what you're seeing is you're seeing men that you have no idea what they're going to be doing. You don't know why these people are here. You don't know what's going on, but there is an immediate kind of longing and depth in the music that automatically makes you kind of know that there is some journey ahead, what it's going to be or what it's going to end up with. But even that almost feels as if it's prophetic, where you can start to get an idea that, okay, this is a movie about, I mean, obviously, if you know Tarkovsky, you're going to kind of know this anyway, so maybe it's enhancing what you'd already know. It's not going to be, about them fighting CGI monsters. But there is a depth in that music and kind of a chasm that these characters, whether it's all of them that you see or not, that someone in this movie is going to have some kind of journey, and it won't simply be walking from point A to point B. And so I'd never seen that description of it. That's kind of, I'm glad that you're taking the music side of it, because that's the part where I know the music impacts me. I just don't know what it's doing.
Well, listen to this. There was a description that Tarkovsky gave to Artemiev when creating the soundtrack. And so he wrote like the short phrase, and he said he wanted the music to be space frozen in a dynamic equilibrium. So space frozen in a dynamic equilibrium. And I don't know what that means to you. I'd like to hear what you think that phrase means as far as the music is considered. But the second I read that phrase, I immediately thought about when our characters, we'll talk about it a little bit later, they fall asleep. And there's this beautiful scene where they're sort of laying over water, and the water is sort of, there's these frozen objects within this dynamic sort of equilibrium or dynamic fluid that is flowing, which is not uncommon to a Tarkovsky movie, right? We saw it a lot in Solaris, right? With the water and the plants. But I love this, he basically, it's like, what do you want the score to sound like, Tarkovsky? And he's like, Artemiev, space frozen in a dynamic equilibrium. What does that mean to you? Does that kind of sum up what you're hearing, or
that phrase makes similar to what you're saying, almost like an inversion, but the same idea, which is almost like a acrylic rectangle full of some kind of viscous substance that has elements moving within it, but they can never break the boundaries of the actual acrylic container. Yeah. But they kind of slosh and move within it. And I did have a note in my long, lengthy notes that just like in Solaris, water is clearly an important element to Tarkovsky. We get multiple shots of water, objects in water, reflections, surfaces coated in water, even interiors where you wouldn't think to see water or a slick surface, which we get in the very opening, where inside the Stalker's house, the floor appears to be wet. Yeah. Even though you wouldn't, the house doesn't look like it's a mansion by any stretch. But there's clearly a lot of liquid in this type of thing. There's a lot of reflections in water used.
And I remember that really bothering the OCD part of me, being like, me too. Dude, you're going to put your pants on, but the floor's wet? Like, so he like jumps out of bed to put his pants on. I'm like, dude, but the floor is all wet, so your socks are going to be wet all day.
One of the sheets is kind of on the floor, and I'm like, oh no, that sheet's going to be all wet. Come on, man. This is why your walls look like they're covered in black mold, because you're not cleaning the floor.
Absolutely.
Yes. So we get that theme. We get this. We get a very brief bit of text crawl which this is all in Russian, so I'm not going to be playing many clips from this that aren't just sound. In fact, none that have any dialogue, I don't think, because there's really no point because we'd have to explain them. But the opening quote is significant because it immediately establishes that, well, we're not really sure what's going on here, and we're not really sure if what we did was right. So the opening text crawl is a portion of an interview with a professor who says, quote, "Was it a meteorite or a visitation from outer space? Whatever it was, in our small country there appeared a miracle, the zone. We sent in troops, not one returned. Then we surrounded the zone with a security cordon. We did right, although I'm not sure. I'm not sure." And that's the text crawl to set up kind of the environment, the zone itself. And then we see, as Doug was talking about, a house that will bother anybody who is a clean freak of any kind. And we get a long sequence where, and this is still all in sepia tone, so it's a very golden kind of color. And we get a long sequence where we see the stalker from the title try to get out of bed very quietly, not to wake his daughter and wife. And and we see objects on the bedstand, which we will see again later. Which is, I don't know what the significance is supposed to be of that. That's one of those things where I've given up trying to really figure out what Tarkovsky was doing with that, but that's okay. I don't need to know everything. But we see these very specific objects, and we see vibration from a passing train that slightly moves the objects on the table, and that will be important later as well. Stalker gets up, tries to sneak out. Wife comes after him and immediately starts haranguing him because he has apparently gone to prison for bringing people into the zone because it is illegal. And she says, you don't even know your daughter because you were in prison for 5 years. She's just starting to get to know you, and now you're going to take another risk like this, and it won't be 5 years this time. It's going to be 10. So if you get caught again, you're going to go for longer. And then basically she almost has a breakdown after he very callously is like, yeah, well, I'll be back, and leaves. And then we see him arrive at the bar that we saw in the opening. And he meets up with two individuals. Both of who we've seen before in Solaris. These actors played characters in Solaris. The professor played Kelvin's father, and and the writer played Sartorius, the scummiest of the scientists, and feels like he is playing a variation of that same character in this movie because we get introduced to him, and he's got this young woman. And he's telling her that, all the supernatural stuff in the world, it's all garbage. There's no Bermuda Triangle. There's no spirits. There's no aliens. All that matters is, here's my note on it. Initially talks about the fact there's nothing beyond the physical, the rational law. He discounts ghosts, flying saucers, the Bermuda Triangle, and insists that everything is rational and grounded in a non-extraordinary way. And immediately we get the idea that the stalker does not like him. Does not like his view on things, does not like him bringing this young woman around, basically tells her to get lost.
That was interesting about that part of the movie because I was like, wow, here's a very beautiful woman. And, I think about Solaris and some of the other films, there's not usually very attractive people in these movies. So I was like, actually kind of interested because I'm like, oh, great. Well, it's going to be a 3-hour movie, but there'll be this very beautiful woman to watch act out scenes. I'm like, that'll be great. And sure enough, within about a minute of her being on screen, our lead character Stalker says, beat it.
Yeah, he's like, get lost. And she gets in a huff, gets in and just splits. And it is almost like Tarkovsky saying, if you expect anything in this movie to be clean and nice to look at, then you'd better look somewhere else because it's either the cinematography or you're in for grime and dirt and dampness and fog and, long discussions on the nature of reality. And
I thought it was a great tease. I thought it was a great maybe this will be a little bit different, like the focus of this movie. And you're like, nope.
Oh, yeah. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful sequence because, like you said, it almost is a setup and punchline thing inside the opening, very, very opening of the movie. Because this is, in what most movies would be the opening 10 minutes, this is the opening 20 minutes because this is an almost 3-hour long movie. And so then the stalker goes in to meet with the individuals who are told that their only names are, interestingly, everybody's name in this is their profession. So the stalker is referred to as stalker, writer is writer, professor is professor. And basically he outlines...
Because I think they did try to say their names.
The
I
writer
think at one point, yeah, and then he's like,
Yes.
you know what? No, you'll just be writer. Like
Yeah,
we don't.
no,
need...
he said, yeah, my name is this. He's like, no, he's the professor. You're the writer. So the kind of classic no names thing, because they are committing a crime. It's very clear.
Sure.
This in most of the rest of this opening is almost like a heist type of setup where they're trying to break into an area that they're not supposed to be in. And so the rest of the opening is, him he says, okay, we need a car, we need gasoline. And they're basically trying to sneak past the military police who control the zone. And there are several little things. One being that when they are leaving the bar, in the background, you see a couple of cooling towers like you would for a nuclear power plant. And this movie was ahead of Chernobyl by, I think, about 5 years before the Chernobyl event, depending on when it was filmed and everything, because one of the interesting aspects of this film is almost half the footage was destroyed. That is why in part 2, the color grading radically shifts. And that's right at the point where part 2 kicks up. So this was filmed in Estonia, I believe, is where this was the majority of the actual zone scenes were filmed. And they didn't know how to process the film, and the lab they sent it to destroyed it. I think they made it they overexposed it, so it just got too dark. You couldn't see anything. And I believe at multiple points, Tarkovsky almost just abandoned the film, just gave up and said, the hell with it. This is not going to be made. And
right. And, I guess the film stock they were using is this like Kodak film. I don't know the number, but apparently a lot of the other movies like 2001 and a lot of the other kind of American films and directors were using this Kodak film. And part of the story, I guess, was that, the Russian labs didn't quite know how to process this Kodak film. So that was part of it. But like you said, the original one, it had this sort of green tint to it, and it got kind of it was sort of unwatchable. But that apparently that version still existed until about 1988, where I guess they mentioned there was some type of fire. So it's been lost forever. But there are people, I think, that still exist on Earth that have seen that original cut or that original filming. I've heard different reports that some say it's exactly like the third one, or the one that we know. And then there's other people that saying, there was differences in nuance, but
I still have hope that at some point that a reel of that film may be discovered, because it's happened many times where they thought something was destroyed and then somebody finds it, and it's not impossible.
I'm hoping somebody has it like hidden in their personal collection, and upon their death they'll give it over to the state, or
that's probably what would actually happen. I mean, that's generally what has happened is, people find these canisters that have been sealed and amazingly well preserved, and then suddenly inside they find a pristine print of something. So it could happen. Although, honestly, I don't know. I think this film is so well done. I really don't know that another version will be better. But I would look at this guy's work on anything. So who cares? If they find it, I'll watch it. So we have this opening, and it goes through, and we have this long sequence where they're driving around. I actually really like that this is as long and as thorough as it is, because we see at multiple points that the Stalker, whatever later questions there might be about his mental capacity and whether he's making some of these things up, he does know what he's doing. He is dodging these military patrols. There are several points where he reacts very quickly and says, get down, right before somebody comes around. There is a plan, and he knows what he's doing. Again, some things later will become a little bit more of, well, wait a second type of thing. But the opening is somewhat in a contrast to what comes later. It's a very tight, that the actual sequence of them breaking in is very kind of, do this, A, B, C, D, E, and everything kind of goes according to plan. And eventually they get to a rail car. So they follow a train in, and then they find another set of railroad track where they are going to take this little gas-powered rail car in. And this is right at about the 32 or 33 minute mark. And so they get on the rail car, and this is what you were talking about. I actually pulled the audio of this. It's about 4 minutes long, so we can talk through it. But we'll let it start playing, and then I'm going to let you kind of talk as it changes and goes through. But I think this is a really significant example of this idea of let's blend soundtrack and sound and use the sound design to start to emphasize things and how it kind of fades in. So I'm going to start playing that right now. And this is right after they get on the rail car. And there is no dialogue after this. There's one sequence I think you'll hear somebody ask why the military isn't pursuing them. It's going to be in Russian, so you won't understand what they're saying unless you speak Russian, in which case, good for you. You'll understand it. But basically, the writer says, why isn't the military pursuing us? And the stalker says, because they're terrified he just says of it. And the writer says, well, what are they terrified of? And he never gets a response, which I also like. There's never really an answer on it. But that's the only, I think, dialogue in this entire thing. So I'm going to play this now.
Они нас не догонят.
Да что вы? Они ее боятся, как огня.
Кого?
And this, just so it isn't complete silent, this is an example of Tarkovsky just lingering on shots where we keep seeing each of the different individuals. And to me, it reads as this is them thinking about, okay, what is the zone going to be? You know, this was something that I had a concept of. Now we're heading into the reality of it as this rail car. And he just lingers. Very similar to the opening scene where he pans across the stalker, his daughter, and the wife, and then pans back. There's more cutting, but it's the same idea of going from one person to the next to the next. Teaching professor and experimental musician Douglas Bielmeyer, your thoughts on what we just heard?
So that was the EMS Synthy 100. EMS, anybody who's like a nerdy gearhead like me, you may have heard the name EMS before. If you've ever used a set of like reverb plugins, it was originally a hardware device. They were their most well-known EMS, the company Electronic Music Studios. They're most known for their effects units for like reverb. This was actually a synth that Artemiev had, which was the EMS Synthy 100. And, it would make normal like synthesizer sounds. This is, by the way, this is a synthesizer not like with a keyboard. It's one of those giant ones where you patch all the plugs in, and it's like the size of, half a room. So one of the things about this EMS synth was it had all the modules to like make sound, but it also had this really great effects unit built right into it. So one of the things like EMS went on to like make their money by building these, analog effects units, and then later on today, like digital plugins, that we use in, Pro Tools or different DAWs. But anyways, basically what we're hearing is we're hearing that rail car, right? For a while there, it's just the rail car. It's that like kind of very cyclical clicking and clacking of this rail car moving along the tracks. One thing I do want to point out before I talk about like what this EMS synth was actually doing, I always just am struck by how prior to this scene, and then even in this scene, there's just a lack of people besides our main characters. I mean, I know as they're escaping, there's the the military people, right? But there's not, this is like a future place where people live. Where are all the people? Why is no one on the streets? And it really reminds me of like a Ray Bradbury, like I'm forgetting the name of one of the short stories where it's like after a certain time at night, no one should be out on the streets because everyone's home, like watching this, American Idol type show. So it had that vibe where this is not like a cool place to live. It's not only dingy and gross, but people aren't even out. So people are kind of like prisoners in their home. So here we are watching these men on a rail car, and you already kind of pointed this out, Joe, but this would be a great opportunity for us to see the dystopian landscape that they're escaping from, right? Like we could see all the, the different buildings and factories. We could see the pollution and all that. But instead, the camera just focuses on these three men, and sort of it becomes about like sort of their inner journey or what they're thinking. And like you said, with the Russian, it sort of just ends with, well, what are they afraid of? And he's like, they're afraid of it. And he's like, what's it? And so you can see then the men are kind of contemplating that, right? Or sort of meditating on that. And sure enough, then, so you hear the clicking and clacking, and that all that's happening is as you hear that clicking and clacking, you start to hear sort of this like ghost that starts to appear in between just the real sound effects. And that's actually just, him slowly increasing the amount of that sound that he's sending through this EMS synth or its effects unit. And so you're starting to hear it almost kind of sounds like an echo. One thing that I think it really sounds like, and this is just my conjecture, it starts to sound like sort of pebbles dropping in water, or the sort of effect water can have in like an enclosed area where there's just like setting water. It can start to have that like, or in a bathtub, it starts to have that sort of plunking sound. So I think it's a little bit, like you said, it's sort of a foreshadowing of the water that we'll hear as we go into the zone. But it also then, it gives us something to sort of meditate on as we're watching men meditating on sort of how did I get here? At this point, too, the writer's kind of sobering up, right? Because he's, sort of drunk for sort of the first part of the movie. So he's kind of sobering up, and they're all sort of kind of having sobering thoughts about sort of meditating on where they're coming from and what they're actually going to experience going in the zone.
I also think it serves very well as a transitory sound to say you are now entering this area. There isn't like a border, really. Right. It's more of that you're suddenly permeating some kind of membrane barrier, very slowly. Yeah. And at the very end of this rail car, that the sound that we hear, we suddenly cut to color and beautiful color. Just a wonderful, barren, empty landscape that I noted because I think I talked in Solaris about Tarkovsky being a spiritual individual and having, the kind of whatever type of religious, I don't think he ever defined it specifically, but some type of kind of religious ideas. And we see these telephone poles with the wire poles, and they look like crosses to me. They look like kind of crooked crosses. I immediately thought, oh, okay, did he pick these for that, or was it just because there are no accidental shots, especially with somebody like this making a movie like this. There are no accidental shots, but we get this really beautiful cut to color, and the first thing we see are these crooked telephone lines all over the place, and we have this just beautiful but broken rail line that's now looks like it's been shattered, and these telephone poles, this fog, this mist, this greenery, and it's so striking because we've spent 30 plus minutes in a heavy sepia tone to the point where you were probably just getting used to it being the way everything looked. And now the zone, which is in many ways positioned as threatening and possibly fatal, it looks beautiful and lush and alive and vibrant in a way that the sepia-toned area, as you said, there's no people. We only see the military outside of these individuals. They're constantly under threat for almost the entire beginning once they start moving. And now they sit down and they just stop. And they're in this really beautiful area. And they just sit and they start to kind of look around. And we see the Stalker himself says, I need to take a break for a minute. And he goes out and he lays down in the grass.
Oh, yeah.
Which immediately to me is the again, to go back to Tarkovsky's interest, is the idea that he reveres this area. It becomes very clear very quickly that this is not just someplace he brings people to. This is essentially his church. This is his place of worship. This is why he's so eager to get back out here, is because this is holy ground to him.
And the thing I love though is this is a place where people are supposed to be. do you know what I mean? Like it's just normal. It looks normal. It's beautiful, like you said, but it's just a place where people should live. And prior to that, we're in these like sort of sepia tone, sort of especially when they're escaping and they're being pursued by the army and the patrolmen, there's just like trash all over the ground. Like, I'm like, should people be living in that? You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's urban wasteland. It looks like a bombed out World War II city.
Yeah. So, and then there's this beautiful scene where, like you said, he goes and he just lies in the grass and there's bugs crawling on him. And I thought to myself, I was like, oh, like regardless if this place is a special place, it's just a place where people should live. There was moisture there. There was things alive. It was organic. And it's funny, the alien zone was actually the most like hospitable to, at least visually what we're seeing right now. It seems like that's where people should be living, not in this like sort of dystopian sort of urban just wasteland. Like this is supposed to be the wasteland, but it looked like just like a beautiful countryside somewhere in Russia.
And you could take a second meaning out of that to be, oh, interesting. Where the people are, it's ruined. Where there are no people, it's alive and it's natural, and it doesn't look like somebody has thrown a McDonald's wrapper out of their car while driving by, type of thing. Even though, like you said, yeah, again, it is positioned that this is a terrifying place to be. But outside of us being told that and seeing, again, the walled off military cordon and all that stuff, if you didn't know any of that and you walked in here, you would think, wow, this is wonderful. How can I not spend most of my life in a place like this? Because it is strikingly beautiful. We get these great shots of the fog coming in, and it just looks like some place that you would want to. I mean, it probably rains an awful lot. It looked pretty damp,
right?
So you might have a little bit of a humidity problem. But
I mean, if you grew up in upstate New York or in New York anywhere, like you're like, that's pretty good weather. I mean, if you grew up somewhere in like Bermuda, you're like, oh, it looks gloomy and awful. But for us, I feel like it's just like nice, sort of maybe
it looks
fall
very
afternoon or yeah.
And so they arrive in this place and they immediately start doing something, which I as an aside, is an element that's used in the Stalker game, which is where they start tying bandages onto metal nuts.
Right.
And in the game, you do the same thing. You can throw them. And what the idea is, and this is where to some degree I somewhat meld in the game elements, and I have to remind myself, well, the movie doesn't make this as explicit. Is the idea is when you throw those, what you're doing is you're essentially clearing a path. And so the idea is you throw it and you see if anything happens. And in the book, there is this element as well of testing for traps, because we get told later that the zone is full of traps, that the traps constantly change. And to go back to this idea of, what was the phrase again? Time, frozen time in a dynamic equilibrium. What was it again?
Yep. Frozen time. Here, let me scroll back to it. Yeah. Space frozen in a dynamic equilibrium.
And that's basically what we are told the zone is, where things that were, when you came back one way, you can't go back the way you came. Traps shift and move. What was here before may not be there before after. We do get a point where there appears to be, they seem to go in a circle, but they don't really go in a circle as far as we know, because they still progress. That will come later. But we start to get the idea that the Stalker's like, okay, we have to proceed in a really specific and careful way, because if you don't treat the zone with respect, he says something to that effect multiple times, if you're careless, if you're disrespectful, then this place is going to kill you. And right after they start moving, we get this beautiful shot where they basically starts out outside of a car, and it starts zooming through the car, and you see the three of them walk into the frame, and I always forget that there are tanks and battle material behind them, because I'm so focused on what the camera is keeping in focus that by the time you get to the end of the shot, they have left that. Well, they basically gone under the frame, and you see all these rusted, bombed out tanks and war machines that are rotting in the zone. And it's this really beautiful and again, sinister shot where it almost is a visual, non-dialogue reminder of, hey, there are things here that can kill you. Even though we really never see anything outside of one particular moment where anything out of the ordinary is really demonstrated. But there are all these shots and, of course, the Stalker's behavior that create this tension. Even though, as you said, to look at this without the framework of the movie, you would think, wow, this is a wonderful place to go have a nice day with the family. Let's go out and walk around the forest and see what's out here. See, there might be some deer or something. But instead, everything is made to be threatening by the way the Stalker acts, the way they're moving throughout the environment, and the fact that we do get these shots where things like a very haunted, really looking set of tanks that are sitting there that all lend to this atmosphere of, well, this is a dangerous place to be, even though it looks like a very tranquil and serene place to spend your time.
And I read something that originally, so in the original budget that they got to film this, they had a tremendous amount of vehicles. Like, so in the, you mentioned the first time it was filmed, I heard there was like 3 filmings. So like in the first one that got lost, they had many more vehicles and it was a much bigger setup. And, by the third time doing it, they had less money to spend. And so they could only get sort of a smaller amount of tanks that we see in this cut. And I guess, one of the technical things they were talking about, too, is they wanted to make it look like the tanks had been there for a while, so whatever battle or whatever had happened, I don't know, maybe a generation ago or a while back. And so I guess even they were saying, too, like, pre-computer graphics and green screen and, Dolby Digital Capture, they had to get the vehicles in there into that scene and then not have it be so obvious that they just dragged them in there, a week before, that type of thing. So they had to kind of get it in there. And, I love the way where they kind of framed all the tanks within that sort of car, as we're, like you mentioned, we're sort of panning in, and we're seeing it's some type of car, some type of vehicle. And to be honest, when I first saw that, I thought there was a skeleton in the vehicle. Like I thought I saw a human form or human shape within the vehicle. But as we kind of zoom in more and then we focus more on the background, which has the tanks that I mentioned in, it's clear that it's not that. But immediately I was like, okay, they're going to do the thing where they show us a dead body or show us a skeleton so that we know, people were here and that there truly was a threat. Because I think what you're about to mention is now we're starting to get to a point where the writer is going to start questioning if all this caution is really necessary. Because this is a really beautiful place. Do we really have to like follow your orders here, Stalker? Like, I mean, it seems pretty harmless, and it's actually pretty nice compared to where they came from.
Yes. So basically, the point that you're talking about is they see this house in the distance, or some kind of castle, whatever it is, look like some kind of home. And at that point, the stalker is saying, because I think the writer says, well, how far away are we? And he says, and I think he means that it's inside that house. He says, oh, well, it's right there.
Yeah.
We're right on top of it.
Yeah.
But we can't go straight to it. You can't go straight to something. The distance doesn't work the same way. It may look like it's a straight shot, but it's not. And the writer just at this point hits a frustration where he says, you know what? I'm just going to walk right to it. And the stalker says, okay, I want it to be very clear. The professor is my witness that you are doing this against my instructions, which, again, you have to make the decision on, based on what we've seen and what's happened so far. Is this a performative act by the stalker to imply, hey, if you blow up, I'm not being held responsible for this? Or is he trying to scare him into being like, I'm signing a waiver on my safety. Maybe I should go back. So he proceeds.
Well, two things I immediately thought of there. Like the struggle I was having as a viewer is, I'm like, so wait, is the stalker going to be like audited by somebody that like he's going to be like, he's going to get sued for not letting the guy in here? I'm like, did they have to sign a waiver? And I'm like, that's kind of odd. Like, who's judging? Somebody's going to be judging the stalker if people don't follow his instructions. And then it also brings up this idea that this is not just a place, but there's some type of like sentient aspect to it where it's sort of judging you or like judging your character. And that's not something that was, you've read the book and maybe played the game. So when I'm watching it for the first time, that's not something that's ever really clear or communicated to me that this is actually some type of trial or sort of rite of passage.
Yeah, it's really not present in the book or the game like it is here. This goes back to why I pointed out that the stalker is treating this as a holy ground. To me,
absolutely,
he thinks God is in this place. God is literally here with them. And that's who he's really talking to is, hey, I tried to tell him how to behave, and he chose to disobey me and go against the will of the zone and you. And so that is what I think because they do talk about the fact at one point, the writer and the professor are talking about the fact that the stalker was gravely injured when he was in here. And there are parts where I think you're meant to question how much mental capacity he has in total.
Right. Yeah. Because it doesn't start off with him just being like, all right, guys, let's go, like straight to the, let's follow the path. He like has the scene where he's like sort of mourning that he misses the place where he's lying in the grass. And you're just kind of wondering like, okay, this isn't somebody who's like at the start, before they get there, he's very much of like, do A, B, C, and D. He's like telling the men to wait here while I move the car here, because there's all this like sort of sophisticated diversions they have to do to get past the security, past the army into the zone. But the second he gets in the zone, I think all of a sudden now his sort of very logical, linear side, that's sort of gone. And I started to question, I'm like, is this guy kind of a charlatan? Like, is he just kind of, is it a lot of smoke and mirrors to get money out of people? And it's kind of what the writer, I became the writer character at that point, being like, wait a second, is this all just kind of a lot of smoke and mirrors to kind of take advantage of us or get money out of us? So I was right there with the writer.
Well, it's definitely left for you to interpret. And there is I agree. That's one of the things that when I was talking about the opening where I said, this is very precision. This is A, B, C, D. This is his 8 to 5 job, is getting you into the zone. Yeah. There's very little emotion. There's very little deviance. There's nothing other than here's how it works and here's how we're going to do it and we'll get it done. Then once in the zone, again, immediately once they get there, he wanders off on his own to basically embrace the ground, to kind of kneel and worship at the altar of the zone. And the interesting part is the professor plays a very kind of neutral role. That's who I think the audience is meant to identify with, because he doesn't say much. He doesn't disagree with either of them. He just kind of goes along. He sticks to what he's going to do. There's a part where he loses his backpack and he goes back for it, and he's very determined to do that. But he never really seems to. I think there's multiple points where he's like, all right, you guys are arguing. There's no point in arguing. Let's just, we're trying to get somewhere. And we'll find out why that is, but he does come off as very lightweight in terms of opinion. He's just kind of there.
And even the fact that he brought like a backpack, which whatever, we'll talk more about that, but just the idea that I'm like, if I'm going to go hiking, like I'd probably bring sandwiches. Like the guy brought sandwiches and like coffee in a thermos. Like I'm like, meanwhile, the writer has like booze in a plastic bag. Like, I'm like, did the writer even have like walking shoes on? So I think you're right. I feel like the professor character seemed like this is a man ready to go on a journey through a wasteland. He packs sandwiches. He's got appropriate footwear.
He's the only one with a hat.
He brought a little coffee. I'm like, okay, I totally identified with that character.
And to some degree, I think some of that is a smokescreen, is a reason to explain the backpack, because we'll find out later there's something else in there. And there is a point where the stalker says, leave the backpack behind. What do you need that for? And it
became such a situation. It became such a situation. And at the time, I had no idea, because he said he had dry pants in there. And I was like, of course. I'm like, if I was that character, I would want to bring dry clothes because I know it was going to be wet or rainy. So I just chalked it all up to being practical because you're going on a hike.
Right. And so the writer says, screw it, I'm going to walk straight to the house.
Right.
And we get this really wonderful, tense sequence where we're zoomed in on him for a lot of it, the back of his head as he's moving. And there's nothing that actually overtly happens. The house is just sitting there.
Nope.
There's no visible threat or anything. And then suddenly we hear a voice. And now this is the thing, is because it's a Russian voice, I'll just admit, they all sound pretty much the same to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this was actually one of the actors or if it was a third party just saying something, because you hear a voice say, stop right there, come back. And he stops, because at this point he appears to have been psyching himself out as well. At this, there is this idea that now that he's not near them anymore, even though he's been acting all tough and I don't believe in any of this crap, that he's spooked. He then turns around and comes back and he says, and the stalker first says to the professor, why did you tell him to stop? And the professor says, I didn't. You told him to stop. And he says, no, I didn't. And then the writer comes back and says, why did you tell me to stop? And they both say, we didn't tell you to stop. And I think it's the stalker says, you told yourself to stop because you know something's wrong. So you made a false voice, is the word that he uses, to stop yourself. And basically at that point they decide to just, he takes the bottle. At that point he takes the bottle from the writer and says, I'm going to borrow this for a minute, and then dumps it into the ground, which the writer is very pissed off about. And when he says, why would you just dump that out? And the stalker says, because I demand discipline from the people I take in here. And again, this comes back to this idea of, you are being disrespectful to this place, and I'm not going to allow it anymore. Even though he never looks all that threatening. I mean, we will get some fisticuffs later, but he seems like he's on the edge of having a breakdown himself once he's here.
And by the way, at this point in the movie, I really started to question the stalker. I think at the start, I'm like, oh, this is clearly a man who is a criminal, but he's a criminal, but a wrongful criminal. He's a criminal of circumstance, meaning, he went to jail because he's taking people into this zone, but he's revered. And even the way the bartender at the bar in the start scene kind of is like, it's almost his, what do you call a knight's, not his sage, what's the word for it? Squire, his squire. His squire. It's almost like, he's an older gentleman, but it's like he's his squire. So he's preparing things for him. He's like, okay, you have to have this organized and that. So I got this kind of very, he's a knight of, and this kind of almost religious figure, right? And then through this last maybe like 20 minutes of what we're just talking about, I started to question, I'm like, actually, is this guy really of sound mind? Or is it the zone that affects him? Because at the start of the movie, he's very exacting and he's this very sort of revered person and he has this system, and it seems like he still has it, but I really just started to question his sort of mental stability. And then I almost said, okay, is the twist here that he's like complicit in the traps? Like, is he part of the traps? Like, all these things started racing through my head. And of course, then I think that's right where part one, after he dumps the liquor out and they decide to kind of follow him, I think that's actually where part one ends.
Yeah, basically, and to your point about where the doubt comes in, also in the opening, that's one of the things that they're being shot at, and the writer is diving, he's panicking, all this, the other two, and the Stalker just knows what to do, and so we are seeing him in a position of authority and knowledge, and then once he's in the zone, it's like all that immediately gets tossed out because he just always looks put upon. He looks like he's doubting himself a lot. So yes, after this sequence, that's right where part two comes in, and that's when he explains, okay, this is an area that is full of traps. The traps are constantly moving, and he says to the writer, the zone actually warned you, but I'm gonna wander off again, and just don't go anywhere. And then we get into part two, and then the philosophy elements really shoot off. They go right off the scale. Because then we start getting these long, explanations and dialogues of what makes a man, what is death, what is life, that when you become hard and strong, you're going to die, and being soft and pliable is the key to living. And that's where I think most movies have a 3-act structure. That's typically how it goes. There's an act 1, act 2, act 3. And this movie feels like it's got a little bit of act 1, a really little bit of act 3, and Tarkovsky's main center is act 2, the philosophy of what these men are about. And that's most of the movie.
But, to me, and by the way, I don't know why I keep doing this with this movie. I keep referencing the show Lost. And the reason I keep referencing that, like when I'm thinking about this, I keep thinking about the jungles in the show Lost. And I don't know how familiar you are with it or if you've seen it in years or at all.
I saw it.
Yeah. I watched it again recently, I think within the last, 3 or 4 years. So it's a little bit more fresh than, when it first came out. Part of that show, which I think is a complete ripoff of Stalker, now that I'm thinking about it, is this idea that this physical space is, like in Lost, the island had these sort of traps or these illusions, or sort of it was sentient. It was like judging and deciding. So I very much got that vibe. And as Act 1 or Part 1 ends, I'm like, what a wonderful setup. They've basically set up now that there's stuff happening. I am not sure if who's sane, who's not, if it's really happening, if it's not really happening, and we kind of just disappear into the forest or into the woods. And, the best part of Lost for me was whenever there was a point in Lost where all of a sudden they started explaining what was happening on the island, and then the show just got really kind of bad, in my opinion. But until that point, when we didn't know, quote unquote, what was in the hatch, or we didn't know what was actually in the forest or in the jungle, those were the most intriguing and exciting parts of that show, which was kind of like the first and second season, because just not knowing was just so much more interesting than knowing. And that's why, as I think at Part 1 I did take like a little break, I just like got another seltzer or something, and at that point I was like, wow, okay, I'm so excited on where this is going. I'm really enjoying this. This is a lot of fun. And then, like you say, all of a sudden, boom, we just like all the plot and everything moving forward just sort of stops because we start to just meditate. And actually the men do sort of take a break, right? They sort of all kind of take a little nap.
Yeah, and similar to Solaris, because there is a lot of kind of similarity between these two movies.
Yeah.
Part 2 of Solaris started, or the Part 1 ended right when Hari appeared. Part 1 of Stalker ends right after he explains what the zone is and how it works. So it's very interesting that he mirrored, one of his movies called The Mirror, so that's a pun too, that he replicated this idea that, okay, once there's a big revelation, whether you believe it or not is a separate thing, but that there's this big event that happens and then immediately we're going to break and we're going to come back for Part 2. Because like you said, yes, everybody basically takes a beat and they sit down and they're kind of just, sitting around and walking around, but they're really kind of meandering for a little bit. They're not actually making any forward progress for a bit. And then we immediately cut to these long discussions on, what at one point he says, what is called passion is not really energy of the soul. The thing about being, when you get hard and strong, that means you're going to die soon. So you're better off being soft and pliable. And it becomes very much a exploration of these men's outlook on the world to a large degree. And this is where the professor realizes that he has lost his backpack, that he left it somewhere because he didn't know they were going to keep going. He thought they were just kind of looking around. And the stalker says, well, you can't go back. You cannot go back the way you came because you'll get lost in here and you'll never get out. And he says, well, I need my backpack. I think that's where he says it's got dry pants or something because they're wandering through water at this point.
Right. And the writer teases him. He's like, we're not going to be discussing, dry pants here. He's like, come on, really? We're about to go to a room that, will give us all our true desires. And you're worried about wet
you're worried about soggy socks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think I've got a clip from the soundtrack that I think incorporates whatever. So I'm going to play this. This is pretty short. This is only a couple of minutes. But this is an example, again, of how the sound effects of the movie blend in with the soundtrack. So let me play this little thing right here. And just to be clear about it, these are the tracks off the soundtrack. Outside of the rail car, this is not me ripping the audio from the movie. So this is the soundtrack as at least one release is. And there is that mix of sound effects, and then the music just kind of comes in after the splash of water. It's there. And that's the whole movie, is this kind of really that idea of blurring the soundtrack and the natural soundscape, the natural sound design is very well done. I mean, I think it is one of the defining things about the movie is how it blends and mixes those in a way where you really don't notice that one is going into the other. It's very, very well done, at least to me. I mean, I'm not a musician or anything, but it feels like this is a really good use of that technique. And
I think, pointing out the rail car scene is important because, after we get into the zone, there's not a lot of life in the dystopian, non-zone world. And, when I think about life, I'm like, what's the most important part about life? I mean, not just friendships and family, but I mean, like, what's the most important element to life is usually like water, right? Or some type of, air, water. So this idea that as we get into the zone, water, we start hearing more sounds of water, and it becomes more prominent, not only auditorily, but visually. We start to see a lot of water, and we, a lot of sort of life. And really, the zone ends up just becoming this drenched world. Like by the time we get to the end, it's like there's too much water, right? You just have scenes of people standing and sitting in water. And, you know, the rail car scene is very important because I think what you're the effect of, you know, I talked about the EMS Synthy 100, you know, using the effects in that to kind of alter the rail car sounds. I think it was to give them that sort of dripping, sort of echoing, sort of ricocheting sound that now is really what we're hearing in this part of the movie and in this part of the soundtrack, where it is just actual drops, drops of water over sort of, it sounds like it could be the Synthy 100, you know, some of the pads on it synth, but we also kind of can discern human voices. So is it a choir that's been processed? So it just, you know, once again, there's that frozen, like the chorus is that frozen sort of space, and the water is that sort of dynamic equilibrium, or that dripping, or that flowing.
And this is right before what I play, or the movie where we are in the movie is right before, as you said, we start to see them being, their heads are wet, they're dirty. Yep. We're starting to see more and more of what, I mean, the movie conveys humidity and dampness so well without, you know, necessarily, you know, you don't feel it because you're watching a movie, but you do feel it because it's suffused into everything. There's this idea that everything is damp or slick. Like I said, right from the very beginning, before we even got into the zone, there were these little visual cues to moisture and wetness and everything else. And then we get to a part where they're walking through these cavernous waterfalls that are going on, and they get to a point where they suddenly come through a tunnel, and the professor is sitting there. And he's eating food and he's drinking coffee. And he says, and they say, how did you beat us here? And he's like, what do you mean? What do you mean overtake you? Because they say, how did you overtake us? And he says, what do you mean overtake us? And he says, and they never really answer it. He just kind of says, I don't know what you mean.
And then there's this weird, awkward scene before that, though, where the stalker just tells the writer notices that the professor's not there. And the stalker just is like kind of in a really awkward way, just says, well, we can't go back. Forget him. And not that nonchalantly, but just like, well, we can't go back. So he's just lost. And I guess, once again, I started questioning sort of the integrity of this holy man, you know, or this person who was so put together. Even he is starting to kind of having to make hard decisions and just, you know, and the writer was kind of like, yeah, we should go back for that guy because, like, we came with him. Like, the writer who has never met the professor before this felt more connection to him than the stalker did.
And I think that goes back to the idea that the stalker, when the professor chose to go back or leave or whatever, he was going against the will of the zone. And it was kind of, I don't know why I've gone back to this movie now a couple times. Go back to Star Trek V. It's like, why does God need a starship? Don't ask God, because he's going to zap you. And that's the idea of it. Right. But also, I'm glad you brought that back up, because right in between where that scene where he says, well, he's gone. That's it. He went back. He's done for. And the part where they find him, there's one element that we see that sticks out because you don't see it, I don't think, really anywhere else in the movie, which is outside of the professor has a little fire going. You see these glowing embers, and the writer says, what is that? What is that? He's panicking about what to us just looks like a dying fire. And the stalker says, I told you, you got to watch out. There's dangerous stuff in here. And while looking at it as a modern viewer, you go, yeah, it's somebody had a fire and they put it out. That's not a big deal. Right. But in the context of the zone, even the color red is not present through most of this movie. You get a lot of blues and greens and even the sepia tones and black and white at times, but you don't get this harsh red and these very vibrant reds that are basically danger signals. It's a danger color. And so they remark on it as if that's the zone doing something dangerous. So again, there's little things where there are these moments where you're given at least some possibility that the zone is in fact as dangerous as you think.
Yeah. But they're never that conclusive, because I think even in that scene as well, is this the first mention of porcupine then maybe? Because
it's right after that when they meet the professor, he says, who hung the metal nut there? Right. And he says, oh, porcupine did because there's a trap. But the professor does say that he crawled on all fours to get there. Yeah. So you don't know whether the nut, because the nut is hung at about head level. So is it because
Right.
he was on all fours, like the penitent man shall pass type of thing?
Right.
I don't know.
Yes. Yes.
It's
yeah.
that's one of the wonderful parts
Yeah.
about this movie. The beauty of it is that it doesn't give you any clear answers. And to some people that sounds like an infuriating thing, but in this context, that's the point. Is you are meant to reflect yourself into the movie and decide what you believe and who you think is right or wrong, if there is even a right or wrong to this type of movie. But you are meant to kind of bring yourself into it and think, well, if I was there, would I believe this? Would I be doing what the writer's doing? The professor? Would I follow the stalker? What would I do? And
I knew
why?
exactly. I would be like, it's important to go back and get the bag because there's sandwiches in it. And hey, while I'm having sandwiches here, I should have a little bit of coffee and, maybe light a little fire because it's kind of damp, right? Like, I feel like in that scene, I was like, oh, I am the professor character, I guess.
and there's an aspect of that fits even with the stalker's view on things, because the professor doesn't express disrespect or disbelief. He simply says, no, I need my backpack. And he crawled on all fours, which means he must have thought that there was at least a possibility. And faith is the belief in things not seen. So he had at least some faith that maybe there was something going on. So if he crawled, which is being on, the supplicating,
Right.
and he was in deference to the zone allowed him to get through. So
to
even
pass,
that can fit inside of the stalker's paradigm. And the stalker doesn't appear to be angry once they find him. He doesn't rebuke, he doesn't start yelling at him the way he did at the writer. He just kind of goes, oh, okay, you made it. Well, I guess the zone let you through. He actually kind of says,
which
how
I
did
feel
it let
is
you
like
through?
the cop out of it, right? Which is the cop out of it. Well, like the kind of line like God works in mysterious ways. I feel like there's a lot of that going on in this too, where it's just kind of like, oh, well, the zone is, knows best, or this is the zone's way,
Well, that is the essence of faith, though, at times, right? Is
Right.
the idea that
Absolutely.
you're able to accept things that people look and say, well, how can you think that's that? And you go, because that's the way it is. So you're a cop out to one person is the other person's demonstration of faith in a higher power, whatever that higher power is. And that's, again, one of the things I like about this movie is it doesn't lock you into any one way of looking at it. And so after they regroup, they then have this long nap. And this becomes this real long center point where the stalker is dreaming in sepia tone. And the writer is talking about his what I read as self-doubt, that, hey, my books aren't going to be read. Nobody's going to care. But, maybe if I find something here, I'll be worth something. They'll remember me. Right. And we get the beautiful imagery with long shots in the water, like you were talking about with the objects. And most of the well, not most. Some of those objects, I'm pretty sure, are the same ones that were on the end table in the opening.
And I couldn't make most of them out. I did see the syringe again, and I kept
and the
seeing
box,
syringes.
the metal box that she was holding. I'm pretty sure that was there as well.
And so I didn't know if it's like, oh, well, it's post-apocalyptic, so people have to take this medicine so they don't get sick. Like, I didn't know if it was that clear as an explanation, or was it some type of addiction, or was there something else behind these sort of glass syringes? But there was also just a lot of other stuff in the water too, and sometimes I couldn't make out what the things actually were. But that scene, it's beautiful the way they shot that, where if you've seen any of the the footage, the making of footage, it was basically a piece of glass under the water, right? So as the camera's on this rail, so the camera can kind of in one continuous shot go over the stalker and kind of very smoothly move over him while we're still seeing sort of what's in the water, and it's being sort of reflected back at us because there's that piece of glass underneath the water. And of course we hear our theme at that point too, as that camera is sort of sliding through the stalker's dream.
Yeah, the interesting part about the way that it's shot is we see the stalker's head at first, and we're going upwards vertically. And as it goes up, and I'm actually playing it in the background, we see several things. There's a gun. There is some type of ornamental plate which appears to depict some type of holy image. It might just be Orthodox Russian something, I don't know. But someone with a halo. We see the syringe, as you said. We see coins and a syringe in a metal box. And then we also see some elements that are just kind of normal, like a spring and machinery. And the Stalker is voicing over this, where he's talking about what I think is a biblical passage. He's saying, and they said to the mountains and the rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sits on the throne, which again is a direct reference to a deity of some kind. And there is also an image of what looks like a broken fishbowl, where the fish are still inside the fishbowl. So they are, again, back to the idea of the space within a, what was it, dynamic, you're seeing fish moving within a contained space. And then it ends with the Stalker's hand. So now we've come back to, and I assume what they did, I didn't see if it was footage or not, where he got up, walked around to where the thing was going to be. But we then come back, which indicates that this was either his memories, his dreams. We don't really know, but it's in that sepia tone again. And as you said, the theme is playing, this beautiful theme. And there is now a black dog that has shown up that is laying right next to him. And the dog obviously represents something. I don't know exactly what it's supposed to be. That's probably up to you to decide. But the dog now is present in several important scenes. And I think this is the first one where we see him show up and just kind of sit and stare. But he also comes up and lays next to him, the Stalker.
And I think he's alluded to, the dog is alluded to earlier, because you hear this when there's no sound. I think when we first get to the zone, he mentions how, he mentions, like, oh, the flowers are back or whatever. Like, so he mentioned, like, he was just kind of giving us background, the Stalker here, like how things have changed a little bit, since was there the last time. But he mentioned how, there's not a lot of sound there, but we do hear sort of this, maybe a wolf howl or something like that. We hear some type of dog. Right. So when I first saw that dog, I was like, uh-oh. And sure enough, though, the dog kind of walks up along the water, and just on the little kind of, mossy kind of padded area where the Stalker is lying, the dog just like kind of comes up and sort of joins him. I think, he might nose at his leg a little bit or, lick him slightly, but just kind of sits down next to him. And at first I was like, uh-oh, like there's about to be a dog fight here. Like what, like what's going to happen? And instead, this didn't seem so much like an adversary, or I was really looking for, I'm like, okay, when is the zone going to look aggressive? Like, when is the zone actually going to show a true sign of aggression? When is something in the space going to be aggressive to the men? Or when am I going to see a trap? When am I going to see, like you said, like, kind of in a cheesy way, like a pit and pendulum type thing? When are we going to have that? And so that's why when I saw the dog, I was like, okay, here we go. Like, but sure enough, it, goes up next to our lead character Stalker and just lies there and kind of waits for him to wake up.
Yeah. And I mean, the obvious interpretation, at least to me, is that the dog is death or the presence of death or something like that, because because it tends to be around at these, its appearance is clearly meant to evoke something. What that is, again, we're never really told. Again, at this point, you should know whether this is going to frustrate you or not. So, you should be able to have. But then there is a little speech that the Stalker makes. And in particular, I wanted to ask you about this, because he starts talking about art and specifically music. And I'm going to read the quote verbatim, because the IMDb page has it. So here's what the Stalker says. Is he's talking to the other two men who are, well, they were sleeping, or maybe they were half asleep, whatever it was. And he just starts having this monologue about lots of things. But one of the things he says is this, quote, "Are you awake? You were talking recently about the meaning of our life, unselfishness of art. Let's take music. It's really least of all connected, to say the truth, if it is connected at all, then in an idealist way, mechanically with an empty sound, without associations. Nonetheless, the music miraculously penetrates into the very soul, what is resonating in us in answer to the harmonized noise, and turns it for us into the source of great delight, and unites us and shakes us. What is its purpose? And above all, for whom? You will say, for nothing, and for nobody, just so. Unselfish, though it's not so. Perhaps for everything in the end has its own meaning, both the meaning and the cause." End quote. So I was curious what your interpretation as a musician, because I was like, my note right here specifically says, where is it? I have asked Doug about the Stalker speech about music as unconnected with reality. Get the quote. And that's the quote I just got. So just curious.
Yeah, I think it's music, but so there's some people that call this movie sort of a a konon, I think is the phrase, and that refers to sort of a Buddhist sort of thought experiment, I guess, that a Buddhist monk might do, or just somebody who's Buddhist, and it's this idea of a paradoxical sort of thought, and coming to terms with a paradoxical thought. So the classic one is the sound of, I want you to envision the sound of one hand clapping, right? So that might be something that, a monk might have somebody, meditate on, is I want you to think about what is the sound of one hand clapping. And okay, it's a paradox, right? Because one hand can't clap with itself, right? And we're not talking about doing the weird hand movements or something like that. It's the sound of clapping is two hands hitting together, right? So I think the whole movie, in a way, and as the movie progresses, I think it becomes more and more, but definitely after, when this part 2 starts, like you said, we start to drift in this less linear sort of, a lot of sort of monologues and thoughts. And this just happens to be yet another one where he's talking about how can music resonate with us so strongly where it's really this abstract thing. And so I think in a way, as we're thinking about all the other themes, just like in Solaris, right? Like Solaris was about, there was a lot of lofty ideas and sort of konons within that movie, right? Where it was these paradoxes, right? Like, when we look in, we see our real selves, but we don't want to see ourselves. So we hide and we don't look in. So I think that this was just one in many, and I actually saw it linked to later on, a little bit later in the film, when the writer has sort of a fourth wall dropping monologue. And I think it just also goes to, Tarkovsky at this point, I believe, does he make one more movie after this before defecting to Italy? But, he is at the time contemplating leaving the Soviet Union. And also I think he's questioning his own art, because like you mentioned, The Mirror was released before this, and The Mirror was autobiographical, so he's talking about himself in his art, and notoriously that movie wasn't able to be released in the way he wanted it to be, because of the government, at that time in the Soviet Union was really controlling of all artists, and not only all artists, but what he was trying to do. So I think a lot of these little monologues and speeches that happen throughout the movie, I think this is inside Tarkovsky's head. Like, this is part of his torment. And, you asked me because it's a music quote, but we've had this conversation before, Joe. Like, I feel like when I came on your podcast to talk about music for billionaires, we talked about the creative process, right? And we talked about all the self-doubt and just sort of all the am I really going in the right direction? And you mentioned the writer was like, well, in 100 years, will anybody read any of my books? And I think that's even at the start of the movie. He's like, well, of course, I need to go to the zone to get inspiration, because if in 100 years people aren't writing my books, why even bother writing them? So there's this theme, sub-theme within all the other themes, because it's Tarkovsky, right? There's a sub-theme within all the other themes talking about what it means to be creative, and the struggle with this kind of the imposter syndrome, and sort of what is the point of art, if we can't really live it and really experience it the way we want to. And, there's so many analogies and sort of metaphors with how the zone is so rich and wet, and sort of this kind of dreamy, sort of flowing, sort of frozen equilibrium, right? So I think that's what that quote is. I think that quote is another konon, or another sort of paradoxical question that we are just supposed to sort of mull over as, these events are taking place.
One of the things I thought about when that quote comes up and I thought about what the writer, exactly what you were just talking about no one will remember my books, all that type of thing.
Right.
And what, in the context of the Soviet Union and Tarkovsky's obvious displeasure with being confined and constrained artistically as he was, if you think about what they say about the writer at the beginning, the professor says, oh, you're the popular writer. You have money, you have women, you have popularity. Everybody likes your stuff. And yet he says, well, what were my books? Why will I be remembered? And if you think about the time this was made, And what the Soviet Union's output control was, everything was made to serve the state. You were allowed to make something artistically or otherwise to serve the state. Therefore, the writer, this is just my interpretation, was writing propaganda or something along those lines. Sure. No artistic merit, simply because it was allowed and condoned, but he didn't believe in. And then when the Stalker is talking about music and the fact that music should be made, that you say, the music isn't made for anybody. And that could be the fact that there were things that Tarkovsky wanted to cover, and the government said they have no benefit to the state. They are worthless. They will not serve the state. Therefore, they have no value, no merit. And, of course, an artist will say they do have merit. They just don't have merit to you. But there is a value in art, in the making of it and the existence of it. Whether it is made to serve a purpose or not is not the point of art. Art is expression. It is putting what's inside of you out in the world for others to connect with if they choose to.
But if he wrote that down or said that in a lecture, he would have been jailed. So instead, we see with all this Cold War era and any artist that's living under communism or tyranny, we see them having to sort of we see them having to sort of explore these topics under the guise of art or in a science fiction film, we're talking about the zone. We're not talking about anything subversive here or against, the Soviet Union. This is all just, this is all just science fiction. And, even you mentioned Tarkovsky's strong desire to be religious and express his faith. That's something, it's all hidden throughout this movie. It's not so hidden to us, but it's under, we're talking about this sentient alien being that's in this zone. We're not talking about faith in God and keeping your faith and stuff like that. So, even that, like something that we sort of take for granted as artists, if we draw something or if we make a piece of music, we don't have to worry about, the universal things like, will people like it? Will it be any good? Will people remember it? Is it even worth doing? We struggle with that regardless, but we don't have to worry about saying you're really into zombies, right? But the government says, Joe, no more drawings that depict any zombies, or anything like that in it. And if it would be somebody like me, be like saying Doug, we love your music, but you can't have any synthesizers in your music. So, so I just be I feel like then every piece would be about trying to recreate synthesizers without using synthesizers, and so I think you're absolutely right. I think there's a lot of that in this movie, and a lot of these Conons that we see throughout the movie or hear, these little monologues are sort of his ruminations and sort of his protest of not being able to really express himself.
And to that point, and people may not remember this because at this point, the Soviet Union is long gone, at least in the memory of most people. The official state religion was atheism. You are not allowed to have religion. That was actually the state's religious stance was, we will all be atheists now. And so again, you're right. Everything has to be done in code and in secondary layers because there is no freedom within this particular world to say what you want. And no doubt that was part of the reason for his defection was, I have reached the limit of what I can say in the way that I'm allowed to say it.
Well, they're escaping. I mean, if you want to talk about metaphor, they're escaping this dystopian sort of failing state, which was post-communism, right, of the Soviet Union in the 70s, right? And they go into this lush, exciting, exotic, but supposedly dangerous world, which is the West. So you know what I mean? The metaphor is right there. Clearly he was struggling with his own defection and his own sort of sense of responsibility to his home country.
Yeah. And so after we get this speech, then we come to what is later identified as the meat grinder, which is a beautiful scene that is shot in this disgusting and terrifying looking tunnel where it looks like if you just scratch yourself on the wall, you'll be dead of gangrene before you reach the end of the tunnel.
Is your tetanus shot up to date? 'Cause
you better have 3 of them. Yeah.
3 of them.
Yeah, it's this. I mean, it's beautiful in terms of it looks like they probably just found it. I don't know how much they even had to do to this, but there's
Right.
wonderful sound design because you're hearing the writer. They're told they're going to draw lots, and the writer says, "You made me go first," which isn't really a stretch to believe because the stalker clearly doesn't like the writer all that much, and so he's forced to walk through this, and they don't tell him. The name Meat Grinder is not used at first, so they don't really give him any warning, but there's this great shot where he's walking and you hear him stepping on glass and things, and it all echoes, and there's this, the camera's following him, and he keeps looking back, and there's a lot of shadow. It's really beautifully shot. And as he moves away, you see behind him that the stalker basically pushes the professor, like, get out of the doorway in case like a fireball comes through or something. They immediately, it's almost a comedic shot because of the way it's framed. And so he proceeds for several minutes down this length of hallway, and you keep seeing then the stalker hiding behind the professor as they slowly kind of come up every so many segments to watch him. And it's a beautifully tense scene. I mean, it's.
Would you be honestly though, if you were the writer, would you continue to keep walking if you saw the stalker sort of hiding behind the professor? Like you said, like, was a fireball going to come down the tunnel? Would you? I mean, like, if you were the writer, wouldn't you be like, I'm not.
Well, this is one of the interesting things because the writer keeps trying to, I think, keep up this front of I don't believe there's anything here.
Right.
And so it's one of these things where he is alternating between I am terrified because I don't know what's in here, and no, I keep telling them there's nothing here. There's nothing here. And I'm just going to keep going because there's nothing here.
And I feel as a viewer, that's exactly what I'm experiencing. I'm like, wait, is the stalker crazy? Like, I haven't seen any proof that this place is not just like a basically some zone where there's a nice countryside where it's abandoned. Like, I'm like, I have seen no real like hard evidence. And I thought, this tunnel, I'm like, this does not look good. And depending on, and based on how scared the stalker was, I was like, oh, we're finally going to see something. Something is finally going to happen. Somebody's going to fall. Somebody's going to get hurt. Something is going to happen. And we're just like the writer where we're like, no, this is all just, smoke and mirrors, but maybe it's not. So I should be a little bit careful here. Or I think there is really something wrong. Like, why is the stalker doing that? Like, this has got to be bad. Like, get me out of here. So like you said, we see on just the expression on the writer's face, the actor that portrays him, it's wonderful. The sort of, he's like, no, this is all just hocus pocus. And then he's like, no, this is real and I'm terrified.
But in fairness, too, even if you genuinely believe there was nothing here, that tunnel is the first environment that objectively looks dangerous,
Sinister.
From a completely terrestrial point of view.
Yes.
Is literally, there is a point where the actor slips and like puts his hand on the wall, and they cut right there, and I went, oh God, that's where the medical team rushed in and immediately started hosing him with chloride and everything else to clean that wound out because. Yeah. Even the air in there, I would be scared that I'm inhaling something because it looks like an industrial waste pipe that held either radioactive sludge or every terrible chemical or human excretion possible. So even again, if you are completely disbelieving in any of the more mystical or alien, whatever, I wouldn't want to walk through there no matter what. Even if you had a whole parade with me, I'd be like, no, I'm not going in that thing. So I like the way this is done.
Yeah, and that was also a plot point, too. That was one thing that I was thinking, too. I'm like, maybe it's not sentient. It's just that because there's some type of chemical waste, or I think in the movie they describe it as a meteorite hit. So, I'm always thinking there's this horrible show called Skywalker Ranch. It's on Netflix. It's this horrible series.
Oh, what a wonderful piece of trash. Great
do you
show.
love that? Yeah, we're going to use some LiDAR technology and shoot some lasers into the mountain.
I think I see something. What's up there? I see something.
Yeah, and it's nothing. So, like, by the way, though, I was getting vibes of that, too, where, that show, that series on Netflix is kind of the same way, where it's like, did we really see something? Are they really seeing something? And, part of that show, too, I'm like, well, if there is some type of chemical waste there, maybe people are having hallucinations. So that was my other thing, too, is like, wait, so was it not really aliens? Is it not really there's this God sentient being there? Is it just that because it is so toxic there that people have these visions or have these experiences, there's so many amounts of chemicals that could just cause anxiety, right? So do people go there? So that was one of the plots that I was kind of, I'm saying, oh, is that going to be the sort of aha or the catch to this, that it really isn't a magical place? It's not spiritual. It's just highly toxic.
Well, and that is a completely acceptable explanation for all that we see in the film, because an asteroid would probably interact with local chemicals and things in the environment and make the air possibly hallucinogenic for all we know, where they're seeing what they think are real things. We never know. That is a completely acceptable explanation. So again, the movie never really, except for really one thing, which is coming up soon, that is hard to explain away necessarily, but it's so slight it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you could believe that this is a result of the actual literal environment. And it again goes back to the shift of color. We go from sepia to color. That's not just a color choice. It also connotes a difference in the environment, that something is massively different. So sure, it may have just been that these guys are seeing all kinds of crazy stuff and none of it's actually real. Yep. So the writer then pulls out a gun, which we haven't seen before now. And the stalker flips out and says, don't bring a gun into the room. You can't do that. If you do that, and he does say, and this is an interesting, very rational point that the stalker makes. He says, well, who are you going to shoot? Because there has been zero indication in any way that there is anyone else in the zone right now. These three, as far as we can tell, and as far as the movie has demonstrated to not only us, but the characters, there's no one else human there. There might be a wild animal. I mean, unless he thought it was the Hulk, but the stalker is correct. Why are you going to shoot at something? There's nothing here.
Well, so it's the only other living thing we saw. We saw some goldfish. We saw a bug crawling on the stalker's hand in the blades of grass, and then the dog.
All non-human, natural things you would expect in countryside. Something you would run it. So all normal things. But yes, no other human beings yet. No other human remains yet. We've seen human vehicles, but no remains in them. As you said, it looks like, and that I wonder, because I looked at that as we were talking about it, and it looks like a guy holding a large caliber gun, like a howitzer or something. And I'm sitting here going, that had to be done specifically, because if that's an accident, man, what an accident.
It's so good, because you're like, oh no, it's nothing. It's nothing. No. It's just garbage.
But you're
debris.
Sure when it's first zooming in, you are sure that's going to be a body that falls over, because they even look into the car and you're like, okay, this is the point where the thing falls over.
I was thinking of like Raiders of the Lost Ark, when all the skeletons come out of the Ark of the Covenant, Marion, when like I was like, oh, it's going to be like a
and a snake will come out of its mouth.
Yeah,
shriek.
right. Yeah.
Right. And that's, and it, as you said, never happens. It's just the shape of the seat and some kind of piece of metal, it looks like, unless it isn't actually a large caliber gun. I couldn't really tell. Yeah. But no, at this point, and we are now almost 2 hours into the movie, because I'm kind of scrubbing through it in the background so that I'm keeping track of it. We have seen no indication of anybody else, no other stalkers, no other human beings, nothing. And so they then have to cross through a room filled with water. Again, there's this interesting thing with water, and we see it. And that water, I wouldn't have gone through that water even as an actor, because that water looked horrible.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And I don't think, a lot of this wasn't sound stages. So it wasn't just like they murked up some water that was like, of quality. I'm like, a lot of that, I'm like, that's water that's been sitting there for a decade.
Right. Yeah. It looks very stagnant and probably very polluted. And from what I've read, it was very polluted, because a number of people died, pretty rare cancer deaths after this movie. So it's very possible that they were actually poisoned by either their exposure to whatever, which goes back to our original idea of the environment. So in actuality, it may have been as toxic and alien as we thought. Yeah. So at that point, then the stalker, because we see the professor go through and he holds his backpack over his head. He has a primary concern for the backpack. And the stalker says, do you have a gun in there? And he says, no, I just have a poison capsule on the off chance we run into an emergency, which is an interesting aspect of it.
Weird,
that he's got that. Yep. But again, the professor seems like I'm on both sides character.
At this point, I only think there's just a change of clothes and maybe an extra sandwich in there, because I'm just like, this is a practical man, and he's just, he wants to have his, his
Well,
bag
actually,
with him.
the practicality makes me think there is a poison capsule, because if you got
Right.
stuck in this horrible place where you could get ripped to shreds, wouldn't
Yeah.
you just want to take something quick and easy and be done with it? So
Right, but nothing beyond that.
No,
Nothing
no.
beyond the practical things.
Right. And then we get this very specific scene of the Stalker goes over and pushes the gun that the writer dropped into the water so that it's barely visible. And again, that to me is almost, okay, Zone, I know he made a mistake. I will take this out of your sight. I'm pushing this away so that, no one else can make this mistake. It feels like, again, an act of demonstration for something else. Because what else does it serve? What other purpose?
I got that. I got that he was trying to hide it from from God's sight, right?
Yep.
Or the sentient being's sight. But then I feel like, he lingers, like Tarkovsky lingers. But I felt like for a second I was like, is he going to pick that up? Was he
Right.
almost contemplating, maybe I do need a gun?
Well,
Maybe-
it is possible that was a thought. And then he returned to his faith in the Zone and said, nope,
Right.
don't give
and
in to
pushed it.
doubt,
Yep. And
don't
pushed
give
it
in to
away.
temptation.
But that was a temptation, I think. I think it was subtle, and maybe that's just something I read into it. But I got that vibe, that there was a moment when he was contemplating picking it up.
Well, if not, why not just kick it in with your shoe? Why reach
Right.
down?
He would have just been dismissed it and said, ugh,
Yes.
and just kicked
Yeah.
it,
Very simply.
or-
He looks
yeah.
at it for a while and then does. So it's a very deliberate, and maybe it's just because Tarkovsky said, yeah, I want to run this shot for 4 minutes. So just keep, slow down. Possible. But I feel like it's more deliberate to do it with your foot as opposed to reaching down.
He touched it. He
Yes.
touched it.
Right.
Yeah. No.
And then we come into a room, which is one of my favorite shots in the whole thing, which is this room with all these weird sand hills. It's just, there's something so, it's both haunting, but I'd also love to go to this room. I'd love to just be in this
I don't
room.
know. No,
and hear it.
yes, okay, it is beautiful, and I would love to go to that room, but I don't think I would, because I feel like those piles of sand, I was like, is that just like toxic, like, is that aerated dust, a toxic dust that will
Or
just
bodies
aerate?
or what?
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't
yeah.
want to be breathing that in.
No. Or honestly, another thing is I almost look at it as the back of some kind of dead creature. So it's such a weird
Yeah.
series of shapes to the point
Yeah.
where I wonder, did they make those or did they find those? And if they found them, what the hell were they? I don't know.
That's what I was wondering. Is that scene done on a soundstage? So we know some of these are, from the buildings in that it was like a paper mill and chemical plant in Estonia. So we know that like some of these shots are from that. But I wondered if that scene, because the mounds were so particular and the lighting was so specific in that place, I wondered if that actually was a soundstage. If not, yeah, what the hell was that room then? If they just come across, like, wouldn't you die of just like fear if you like walked into this like paper mill and all of a sudden you just see like,
It does.
what looks like. Yeah.
It looks like pulped paper. That's what it looks like. Is
So
like
maybe that's what it is, yeah.
Atomized. And when they throw the nut and it bounces, so much like particulate comes up where you go, man,
yeah.
you guys better have had gas masks on because wow.
Right. And
But
they didn't. They didn't.
Oh no,
Yeah.
they clearly did. No, they did. There was no safety ocean, nothing going on for this.
But speaking of the paper, real quick,
Yeah.
the one scene they said that made it from the original, the one scene that is from the original filming is this beautiful scene. I think it's back to when the men are sleeping and kind of pontificating. There's that scene where it looks like there's this like kind of dust sitting on top of this like sort of moving water, and there's the grass, the tall grass through the water.
yes.
And you see almost like the dust devils in the particulate that's on top of the water, and that apparently was runoff from the paper mill. So that was some of like the particles of the paper mill. So I'm thinking, and they were saying that's obviously highly toxic. Right?
I was going to say that cannot
yeah.
possibly look like you should, because just the density, if you're breathing that
Oh,
in, is just going to
no.
sit in your lungs and congeal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
but
like,
it's
if that was
beautiful
outside,
looking. It's amazing.
so that was out, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful scene, and the dust devils and the way it's all kind of swirling up. But if that was outside, right? So now this is a whole room of that stuff, and then as they're walking through it with wet feet, it's like sticking to them and puffing up, and I'm just like, absolutely not.
and at one point when they throw the nut, they both the professor and the stalker dive.
Yes.
And there's this clouds come up around them, and they breathe that in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right after that, we see a very specific set of images. The first one is the writer, because the stalker says, "I told you not to go to the end of the room," because he hadn't thrown the nut yet to see if there was a trap. And we see the writer who looks like he's having some kind of like migraine or something is happening to him. He looks ill. And then right after that, we see a bird, and the bird flies and then disappears. Now, right after that, we see another bird fly in and land. Now, people will attribute that and have attributed that to, it's just bad editing. They lost a piece of footage. That's why the bird disappears.
No, because it didn't almost land the first time, and then the second time it did land.
Right. Yeah. So if it was that, you would have just used the second shot, or or reshot it, whatever. So that is the one scene that appears to show that there is something at least in this room. Now, it is also possible, along with the meteorite theory or the idea that none of this is actually anything, that it isn't that the whole zone is screwed up. It's that this area in the proximity to the room, which for all we know is where the meteorite is somehow warped by the presence of whatever's in that room.
Right.
And I'll take a quick tangent off to the Shadow of Chernobyl game, because that's basically what that game ultimately, and sorry, it's a spoiler to some degree. If you don't want me to spoil it, Doug, I'll stop. But
no, that's okay.
That's okay. So ultimately, the wish granter in the game is in the center of the Chernobyl power plant where it exploded. And outside of that room and the rest of the zone, you think that all these weird things that are happening were all the result of the Chernobyl meltdown, but you find out that there was actually a human-based cause, which is the scientists bound all their brains together into a consciousness, and then they lost control of the whatever mental power they had, and it started causing all these problems. So that is actually most of what's going on is that. But then the wish granter, just again to finish this off, the interesting part about that is there's several endings to that game that are bad endings because they are selfish endings. And one of them is pretty much out of this movie, where he talks about when they get to the room, there was a guy who wished to be wealthy, and Porcupine wished to be wealthy, and then he killed himself inside of a year. And in the game, there's one ending where you say, I want to be the richest man in the world. And you see the guy look up, and then all these gold coins start raining down, and then a crushing wave comes down and kills him, and he's buried in money. So I went, okay, they took something out of this, I think, and kind of ran with the terrible version of it. But anyway, back to the movie. Sorry.
No. And so what is that room? I didn't know what to interpret from is it an owl or is it a bird? I forget. It's some type of larger sort of bird of prey.
Yeah, it almost looks like a vulture of some kind. It's not an owl, but it looks like almost like a turkey vulture maybe, or something like that. It's pretty big, or a raven. It might be a big raven. It's big though.
But I guess it's significant, right? Because once again, how many other living things have we really seen throughout the movie? What the significance is, I don't understand. And like you said, it's not bad editing. I mean, they don't do bad editing. And Tarkovsky doesn't do bad edits. Everything in here is in here for a reason. But yeah, maybe just the non-linearity of it, that you like see it not completely and then you see it again. It's almost hinting at, like you said, maybe now we're getting to the part of the zone that is really, something, it's being affected by the meteorite, or it's somehow this part of this is the zone within the zone.
Yes. And there is one interesting element to this that it's easy to miss it because the scene isn't, this particular set of scenes kind of is edited more briefly than most of the rest of the movie. But where the bird lands, that was where the writer was standing a minute ago when he had his headache. We see the bird land. He is not in the shot whatsoever. I'm looking at it. He's not even obscured or anything. And then after that scene, we see the professor and the stalker look. The bird is gone, and now the writer is collapsed in front of that pipe next to where the bird was. So whatever happened to him made him drop and then somewhat become invisible, and then he comes back, or what? Because he's in the water, and the water is visible in the shot with the bird. So again, this lends some credence to the fact that there is something off in here, whatever it is, because it's weird that the writer disappears and reappears. And then he gives this long speech where he's talking about, what is the value of putting all your soul into your work because they just devour it. And like in Solaris, it's interesting that in a lot of movies, the actors are discouraged from looking into the camera. Absolutely. But that is not the case in Tarkovsky's movies. He is fine with, no, I'm addressing you now. I am talking to you who's watching this. And that's this speech that the writer gives about work. He is staring directly down the barrel or the lens of the camera. And that's something I noted was, for what is normally in filmmaking something that is discouraged, boy, they do a lot of it in this movie where they are basically all but sermonizing to you about what he wants you thinking about, just in case you're missing the point. And
and I think the old like theater tradition of not breaking the fourth wall, right? So actors on the stage in theater don't address the audience, right? And obviously more modern, theater, they play around with that quite a bit where, sometimes, the actors will directly talk to the audience. But yeah, this idea of breaking the fourth wall in cinema, there's probably, that's like a classic Criterion Collection thing. I feel like is like a lot of the movies in that collection, like there are things like this where sort of you don't look directly at the camera. There's no reason why the actor should be directly addressing the audience or the viewer. But he was talking to us, the writer was talking to us, and the writer was almost confiding in us, why am I even doing this? Like, so we knew he came as a man who kind of lost his passion for the thing that he used to be passionate about. And you alluded to, the idea that maybe he was just writing like drivel propaganda. So he kind of like lost his sort of way. So that whole monologue, I really identified with it, and I think that's kind of what Tarkovsky was going through, right? Is like, why am I doing this? They're just going to crush what I'm doing, and is it really meaningful? And it goes back to the earlier quote by the Stalker with the music, and a lot of the other sort of monologues and sort of koans in the movie about, why are we doing this thing? Why are we suffering for our passion?
Right, and that's and. Again, the thing that I come back to again and again with movies like this, and in particular with Tarkovsky's movies and Solaris and Stalker, but really with Stalker, is that there is so much to read into it. There's things that are being said and within the context of the film, but also well after the fact that, now we're well past the Soviet Union, or at least the version of it that existed. And these are still questions that you have to reckon with because even in the United States, where, considered the freest country in the world, your art is not suddenly put out and judged objectively. It is still subject to critics. It is still subject to the value of sales as opposed to the value of the work itself. So these are still pertinent and probably eternal things that artists will struggle with in terms of, at what point am I killing myself for my art, and when does it stop being worth it, if ever? I'm not saying it is. If there's a
literally, like people died filming this movie. Like, this is not like the hypothetical, like, why do I murder myself to create great art? They were literally, putting themselves in danger.
Well,
I guess I did want to like ask you about that real quick. We don't have to spend too much time on it, but I really wanted to ask you, like we've been talking more and more about, how people have died filming this movie, and it maybe, caused the untimely death of, first of all, the actor, the writer. They believe, part of his death was related to, some of the chemicals there, as well as Tarkovsky's own death. But yeah, I guess I did want to just like spend a minute and say, is that really sustainable? This idea that whatever it takes, like that, like I feel like what you do with drawing and with your art, and what I do with music, I mean, there's a little level of like discomfort where we're kind of, we're struggling a little bit to kind of come up with an idea, but I don't find myself in like life or death situations to create. Is it hard? Is it kind of disappointing sometimes? Do I get anxiety about it? If I'm going to perform, is it a little bit stressful? Absolutely. But I feel like there's this, like, especially the writer character, who I think is kind of, part of Tarkovsky, is this idea that like you would film a movie and somebody would die filming it. Like, do you place any value in that? Or how do you feel about that?
Well, okay. There's two.
Right.
There's two answers.
You're like, yes,
to it.
everyone should die. For
Everybody should die for me. Yes, of course. I am a megalomaniac, and
same
I feel
page.
that
Same
I'm
page.
I'm a Jonestown and drink the Kool-Aid and die for me.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
But there's two answers. So I would never be comfortable putting anyone in any type of harm's way for whatever art I have, and I mean that in just about every possible sense. I mean, I always
within reason. Like, I mean, if you're in the ocean, filming a scene in the ocean, like life could happen, right? But
well, of course. No, but that would be
yeah.
against. You would have safety divers. You would have people, and so that there's a difference between I accept no risk and I accept what is a reasonable amount of safety. Those are two different things. It's like.
It's like going back to Skinwalker Ranch, right?
Well,
like where they like had all the precautions to like make sure they weren't getting sick. And,
here's an example, and we'll circle back to the film in a minute. But this is a point that can be applied in a larger context, and I'll leave it at that.
Sure.
When I hear people talking about, you can't live without risk, and they use that as an answer to everything, and my response is, okay. Well, then I'm going to start an airline with no mechanics and no safety inspections. It'll be dirt cheap, and you can fly on it all you want because, hey, you can't eliminate all risk. Nobody would fly that airline. Well, why not? You can't eliminate all risk. No, because there is a reasonable amount of risk that most of us driving is assuming a reasonable amount of risk. I've seen people blow through red lights where I know if I had pulled out right when the light went green, I would be a smear on the road. Right. That's why I don't do that. I wait 3 seconds before I even start to go through a green light now.
Yep.
That is because there is an amount of risk in driving because you are not in total control of everything that's going on. You are often the least dangerous person on the road if you're not, a complete maniac. So in terms of that, would I ever want somebody to put themselves in any type of harm unreasonably because I think I need to capture a shot where they're underwater for 2 hours because it has to be done practically? No, I would never do that. Would I ever harm myself? I don't think so, unless I really truly believed, and maybe Tarkovsky did. And so then you get into, okay, you can become over wrapped up in your own self-importance, and that happens in art all the time. So if I really thought that there was something that I could create that would result in a net benefit for all of humankind, I don't know what that would be that I could do, but let's say I could do it.
Like give people hope.
Sure. And that meant that I had to die earlier. I don't know if I'd want to die the same day, but I'd like to actually see that it worked. But if they said you will lose 10 years of your life, but your work will do this.
Or 5 years of your life.
Sure.
And you'd go to jail and you'd maybe lose your family and not see your daughter be born.
Yeah, I don't think.
So
I who am I
describing? But who am I describing right now?
Well, right, exactly. So
the Stalker.
Yes, exactly. So this is.
Do you know what I mean? So like,
no, you're absolutely right. And that's why I put in the little religious fervor thing because that's the tipping point I think for this character.
Right.
So I wouldn't, but I'm also not a zealot, and there's a lot of indication this character is.
I think that's what the writer was saying is that like. He is, he's giving this monologue about like, why do I suffer? What's the point? Well, I think throughout the movie too, I think the Stalker is kind of this indecision that I was talking about that maybe he's crazy or whatever. He himself is, kind of questioning, is this all really worth it?
Yes, there are definitely elements of doubt in his faith. And that is generally more in his physicality than what he says. What he says, much like the writer, what you're saying and what your physical actions are doing are different things. The writer says there's nothing to worry about here, yet hesitates constantly when he's going out on his own. The Stalker says, look, you follow my rules and there's nothing to worry about, yet looks constantly like he is afraid that he's wrong all the time.
Yeah, he does not. Once he's in the zone, he does not exude confidence. No.
Right. And the only one who isn't that way, and this is where we're now at the end in the room with the three characters. And the professor, we find out, professor gets a phone call in the room, which is not treated as anything.
I was like, wait, so we can get phone calls here? Like, why didn't we like call somebody earlier when, you're in the meat grinder? Yeah. Yeah.
And he just picks it up. He doesn't have any problem answering it, even though the Stalker says, don't touch it. And he just picks it up. And you find out that the reason he's there is because he's going to blow the room up with a bomb in his backpack And it appears to be because of a petty act of revenge against a colleague or his boss or whatever. I don't think they ever specify who the person is that he's talking to, but he's basically like, this will show you.
Yeah.
And the interesting part about that is,
I feel like everybody wants to make that call, by the way, like someday.
Oh, sure.
You do like if you win a Grammy, you'll like call up that, one student or that one person.
Remember you said my art sucked? Suck on this. Right. Yeah. I'm going to mail you this thing with dynamite strapped to it. Yeah.
You frame it for them and
The interesting part of that is the writer appears to be driven by a very personal crisis.
He needs the spark. He needs the passion back. Yeah.
Right. And the Stalker, we know, is most likely driven by a devotion to the zone.
Yeah, faith. Yeah.
Right. The Professor is driven by a very superficial and petty need. And he's the only one who seems to be completely fine with everything going on, not worried about it, not really panicking, not really getting all that rattled. He just kind of gets there because he doesn't really... And then gives up the bomb idea almost instantly once he's there, when he's confronted with this thing. So again, did he think it was all just a bunch of BS and he just wanted to blow the place up? I don't know. That is the one element of this that puzzles me, is what the Professor is meant to be.
You're right. And so is he justifying, does he really just want to like get a Nobel Peace Prize, right? Like, is that because they're alluding to that and he's like, I'm going to win the prize. So did he really just want to show up his colleagues or his, ex-boss? Or was it really the more altruistic concept of that, if this fell into the wrong hands, if this secret room that could, give you all your desires, if it was put in the wrong hands. I mean, this is like the Ark of the Covenant, right? Like this is Raiders of the Lost Ark, like 101 stuff. Like this can't fall in the hands of the Nazis, right? And that's a very classic like science fiction trope too. So that was sort of the altruistic, sort of slant on this, that, oh, well, he's going to blow it up because we can't trust mankind or all of mankind to not use this for evil.
And that is where there's a very interesting element of them arriving at the room, because there's a point where, and I don't remember, I'm trying to find the exact quote because I think it's important. The wording is important of it, where the Stalker says, here it is. No, it's not that one. This is part of it. He's talking about what the room will do. It actually grants your true innermost desire. And there's and the writer says something about, well, I'd like the world to be all full of vegetarians, but what if in my soul I really just want a hamburger? What will be granted? Because what's my actual wish in that scenario? My conscious wants this, but my subconscious wants this. But the Stalker says this. He says, you must know that your most cherished desire will come true here. Your sincerest wish, the desire that has made you suffer most, which is a fascinating sentence because that sure sounds like an artist's commentary. Suffering for your art. So again, it's the Tarkovsky, reality coming through in what these characters are saying. And that is the point where the Professor decides not to blow up the room. None of them go into it. The writer doesn't go in.
Right.
They just sit there in another really beautiful scene where they're sitting in front of water, and there was a spontaneous, so it's said, again, could be apocryphal, might not be, that we see this rainstorm come through. But right before that is where we see the dog. We see this small hallway. And in that hallway, the dog is laying down, and behind the dog is what, again, appears to be a human being. And your first instinct might be, oh, it's probably just another optical illusion. But in fact, when the camera zooms in, it's not one body, it's two. It appears to be a man and a woman that died. Yeah, in an embrace. And I believe she is wearing a wedding ring. It looks like there is some piece of metal on her.
I couldn't make it out. But it was clearly a woman and then maybe like another body or a skeleton. Yeah.
And so this is the one moment where, and the characters don't notice it. There's no acknowledgement of it at all. We as the audience see it. And it is the one time in the whole movie that we actually see a dead, any type of humanity besides these three. And it's two dead people. Right before then, the writer and the stalker start fighting each other. They're going back and forth. The writer and the stalker are debating why they're there, what they're going to do. And it's at that point then that the professor decides he tells a story about Porcupine. The professor takes apart the bomb, and then they're just sitting there for a while. And they're sitting there, and the camera just holds on them. I think the shot goes on, I'm just looking at the timer now, for about 3 or 4 or 5 literal minutes. And there's a passing rainstorm that just comes through and then stops spontaneously. Then we see an overhead shot of the top of the bomb, the detonator, I would assume, and a fish nosing it. And then this black liquid comes into the frame before it then cuts back to suddenly they're out of the zone. Now they've left. And I don't know what that's, again, that's highly symbolic of something.
And I think sound design wise too, one of the ways that we're able to transition is that theme, the theme music kind of comes back up. So we're able to go from that sort of dripping water. So in that beautiful sort of rain scene that you're describing, we're hearing the dripping of the water, and that sort of kind of helps us move into, back to the real world or the dystopian world. And I apologize, it's not the theme music, but it's actually that train. We didn't mention this before, but in those early scenes in the movie, periodically there's this train that sort of is going by the stalker's home. And we hear it, I think, a few other times. And we not only hear it, but we see it sort of physically shaking the room. So in a way, this train sound, after the rain is pouring down in this scene, we hear that train that sort of segues back into, there we are at the bar, the pub again, with our travelers.
And we don't know for sure that none of them went in the room, but it wouldn't make any sense that they did. It's very much positioned that at this point they left.
I thought it was pretty clear just by looking at the actors, and no one said anything about it, but just looking at them, they looked like men that had come up to the precipice of getting their true desires, and for one reason or another did not go in. And it's a mix of they weren't really sure what they were afraid of what their true desire really was. Or was it kind of like sort of like in Solaris, where, you had these people that were they're kind of not their biggest desires, but sort of maybe their biggest regrets. They were ashamed of them, and they were often trying to hide them. And so I think these men almost, maybe they didn't go in, but they kind of started to really think to themselves, well, what is my absolute desire? And the story of Porcupine is, to me, I feel like that's one of the most important parts of the movie, at least to me, the way I interpret it on my first watch. I mean, you've seen it tens of times, but this idea that Porcupine sacrificed his brother to get to the room, and then as he walked into the room, he thought he was wishing for his brother to come back to life, and instead his real desire was to be rich. So you hear that cautionary tale. They hint at it throughout the movie, but by the time we get to, the room at the end, or the room to the room, it's revealed that Porcupine hung himself. And after returning from the zone and getting his desire, which his desire was, he became extremely wealthy and rich. And I think the idea is, they said, Porcupine hung himself, and I think he was like, oh, my true desire wasn't really actually to save my brother's life. It was to just be rich, and coming to terms with that. So I think the men, before they walked in the room, they that argument that was known, that cautionary tale was told, and I think they all chickened out. I thought they were all like, maybe my real desire is not something that I want to see on display. And for me, I didn't know if at that moment, is that the whole point? Is there actually nothing in the zone? Is it all about people? Is that the whole thing? Is that there really isn't anything? And obviously I don't think that's true, but I was like, could that be the point, that there really is? Yep.
It might be. And here, and this is why I say that, because if you remember, the stalker says to the writer, you're actually a good man. I believe you'll do the right thing. And the writer says, you're a really poor judge of character. But then the writer also goes on to say, he's the only one who says why he doesn't go in there. He says, I'm not going in there because I don't want to pour the blackness of my soul on the world or something like that.
Yeah.
So by denying that possible outcome, isn't he validating what the Stalker said? That in fact, he at least has some goodness. And so you may be right. The Stalker's job is almost like Virgil, to bring you through and show you the worst of everything so that you can understand what goodness is actually. I mean, that's a way to that's the beauty of it. You can interpret it that way. That is a legitimate interpretation, because
and then those men standing in the bar at the end, I clearly know, I believe, I don't know, whatever, I have faith that they didn't go into the room because they looked like men who really took a look at themselves in the mirror. And just the same look in Solaris when those men saw the sort of regrets come back to life, that same sort of look in their eyes. And the way even, our lead character in Solaris, like the first time he sees Hari, he's just like mortified, like he's just like terrified, and he quickly pushes her into a rocket and pushes her out of the space station, or blasts her out of the space station. That when you truly look at yourself in the mirror or see your regret or your deepest desire, it changes you. And so those men standing in the bar who were now having a drink, they were instructed not to drink before. Even the professor was drinking, and they're standing there, and they clearly look like men that said, okay, I know who I am now, and I never want to see that. I never want to see that person again, or now I have to rethink my sort of whole life.
Yeah. And we go back to Sepia. We see them looking out in a very specific way at the Stalker as he goes out and picks up his daughter, who we'd earlier heard because the daughter is a mutant. They say the daughter is a mutant because he's been exposed to the zone, and so his genes or whatever are damaged. But they'd also said she had no legs, when she clearly does have legs. So that may be just rumor mongering, stalkers are scary, maybe tall tales type of stuff.
Right.
And the dog is there. The dog is in the bar.
Right.
And the dog then follows the Stalker and the wife and the child out. And we get this really interesting shot where it cuts from sepia back to color. And we see what looks like at first the daughter walking. At least you could think that's what you're seeing. And then as it cuts out, we see that actually she's on the Stalker's shoulders, and they're kind of walking along right in front of, again, what looks like a nuclear power plant.
Right.
A desolate area with the dog and the wife.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, not the funnest place in the world to be. Yeah. And then we cut back to sepia, and we see the Stalker collapses on the floor. Yeah. And says something to the effect of, they don't have faith anymore. I don't know why I do this type of thing. And the wife, I remember this because we were talking about the floor being damp. She says, it's wet on the floor. You can't lay down here. It's like, why don't you dry the floor? But
do you not have mops in the future?
I mean, do you have a towel? Do you have a damn towel?
And then the dog is drinking the milk and it's spilling all over the floor. I'm like, all right. I'm like, 2.5 hours in, I'm like, I'm starting to get a panic attack here now. Yeah. You guys need to clean up.
But then there's this tender moment between the wife and the Stalker, which is the opposite of what we started out with, where she's, making sure he's okay, and she's, telling him to calm down and don't panic, which makes me wonder if her anger in the beginning wasn't so much about the prison, but because she knows this is what happens every time he goes in and comes out, is he ends up like this, and it's doing something to him.
How much he suffers for his art.
Right. Yeah. And so then she has this long monologue to the audience. I mean, she's talking to us.
Yep.
About
the
how
wall dropping again. Yeah.
Yeah, about fate, and that I knew he was a bad. She says something along the lines of, I'd rather have this kind of eventful life than a boring one with somebody who does nothing, or something to that effect.
Right. Yeah. It's so like. And by the way, we're at like 2.5 hours in on the movie at this point, so it's kind of like. Couldn't we have like done this exposition a little bit earlier, like in the film? Like you're like, they've gone to the room, nothing happened. So like, why is this lady talking to us now? Like I felt kind of like, okay, at this point I was a little fatigued at that point.
Well, it was an interesting place to put this.
Right.
But then again, I don't know if it's serving the purpose I'm interpreting it as, I don't know where else you could have put it. But at the end, once you see all the stuff this guy's gone through and,
Right.
But then we cut back to normal color, And now we see the daughter who is reading what I am assuming is the Bible. I don't know. It's some kind of book. I'm just inferring that it's the Bible because there have been biblical passages and everything else through the movie. We don't know for sure. But then she's sitting there and we see that she kind of puts her head down and she's staring at the glasses on the table and they start to move on their own. And there's 3 of them. Or I think there's 2 glasses in a vase. Hold on. Yeah, 2 glasses in a vase. Or a very large pint glass, I guess that's what that could be. And she moves them, and one of them falls off the table right as we then hear the train sound that we heard at the very beginning of the movie. And so this leads to then debate on, does she have some, because we've been told she's a mutant, although we've already seen that that's been overhyped, at least in terms of her not having legs.
Right.
So is this psychic ability, or is this the train making things move? So I will get your read on this first.
That's the whole point. Okay. And then we have the monologue before where the wife is telling us, I've heard the rumors about the children of stalkers and all this and that, right? So once again, was it the train shaking it off the table, or was it the little girl? And that's the zone, man. That's the whole thing of the zone. Like, did you ever see anything in the zone besides maybe 2 dead bodies and clearly there was just some old like war machines or tanks in there? Did you really see anything specifically insidious in the zone? Or did you see any proof of really any sentient, or they didn't go into the room? By the way, we never got to see the room.
Which I'm very happy about. I'm actually very happy we never saw it.
But and that, like I said, like in that first season of Lost, where you don't know what's going on the island, when you don't know what's happening, that is so much more interesting and so more exciting because our imaginations are just going to be, infinitely more interesting and kind of mysterious than anything that they could show us. So
you didn't think the smoke monster completely revolutionized the show and made everything better?
At least with the smoke, at least if it was smoke, then at least when it was smoke, you're still not sure what it is. So there was still like some layer of, right? But you're right. We didn't get to see it, and that's a good thing. But once again, it was all about faith, right? Like we didn't see anything really a miracle happen, or what we're considering a miracle, right? But maybe here at the end, we did actually just witness a miracle. And maybe that's the hope that keeps getting talked about in the movie, about how the Stalker's saying that he's trying to provide people at their lowest with hope. And so maybe this child is hope, that somehow, she could use this, this other ability or this other power to move things. One last interpretation of it, though, was, well, is this what the Stalker's doing when he takes people into the zone? Does he also have like telekinesis? Does he have the power to move things? And so is he just a grifter? Is he taking people into the zone and using his telepathy or his, psychokinesis to trick people into paying them to take them into the zone?
Yeah, I mean, it is a completely valid question with what the movie presents us with. One thing about the room that I meant to say when we were actually talking about it is the thing that I like about the room not being shown is it actually provides 2 possibilities. It's Schrodinger's room, where, and I think both of them are what you're talking about, where these characters made what would be, I think most people would read as noble decisions or good decisions. If they saw something in the room that validated that there was something in there, because they're looking into it. As far as we can tell, they are seeing into the room. Let's say they looked in there and there's a magical golden sphere, right? Something that seems unusual, meteorite, whatever, Miss Piggy in a dress, whatever it is. And they willingly knew that meant that there was something to this and turned their backs on it. That itself is a form of noble choice. If they saw nothing and elected to decide that there was nothing there, that is, well, but the way they react, I don't think there was nothing there. So I don't think that could be possible. There was something in that room, or that there was a belief that even if it looked empty, there was something there. If it was just empty, they would have just walked into it. You know what I mean? There had to be some
or the writer would have been like, see, I told you. See, I told you this
Right.
is all a sham. This is it. This,
Especially because he had put on a crown of thorns that he made out of branches right before that, which was certainly not blasphemous at all. So, yes, they must have sensed something.
Yeah. So once again, I think so. By the way, so when I finished watching the movie for the first time, my thought was, yeah, that wasn't really about anything. And I'm like, it was about everything and not really anything. And I don't really know what it's about. And I'm not really sure it's really about anything, but it's about everything. And so I remember it was like, it was like later at night when I watched it because I started a little bit late. So I was just kind of like, went to sleep after that, which is like kind of hard to do after watching that movie. But that was sort of my like, yeah, there's a lot to think about. And, just kind of wrapping up my experience with it. That was sort of, it wasn't until like the next day that I started thinking about it. And then as like you mentioned, like earlier on here in our conversation about how the music sort of takes you into the world of this movie, it wasn't until I started like re-listening to the soundtrack and kind of analyzing it for what we were going to do here on the show that it started taking me back to some of the imagery, some of the scenes, and some of the, whether it's the meat grinder, whether it's, the black dog. I keep seeing the black dog.
Yeah.
And or it just, and some of the really beautiful shots, the golden door, like at the start, in the stalker's home, or, that kind of sepia gritty door. So I think that's, for me, the movie itself, like when it's done, you just kind of need to take a nap. Like you need to take a break, but it's like one of those things. And I think one of the reasons for me why I think first of all, I'm so thankful you allowed me to know that this movie exists and see it, is that it's going to be one of those that's just going to linger, and I'm going to be thinking about, and even much so that, I watched it alone, and I normally watch films with my sister so we can, talk about them. And this is one that I probably would actually rewatch with her just so that I could kind of, continue to have these conversations about it as I feel like this is just going to sort of linger, and sort of be somewhere in my brain always, which is pretty cool. If you think about it, 100 years from now, will anybody read my books? That quote from the writer. Yeah, I feel like 100 years from now, people will still probably be talking about this movies. If people are even watching movies, I don't know. It might just all be AI or I don't know.
Well, but you make the point that I was going to bring up, which is the very question that Tarkovsky asks via the writer. He got it. He doesn't know it because he's dead, or unless he's floating around somewhere like Casper, I guess. But his movie is, as you said, the top stream on Criterion, a well-known, well-talked about. You will find endless videos about it on YouTube. Very, very good, deep analysis videos that I think some are very, very interesting. Some are way off base, I think. But that's the thing I like. That's art when it is divisive to me is the most interesting. Art that everybody agrees is okay it's okay, I guess. But, it's not that I'm saying you have to make I'm not making a judgment on what anybody enjoys. Enjoy whatever you want. Right. But I tend to gravitate towards the things that either make people say, nothing happened. This is the longest 2.5 hours of my life. And then somebody else who says, well, I thought I knew what God was. Then I watched Stalker and I found a new God. I'm like, okay, these are the people these are the movies and the stuff I want to be seeing is this kind of thing. And
I think mine was, like I said, I don't know what just happened, but something happened. And I need to like process this a little bit before I can, I didn't have a value judgment like this is good or bad or it's too long or I didn't like it or something. It was more of like a lot just happened now. I need some time to think about this.
Yeah, I think probably the first 2 times I watched it, I really didn't think. And the first time I watched this was a long time ago. It was probably almost 20 years ago now when I first saw this or stumbled across it, whatever it was.
Okay.
Because I know it was after I moved to California, so it was close to that anyway. I'd watched a lot of independent and weird film because my parents happened to have IFC and the Sundance Channel when those existed. So I had seen weird but not a lot of foreign film. I came to that later. So I saw a lot of weird independent and like low budget stuff.
Yeah.
But I think the first time I watched it, I was really just impressed with the visuals. I was just like, wow, this is so striking, because the idea of movies where there weren't a lot of edits and fast editing around and moving. You know, I was used to the MTV style and kind of the popular American way of making movies, which is lots of cuts and a lot of stylistic kind of stuff going on. And this movie has no interest in that. This movie is very happy to just sit there and let the shot linger. And I've gotten more and more interested in that as I've gotten older. And then as I watched it more, I started going, oh, wait a second. There's some serious philosophical debates and thinking about things in here that I don't think I really noticed because I was so busy admiring the fact that he spent 4 minutes on a shot where 2 guys or 3 guys are on a rail car. You know, I'm like, whatever, man, this thing is wild. But so it has improved for me. That's why I say it's one of my favorite films, because I don't think about a lot of movies the way I think about Stalker. And I will literally be walking somewhere, and if I see something that looks like a shot at it, I'll just stop and stare at it for a while, and I will immediately hear that music.
Right.
And, I'll be thinking about that. And there are few movies that are like that for me to that degree. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I'm like an evangelist for it. Like, I'll tell anybody, just, you should watch it, even if I don't think they're going to like it. And that's fine. It is long, and not much does happen in terms of, my 2 favorite films could not possibly be, 2 of my favorite films, I shouldn't say it like that. 2 of my favorite films could not be more polar opposite. Stalker and Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam is a mid-'80s martial arts movie with Michelle Yeoh and Cynthia Rothrock. And I will watch Cynthia Rothrock. And when they are fighting people and knocking them through chairs and over tables and everything, I am like a child. And then I'll sit down and watch this and I'll be like, this is amazing. I'm losing myself in this world. So art strikes you in different ways. That's what's great about it. But,
But like Tarkovsky would say, or like the Stalker would say, we have to remain, open and soft, right?
Yep, soft and pliable.
Because once we get hard and tough, we die.
Death is right around the corner. Happy things.
Happy Tuesday,
Happy thoughts.
everyone.
Merry Tuesday, everybody. Well, I think that brings us to the end of our double feature here, which, if you're going to make this a double feature, you better start early, because you're talking about 6 hours worth of film to get through. And it'll probably be about 6 hours worth of podcast. So I guess we're giving you sort of a sample of that.
Absolutely.
But I really, honestly, anytime I recommend this movie, and it doesn't happen that often, to be honest, and somebody really embraces it. And again, I don't criticize anybody who watches this and gives up on it. It's not all art is for all taste, believe me. I bring up Jackson Pollock a lot because, God, he sucks, but people think he's great. So anyway, you can like what you like and dislike what you dislike. So anytime somebody really does tune into the wavelength of this film, and I think that's the way I like to describe it, as opposed to gets it. I don't like when people say, oh, you didn't get it. That assumes a lot about what somebody's thinking and what they're going through. But when somebody does hit into the wavelength that this movie's operating on, it's always delightful to me, because I just like the idea that somebody else gets an experience out of something like this. Because it is clearly, it's not a simple message movie the way many movies are, where it's like, well, this is what they're saying, and it's very obvious, and it's right there, and there is no ambiguity, and there is no interpretation. This was what the person wanted to communicate, and they did it in the most clear-cut fashion possible. That's fine. But I also like to look at something and not really understand what I'm looking at for a while. There's a wonderful kind of internal exploration and a reevaluation of what you like and why you like it when you encounter something that is challenging. And I think Stalker provides that. And it gets better every time I watch it. So I hope I'm 95 and watching this and going, oh boy, look at that water shot, and my teeth fall out.
Find something new. Yeah.
Sure.
There's the famous composer John Cage has the quote where he had a performance of one of his works, and he said half the audience stood up and gave him a standing ovation, and the other ones booed and hissed. And he said, that's when I knew I was really on to something.
Yeah, and that's what I mean about the movies.
And that's Stalker in a nutshell. I feel like there's people that are probably boo and hiss, and then people like you and I that really, really loved it. Even if I don't know what happened, really, I had a great time.
Well, and people listening, just as a kind of a general thing, if you don't generally watch longer films like this is a long film, and it is a film that you have to bring a lot into. Yeah. And so, we can gush about it all I want, but I don't think people should feel like, because they're talking so highly of it, I need to watch it. You'll know whether you like movies like this or not. If you're okay with slow burn films and you've never seen this or heard of it, which it's not that surprising, even though it's revered in lots of places. There's lots of stuff I never hear about, so it doesn't mean that, how the hell did I miss that? There's so much great stuff in terms of art out there that it doesn't mean anything that you didn't hear about it before. But like I said, it is a slow burn film. It's not a movie that's going to give you a lot of easy answers. It might make you kind of have to stop like in between part 1 and part 2 and take a break. That's perfectly fine. I think that's kind of intended.
Well, if you'd watched this in the theater, that's probably, they would have had a little intermission and you'd go out to the lobby. Yeah. I believe there's a song that relates to going out to the lobby.
Yes, I've heard there are some, which apparently it doesn't have anything to do with the men's room though.
That's a different song I learned somewhere else.
Very different song. But I would say it is a really wonderful film experience, and that is the best word in my view for it. It's an experience, and I would say watch it if you have any interest at all, and try to stick with it all the way, because I think that there is something about movies like this where, because I often say when I'm reviewing certain films, if you're not into the first 10 minutes, stop. Just get out.
Yeah.
But I don't think a movie like this operates that way. This movie does somewhat require you to go the whole way through. And that's what I would say to do. And then judge it. And if you hate it, never watch it again, and I'm very sorry. But you might be surprised.
He suffered for his art. You have to suffer too.
Yeah, you will suffer for someone else's art via my recommendation. Yeah.
Right.
But
and on that note, too, so
well, everybody suffered involved in this film, believe me, except for me as the viewer, and apparently he was the viewer. We had a great time.
Absolutely.
I don't know that I think that was worth him getting lung cancer and dying young, but like I said, not many artists get to leave something behind like this. So I guess even that is up to your own interpretation. Like so many Tarkovsky things, you can be the judge on whether this was worth what sounds like a pretty terrible death. I don't know. Maybe he would have looked at this and said, yep, worth it, and keeled over. I don't know. But Doug, this is great, as it has been the entire time. This has been a blast. I'm very happy that you didn't hate both these films.
Oh, no. I loved them both. This was great. And like I said, I didn't even know of Stalker until maybe about a month ago. So this is fantastic. Thank you, Joe.
Everybody else, hopefully you've had a good time listening to us go on for quite a long time. Solaris and Stalker did you say they're both on Max, Doug?
Yeah, they're both on Max, free streaming as long as you have the Max subscription.
And they're on the Criterion channel. I know Solaris comes in and out of rotation, but it comes back fairly often. And Stalker, I believe, is always on there. Or, and this would be my recommendation, if you like stuff like this, well, watch it first. Watch it or rent it first. I won't say buy it outright. But if you like it, buy it on physical media. Support physical media because, man, I don't know how long streaming service is going to be keeping anything around. So it is important to support art in a physical way. So do that if you can. And on that note, until the next pair of movies that we do, which maybe we'll do a shorter set next time or something a little bit.
Maybe not 6 hours of movie.
Yeah. Less philosophically draining and requiring you to stare at a
short
wall.
Film or a Martin
something
short
where you don't have to look in a mirror and drool for an hour and decide whether it's worth going on or not. Yeah, we'll try something a little bit lighter. But until then, everybody, thanks for listening. Thanks, Doug, for doing this once again. And, we'll see you on whatever the next movie or movies are. Take care, everybody. Visit OzoneNightmare.com to subscribe to new episodes, browse through our back catalog, or to find links to support the show. Follow @OzoneNightmare on Twitter for the latest episode postings and other show information. If 280 characters just isn't enough, you can always email us, theozonenightmare@gmail.com. Music for Ozone Late Night is provided by Ogre. Visit ogresounds.bandcamp.com to hear and purchase his fantastic selection of music.